أمامنا يعني موضوع وضعية المهاجرين في شمال إفريقيا، التي حقيقة هي وضعية مأساوية. ونطلب قمنا بطلب الدول في شمال إفريقيا بوضع قوانين جديدة تحترم يعني حقوق المهاجرين، وتحترم كذلك يعني ولوجهم إلى العمل، الاستفادة من الصحة، الاستفادة كذلك من قضايا التنمية. كذلك خلال المنتدى الإفريقي للمنظمات غير الحكومية تناولنا مواضيع مختلفة تخص يعني حرية التعبير، يعني حرية الصحافة، حقوق المرأة. تناولنا كذلك الفضاء المدني، حقوق ذوي الإعاقة. وتمكنا خلال 3 أيام من إصدار قرارات تهم 12 دولة في إفريقيا حول الانتهاكات الجسيمة لحقوق الإنسان. كذلك كانت هناك قرارات تهم وضعية المهاجرين، تهم كذلك يعني الوضعية الحقوقية والانتهاكات الجسيمة التي تحصل في إفريقيا.
Hello, my name is Ndogozo Simanyoni. I am from the Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria. I'm here attending the 85th session of the African Commission, and I got to participate in a side event on the Treaty on Crimes Against Humanity to spotlight the definition of apartheid, which is very important for the current AU theme of reparations. And this is a good topic, and I hope that all member states will come on board and participate in the treaty. Thank you.
It is a distinct honor and pleasure for me, on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, President Adama Barrow, the government and the people of the Republic of the Gambia, to welcome you all to the smiling coast of Africa, the Republic of the Gambia.
Le thème de cette année étant « Justice pour les Africains et les personnes d'ascendance africaine », il me semble légitime que cette plénière a l'obligation fondamentale de veiller à ce que les formes contemporaines d'injustice que subissent les Africains d'aujourd'hui puissent trouver des solutions.
The 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights offers an important and timely platform for collective reflection and strategic engagement on the pressing human rights issues confronting the continent. The comprehensive agenda of this session underscores the Commission's continued leadership and commitment to promoting accountability, equality, and justice in Africa.
As we stand at a critical juncture in Africa's human rights journey, the call for justice, for reparations, and equality for Africans and African people of African descent echoes across generations.
This session convenes at a crucial moment to address the global push for reparatory justice related to enslavement, the trade of enslaved Africans, and colonialism.
This commemoration is not only a celebration of progress, but also a moment for introspection. It calls on all of us, governments, AU organs, national human rights institutions, and civil society to reaffirm our shared responsibility in giving life to the Charter's provisions.
Les droits économiques, sociaux et culturels, les femmes et les filles, les enfants, les minorités ethniques et religieuses, les personnes handicapées et les défenseurs des droits de l'homme sont souvent les premières victimes de ces violations.
J'appelle les autres États de l'Union africaine à doter la Commission des ressources humaines, financières et techniques nécessaires afin qu'elle puisse s'acquitter de son mandat le plus efficacement possible.
Our continent has made notable progress over the past decade. The adoption of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Maputo Protocol on Rights of Women, and the establishment of the African Court on Human and People's Rights have given Africa a comprehensive legal and institutional architecture for the protection and promotion of rights.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly requested to be seated. The Commission will start its deliberations. Distinguished representatives of the states, distinguished delegates representing the NHRIs, civil society organizations, their colleagues, members of the Secretariat, interpreters, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all those of you participating in this session. We will open up day 7 of our meeting, and without much ado, I'll give the floor to the STC to share with us today's agenda. STC, you have the floor. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the floor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, it's a pleasure to share with you the agenda of day 7 of our 85th session. That is on Monday, 27 October. We will continue with item number 5 relating to the human rights situation in Africa. And 45 minutes will be devoted to this portion. Then we move on to 8, namely activity reports of the members of the Commission, and we will present 2 reports, reports of the President of the Working Group on the Communications and the report of the Working Group on Extractive Industries in Human Rights and Environment in Africa. Thereafter, we have a 30 minutes break, and we move on with presentations of the response of Tunisia, Arab Republic of Egypt, and we will conclude with the Republic of Botswana. That will be the end of the agenda of the day 7 of our session. Chair, that was the agenda, and I hand over the floor to you. Thank you, STC. I will now open up item number 5 of the agenda relating to the situation of human rights in Africa. The Commission would start by listening to declarations from state delegates. I'll give the floor to Eritrea.
Address the 85th ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights on behalf of the government of the state of Eritrea. Also, allow me to convey my appreciation to the people and the government of the Gambia for the warm hospitality accorded to my delegation since my arrival in this beautiful country. Mr. Chairperson, I wish to begin by reiterating some of the principles Eritrea espouses in relation to the promotion and protection of human rights. 1. Eritrea is firmly convinced that human and people's rights should be protected within the broader realm of safeguarding inter alia the sacrosanct principles of national independence, sovereignty, justice, and equality. Second, part of the primary development and security. Third, human rights should be pursued in a comprehensive and holistic manner. Fourth, due consideration should be given to the interdependence of peace and security, development, and human rights nexus. And finally, Eritrea's development policy is based on adhering to prudent policies, judicious use of resources, and participatory governance. On the basis of the above-mentioned core principles, Eritrea has spared no effort in undertaking its responsibilities. Accordingly, a number of positive progress have been achieved recently. In the interest of time, I will touch upon a few. In fulfillment of its reporting obligations under the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, Eritrea has submitted its 4th periodic national report on the status of implementation of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, covering the period from 2020 to 2024. The report illustrates a broad array of progress achieved in several sectors, chief among them the provision of better health services, quantitative and qualitative improvement, as well as the preparation of a strategic plan aimed at promoting better and effective civil registration and vital statistics program for the period 2024 to 2028. Mr. Chairperson, in terms of increasing agricultural production, Eritrea is undertaking multifaceted efforts to increase agricultural production and to ensure food security. Currently, the autumn season has begun and the harvest of crops is already underway in most parts of the country. In the July and August rainy season, the total amount of land plowed and planted was well over 384,000 hectares, while another 40,800 hectares was planted during the March to May rainy season. All these efforts are expected to yield a good harvest in the fourth quarter of the current year. Similarly, commendable progress has been achieved in the production of vegetables and fruits cultivated in 10,870 hectares and 5,000 hectares of land, respectively, have yielded approximately 145 tons of vegetables and 63 tons of fruits. Also, pursuant to long-term food security objectives and diversification of food source program, 8,206 date palm seedlings have been distributed and planted, bringing the total national to over 58,900 date palms. In addition, as part of the comprehensive efforts being undertaken to eradicate locust invasion, a modern desert locust control center has been built in the northern Red Sea region of the country. The main objective of this center is to act as an early warning system in prevention of locust invasion by proactively anticipating and neutralizing the threat at the earliest time possible. In regard to alleviating adverse impacts of climate change, one of the foremost challenges in Africa in general and the Horn of Africa in particular is climate change and its adverse impacts on livelihoods of our populations. Eritrea has been exerting unlimited efforts to alleviate this challenge in earnest. Thus, apart from being a party to a number of regional and international conventions and instruments, it has embarked on implementing various pragmatic steps aimed at combating the adverse impacts of climate change. To mention a few, in the current agricultural year, soil and water conservation efforts were undertaken on over 18,500 hectares of on-farm land and 4,300 hectares on off-farm land area. In addition, the construction of 18 new microdams and ongoing construction on 13 others is a testament to the earnest efforts being exerted to conserve soil and water. The pursuit of clean, reliable, and renewable energy is being implemented in different parts of the country. The ongoing project of developing a 30-megawatt solar photovoltaic around the Kamahara city is one illustration. Once completed, this project will provide a clean and environmentally friendly energy supply to the local area. Moreover, a comprehensive campaign to preserve the ecosystems and biodiversity is also underway. Large enclosures have been established mainly through the enactment of government directives, and several priority areas for protection have been delineated and mapped. Consistent afforestation and reforestation programs are regularly undertaken, involving government institutions, local communities, student and youth groups. The aggregate impact of all those efforts have been the steady restoration of the fauna and flora of the country and a better ecological balance. On education, the latest data on the education sector indicates commendable achievements. The net enrollment ratio in elementary school rose from 30% in 1993 academic year to 81.22% in 2022 to 2023 academic year, and the increase for the junior secondary level of education the rise was from 10% to 41.4% in the same time period. Parity between boys and girls in primary and junior secondary education has been achieved. The percentage of schools with access to clean and safe drinking water at the elementary level has increased from 63.3% to 65.1% during the period 2015 to 2023. Mr. Chairperson, pertaining to combating harmful traditional practices, research reports show that Eritrea's consistent efforts to combat harmful practices is making significant impact. The mapping assessment conducted in 1,006 villages in 2023 and 2024 disclosed that 95.9% respondents supported the abolition of the practice of FGM, and that the prevalence of the practice has significantly decreased, with only 2.3% and 4.4% of girls under 5 and 15 years of age, respectively, were found to have undergone FGM. The percentage of women married by age 15 declined from 23% in 1995 to 16% in 2023. In regard to promotion of justice, the Minister of Justice is exerting efforts in pursuance of its strategy aimed at providing an effective, efficient, smooth service to the people. This entails the promotion and institutionalization of out-of-court dispute resolution mechanisms, legal aid, and strengthening the ongoing public awareness campaign. In pursuance of this strategy, the Minister of Justice has carried out in-house structural adjustments of the courts, prosecution office, and the ministry. In conclusion, Mr. Chairperson, Eritrea's intensive efforts in the sectors listed above and others is a testament to its commitment and dedication for nation building and through it for the promotion of human rights. The distance traversed so far and the tangible progress achieved are indeed inspiring. The government and people of Eritrea will redouble their determined work in achieving these lofty objectives aimed at the promotion, protection, and respect of human rights. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
La Commission. The Commission would like to thank you, Your Excellency. We have taken due note of your statement. I will now give the floor to the Republic of Senegal for 7 minutes. Thank you, Chairperson, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, honorable commissioners, delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of Senegal, I would like to congratulate our compatriot, Honorable Sow, for his election at the head of the Commission, as well as Commissioner Hatem, Vice Chairman. I would also like to congratulate the outgoing President, Honorable Commissioner Ngoy Lumbu, for the quality of the work he accomplished during his mandate. My delegate would like to express its condolences to the Commission following the demise of Angelo William Mayo. And finally, I would like to thank the Sister Republic of the Gambia for the brotherly welcome reserved for my delegation. Chairperson, in a world atmosphere characterized by multiple challenges in terms of human rights, the African Commission remains an essential pillar for the protection of the freedoms and the human dignity in our continent. Senegal would like to reaffirm its attachment to its mandate and to the implementations of the provisions of the African instruments and universal instruments of human rights. Our country's supports the promotion and protection of human rights as a fundamental commitment. In that regard, Senegal has undertaken several legal and institutional reforms to enhance democracy and the rule of law. With respect to public liberties, Senegal ensure that they are effectively put in place. The freedom of expression and demonstration is guaranteed. So at the first half year of 2025, out of 5,186 requests for demonstrations, only 51 were prohibited. That is less than 1%. The freedom of expression is also protected by Article 10 of the Constitution, which guarantee to each citizen the right to express their opinions subject to respecting public order and dignity of the others. The prosecutions against some political or media personalities by and large are based on the presumptions of financial misdemeanors and not on their opinions. The government would like to reaffirm its respect of the independence of the justice and its commitment for transparency. On the legislative plane, Senegal adopted in September 2025 a series of reforms consolidating good governance. Number 1, Law 2025-12 on the establishment of the National Bureau for the Fight Against Corruption. Law 2025-13 relating to the Declaration of Heritage. Law 225-14 on the statutes and protection of whistleblowers, and Law 2025-15 on access to information in accordance with the African law. These reforms translate the desire of Senegal to promote accountability, transparency, and governance. With respect to people who have been deprived of their freedom, Senegal is continuing its efforts to improve the detention conditions. Electronic surveillance and house arrest have enabled to reduce the prison overpopulation by 8%. Regular visits are conducted by the Ministry of Justice and whose independence is being enhanced through a reform which is already open. In February 2025, Senegal also received the Special Rapporteur of United Nations on torture, indicating its opening and its cooperation with these international and regional mechanisms. Senegal, on the other hand, reformed in 2024 its National Institution of Human Rights, transforming the Senegalese Committee of Human Rights to a National Commission on Human Rights. Appointments of these members are henceforth done through a call to candidature guaranteeing transparency and independence. This model of participative governance extends to other strategic institutions such as the National Center for Early Warning System and OFNAG. When it comes to human rights, corporate rights, Senegal has finalized in September 26 its national action plan on the on enterprise and human rights, and this was a inclusive process involving the civil society and private sector. With respect to the Program of Refugees and Migrants Law 2022-01 of 14 April 2022, constructs a protective status and has established the National Committee for the Management of Refugees and Stateless Persons. In application of this law, 347 refugees have obtained the status in 2024. Senegal also is on the continuing updating its national migration policy with the establishment of a bureau for guiding migrants. Mr. Chairperson, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Senegal is attached to the ideals of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. My country will continue to fight for an Africa without discrimination, where each citizen enjoys its rights in an environment of peace, justice, and sustainable development. I thank you for your kind attention. The Commission would like to thank you, Your Excellency, and we have taken due note of your declarations. Now I will give the floor to the Republic of Ghana for your statement. Now, on the list that have been made by member states, now let me start by giving the floor to Algeria. 5 minutes for your right to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair. My intervention today concerns two issues. The first issue is the Algeria reply regarding the spokesperson of Defenders organization, that the government of Algeria restrict the activities of associations that are not in line with the priorities of the government. Mr. Chair, I would like to focus on some points. The first point is that when you visit the website of this organization, when I did it, I noticed that the organization, its activities cover East Africa and the Horn of Africa, and its members are from Burundi, Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia, and South Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda. So my question is, how come this organization can investigate the rights of human rights defenders and associations in Algeria, and it's not, while it is not part of its mandate or its concerns? Yes, Mr. Chair. My second point, I want to say something about its concern. Algeria considers the establishment of association as a pillar for the consolidation of freedoms and so on. The various Constitution of Algeria has guaranteed the establishment of association and also the commitment of the country to ensure popular movements according to Constitution, that the right to the establishment of association is guaranteed, and simply by mentioning it. And also this establishment of association is related to the freedom of opinion. The Constitution has given special attention to also other freedoms by consecrating the freedom of the citizen to this right. And also the government is also required to promote this association and involve them in public affairs, especially the local ones, and at the same time organize their establishment in line with the organic law that defines the requirements of the establishment of associations, so that they are in line with the law, and then allow them to perform their activities. As for the allegation that Algeria restrict the activities of associations that are not in line with the government's priorities, I would like to stress that the government of Algeria has come up with policies to support these associations and involve them in the economic, social, and political dynamism of the country through financial and logistical support, enabling them to support their projects in the belief that national development should be holistic. So, in fact, after 2 years before, with the initiative by the government of Saturday, more than 1 million seedlings have been planted with the support of government support. This initiative shows the spirit of solidarity from the Algerian people. So, as a result, we call on defenders to provide the Algerian delegation with information about this association, which claim that government authorities restrict their activities, and not only to rely on lies and allegation, and we know their source and their objectives. Second point, Mr. Chairman, is concerns the might, peace, and human rights, and the situation of human rights, the human rights of refugees in the Tenduf camp, and that their repression carried out by Polisario, and is asking question about the presence of refugees in those camps, because that's the main reason for the plight of 127,000 refugees. About Algeria, and for more than half of a century, has been taken care of these refugees by the occupation authority in their country, and Algeria works with all humanitarian bodies to provide them with assistance. For example, has offices in this so how can there be violations that are, and those violations are not made public? As for the fact mission, the proposal for getting, we welcome this proposal, and all non-governmental institutions and organizations are welcome to do so. And we have reiterated to the Commission to the need to implement of the Executive Council in this regard, and to send a fact-finding mission to the Western Sahara, and are also welcome at the refugee camps in Tunduf. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Commission would like to thank you, Your Excellency, and we have taken due note of your response. Now we give the floor to the delegate of the Sahrawi Arab Republic for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Sahrawi Republic, I would like to use our right of reply, and especially in react to the intervention made by Matt Peace, which claimed unfoundedly that there are human rights violations at the refugee camps. And would like to stress here that the Sahrawi Republic is not at all against the freedom of expression, and not against human rights organization to monitor and submit reports on violations of human rights in our countries. The Sahrawi Republic used to and continues to encourage all human rights mechanisms, be they African or international, to visit its liberated territories, and also visit the occupied areas of the Sahrawi Republic, so that they can ascertain the reality on the ground, and transparently totally different from the allegations made by the occupation forces of Morocco that deform and mislead international opinion, both, and also the African opinion. We would like to inform that the main problem is the existence of Moroccan colonialism or colonization, and Morocco is trying everything possible to deprive the people of Sahrawi Republic to enjoy their sovereignty and independence, and this threatens continental peace and security. Mr. Chair, what is regrettable in this regard is that Morocco, being the occupation state since 2015 is the one that prevent all UN rapporteurs from visiting the occupied territories, and the African Union itself has not been able to visit these areas since its visit of the camps in 2013, despite our consistent demands. That's why we are surprised by these allegations made by this organization. It seems that it has participated in activities organized by the Moroccan authorities in the occupied areas of the Sahara. So in a sense, it supports this occupation. And we would like to express our surprise that this organization has not visited the areas that we are in charge of, and probably they are influenced by the allegations of Morocco in Geneva and in all areas, without having any support from international organizations that know the situation as it is. Mr. Chair, the Sahrawi Republic once again would like to express its willingness to receive the mechanism and the rapporteurs of the African Commission on Human Rights to these refugee camps. And we therefore call on the August Commission to visit the occupied areas of the Sahrawi Republic to see for themselves the violations of human rights of our people. And in conclusion, Mr. Chair, I would like to recall that the major human rights violations are the continuation of the deprivation of the people of the inalienable rights of the people of the Sahrawi Republic, and these are rights that should be defended by the African Union and the African Commission, for which it has been established. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Commission would like to thank you and have taken due note of your response. I would now give the floor to the Republic of Zimbabwe. 5 minutes for your right of rebuttal.
To statements made during the presentation of the activity report of the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders and Reprisals in Africa. We reaffirm our unwavering commitment to our Constitution and all international human rights obligations, excuse me, as demonstrated by our active participation and presentation of reports. Regarding the legislative framework, specifically the Criminal Law Codification and Reform Act and the Private Voluntary Organizations Amendment Act, we refer to the comprehensive statements made earlier on similar issues. This includes Zimbabwe's 16th periodic report and verbal and written responses made and submitted related to our report. Clarifications submitted in response to letters of urgent appeal, along with extensive public engagement processes during the drafting phase. Zimbabwe has always clarified that the Private Voluntary Organizations Amendment Act and the Criminal Law Codification Reform Act are measures that regulate transparency and ensure national security without restricting law authorities. Chairperson, freedom of expression remains constitutionally guaranteed under Section 61 of our Constitution. The exercise of this right also entails a duty on individuals to safeguard and not injure the rights of others, including protecting public interest. As previous statements have clarified, the government has established effective and independent mechanisms for investigating all public complaints against security authorities. Authorities investigate all cases, and the rule of law guides every action taken by law enforcement and the judiciary. In conclusion, Chairperson, our commitment to protect all Zimbabweans remain absolute, and we welcome continued constructive engagement with all of our stakeholders. I thank you.
Thank you. Would like to thank you and takes good note of your statement. Ghana, are you ready to take the floor? Ghana? I may now give Senegal, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My delegation would like to take back the floor to make some clarifications regarding the statement by the National Observatory on Freedoms during his presentation of the report. As for 20 October 2025, the situation of the prison population, there are 15,339, and among them there are 470 women. So in this regard, my delegation would like to indicate that the improvement of the prison situation is one of the priorities of Senegal, which has produced in its penal code alternative measures to detention, whose effective implementation will improve the situation. As for information, 939 persons under electronic surveillance, which has reduced by 8% the prison population. As for the separation of penal categories, this is respected by the prison authorities in Senegal. So we should notice and underscore that in Senegal there are specific prisons for women and minors who are detained in Liberté 6, and also the prison of Rufisque, and also the other one for minors in Anne. So the mixed prison institutions, there is a there is separation of sexes to that's in respect of that principle, in line with Decree 19 of the law of 2021 regarding procedure and improvement of prison, the prisons in general. In this law, in every prison, there is always separation between men and women, so that there is no communication between them. And it is inspired by Rule 11 regarding the welfare of detainees under paragraph AB, that women should be and men should be detained in different premises, and the area reserved for women should be totally separate. As for pregnant women, they are placed in a separate area 2 months before delivery and 2 months after delivery, as provided on Article 15 of the decree mentioned. And measures are also taken to for breastfeeding women to be totally separated from other women. As for breastfeeding women, they also receive nutrition just like other detainees. Well, however, we should underscore the efforts made by Senegal for the feeding of detainees. For example, the daily care of the detainees is improving over the years. So it has now, it's 400,000 CFA to 150,000 by 2024, and in 2025 it has been increased. And this has significantly increased improved the quality of nutrition for detainees. As for such is a security measure provided under Article 35 of the decree mentioned. So all detainees should be searched at entry into the prison, and then before they are taken for hearing. They can also be searched during detention by prison wardens, and it's the same sex persons that do the searches. And also measures are taken in prisons to improve the situation and search detainees by the same sex in respect of their dignity. So women detained are searched by the female staff to respect the rights of detainees. As part of this search, their dignity is respected and preserved. So on its budget in 26 to provide scanners for these prison premises. So it should be stated that search is not only corporal, there is search of also cavities, corporal cavities done by doctors. So every search is conducted depending on the person. So, Mr. Chair, Republic of Senegal remains committed to the rights of detainees. So all their rights are respected as part of its regulations in line with its international and regional commitments. There is external control like the International Observatory for Freedoms collaborate with all international mechanisms and regional organizations in order to constantly improve its prison policy. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Commission would like to thank you and takes good note of your statement. In line with our rules of procedure, we have only 10 minutes to go before we adjourn this session. So those who are taking the floor now, first of all, regarding for the right of reply, I give the floor to South Africa and then Angola. So South Africa, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to exercise our right to reply on the human rights situation in Western Sahara. My delegation is concerned with reports of human rights violation there. Shrinking civic space and restrictions on Sahrawi's rights to freedom of expression, association, and peaceful assembly have been reported by the international sources. This is concerning for my delegation. Human rights defenders have been reportedly faced the suppressed civic space and restrictions by the colonial authorities on Sahrawi's right to freedom of expression and protesting for self-determination, especially women human rights defenders. For South Africa, the struggle for the people of Western Sahara is a struggle for self-determination and is based on the principle of decolonization, promotion of human rights, international legality, and the stability and security of the African continent. There is an urgent need, Chair, for an independent, impartial, comprehensive, and sustained human rights monitoring in Western Sahara. We therefore support the proposal for a fact-finding mission to be dispatched to Western Sahara to assess the situation. I thank you.
I would like to thank you, Your Excellency, and take due note of your statement. Now I give the floor to Angola for 5 minutes. Thank you, Commissioner Idrissa Sow, the chairperson, commissioners, with all protocols observed. We are taking the floor to react to the statement by the NGO defenders. If you allow, Mr. Chair, we would like here to reiterate the information provided by the head of the delegation of Angola concerning the situation of human rights and also concerning the information provided by our country spontaneously to the commissioner. The country rapporteur, Angola respects life and human dignity. As for the constitution, it has ratified human rights in general and also the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. As for the events that took place in July this year, they are being looked into and analyzed under judicial investigation. The allegations here put forward are resumed to only the excessive use of the police and the violation of the rights of defenders, human rights defenders, and also on arbitrary detention and extrajudicial execution and summary executions. These things took place in line with existing laws. So in this regard, the Republic of Angola is a democratic country and a country of rule of law. So the citizens who take part in or commit crimes and after investigation of the facts are charged and then tried by the tribunals and courts which can either sentence them based on the existing laws. So the citizens that are detained and also those that are sentenced are accused of inciting the civil disobedience, terrorism, and also the association with criminals and other crimes and bodily harm against citizens and pillage and riots, which are punished under the Penal Code of Angola, Mr. Chair. The acts that took place in July this year were diverted from their initial objectives by organized groups and radical elements which were acting outside the law, and they participated in vandalism and riots and in direct confrontation with law enforcement forces that leads to deaths and injuries among the citizens and the destruction of the possession of other citizens and also of enterprises and public property. So the law enforcement forces used legally and proportionate use of force to defend, protect life, and also the physical integrity and the properties of the population in line with the Constitution and the laws and international and regional instruments. And by also laying emphasis on the African Charter. As for the fundamental principles of the use of force and arms and weapons and so on by the law enforcement forces is in line with Article 64 of the Constitution and United Nations instruments. So the deprivation of freedom is done only as defined by the law. The police cannot arrest unless under these cases stated under the law and the Constitution, and also and unless also ordered by a competent authority. As for there are measures taken by the authorities against law enforcement forces if at all they violate the rights of people. So the Angolan bar has provides legal aid and assistance to all those accused, and they are provided with lawyers in order to ensure the legal representation of all accused persons. As for the rights of the citizens mentioned, those cases are under investigation. The principle of legal remedies of these cases have not been exhausted yet, so it is the court should conduct its work impartially and independently. The organizations that have made these allegations should follow the Commission's procedures in this regard and consider their sources of information in a credible manner. We would like to conclude by expressing our willingness to dialogue and cooperate with all human rights mechanisms. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the Commission would like to thank you and take due note of your reply. Republic of Ghana, are you ready for your statement? Yes, we will give them the chance to do their statement now. Now it is 9:35. I will close this item on human rights situation in Africa, and now I'll open I start number 8 on the activity reports of members of the Commission and Special Mechanism. We will have two report presentation. First of all, the president of the working group on communication, and then the other working group on executive mechanisms and human rights in Africa. Marie-Louise Abomo, you have the floor for your report. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. I express my appreciation to all the participants. I am going to submit to you the activity report of the working group on communication, of which I am the chair. Yes, this report is structured as follows. First of all, in the first part, I will talk to you about the activities of the working group, and then after that, I will indicate to you the communication considered during the period covered by the report. I will mention to you the communications that are pending and outstanding, and then I will talk about the challenges and recommendations and prospects from the standpoint of the working group. As for the activities of the working group, first of all, we regarding the complementarity between the Commission and the African Court, the working group participated in the second retreat between these two organs on complementarity. It participated in the preparation and adoption of the guidelines on the submission and transfer of cases. So after that, the following documents have been produced, and these guidelines on the seizure and the transfer of cases, and a report on the implementation of the Addis Ababa roadmap, the implementation report on the roadmap and complementarity between the Commission and the Court from 2023 to 2025, and then the final communique on the retreat. After the adoption of the guidelines on submission and the transfer of cases, the working group coordinated the preparation of conditions of selection of cases that should be submitted to the African Court and which were approved during the private component of this 85th ordinary session of the Commission, and we held meetings and consultations on communications. So between the 83rd session and this current session, the working group, through consultations dated 14 July 2025, expressed a favorable opinion on an oral hearing on the communication. So through consultation launched in 25th of July 2025, it received 3 communications and rejected the provisional measures regarding it. And the working group also issued another commission and draw the respondent state on the provisions of Article 107 of the Rules of Procedure of 2020 of the Commission concerning the prohibition of reprisals. The working group also considered a request to reconsider a decision on the admissibility of communication and instructed the Secretariat to submit the draft to the plenary session of the Commission for consideration. After consultation of September 2024, the working group admitted a report on elections and rejected the provisional measures. Now I'll deal with communication considered under the report. At the beginning of the 83rd ordinary session that took place in Banjul from the 2nd to 22nd May 2024, 177 cases or communication were pending, and 25 on substance, on merit, and then on 7 on admissibility, and 7 for reconciliation. And during this 83rd session, 9 communications were considered. 3 communications on admissibility that were admissible, and 5 that were inadmissible, and 1 adopted on merit. In addition, there was an oral audio hearing on the commission to which the 2 parties participated. During the 4th session that took place virtually, 122 communications were before the commission. That's a 40 commission on merit, and 127 on admissibility, 13 for admission, and also 3 for consideration. During that session, the commission considered 15 communications. So 5 communications were admissible, 4 inadmissible, and 3 were adopted on their merit, and others were totally removed from the list as for communication that are pending now at the beginning of this session. 177 have been outstanding. That's 42 on the substance or merit, and 116 on admissibility, including communication interstate, and 18 for admission, and also 1 for revision. And during this session, the Commission considered 12 communication, and 6 communication have been declared admissible, and 3 admissible, and 2 have been totally removed from the list. As a result, 172 commission are outstanding and pending before the Commission. That's to say 47 on merit and 108 on admissibility, including interstate commission, and 16 on admission and others. As for the challenges and recommendations, the challenges are the same that the working group has been reiterating: the level of implementation, and also the cases the submission of cases prematurely without respecting the procedures of 2020, and the competence of the Commission. And also the weak cooperation, poor cooperation of the responding countries on the 20 they express communication, I send communication to the Commission, and the Commission could always issue decision by default. So the working group would like to underscore the principle of confidentiality of decisions until their publication is authorized in accordance with Article 59 on confidentiality. As for the recommendations, the working group invites member states to submit decisions and submit also report in Article 25. It requests all the parties concerned to implement the provisions of the rules of procedure, especially the period of presentation of arguments and proofs during the various stages of the procedure. It encourages state parties to popularize the African Charter as well as the quasi-judicial function of the Commission, so as to preempt the abusive use of the procedure of communication by the parties. It encourages the complainant to submit full request on merits and reparations, so as to ensure the rapid consideration of the communications, and I'll require them to revisit the sites on this particular issue. As for the prospects or the perspectives, I deal with the most important ones concerning the need to deal with the persistent problem of the lack of information and data on the implementation of the decision. The Commission has conducted a basic evaluation on the state of implementation of the decision, which covers the period from 1994 to 2004, and these are reports that will consider the compliance of state and also the obstacles, and highlighting some practices and propose practical recommendations. When this completed, there will be a report on the state of implementation of the decisions of the Commission on communication. In addition to this, the working group is always ready to start with state parties, national bars and universities, and continues to receive proposals and recommendations from all stakeholders to strengthen the implementation of its mandate as required by state parties. So, Mr. Chair, I have now concluded my presentation. I return the floor back to you. Thank you, Commissioner. I now open the interactive section of the session. Now I'll give the floor to the National Human Rights Commission of Egypt. The Center for Reproductive Rights. You are kindly requested to take the floor. It seems they are not in the hall. Before we move to the second report, Angola, have you requested for the floor? So before we move on to the second report, I would like to open item 5 on the situation of human rights. Welcome to the Honorable Minister representing the Republic of Ghana, and express to him our positive appreciation for the last arrangements made with regard to the session that took place in Ghana in September. So the Commission is ready to listen to your statement. So you have 7 minutes, Honorable Minister.
In my statement, I'd like to pause for a moment in memory of our dear young brother, in loving memory of Angelo William Mayot. Unfortunately, he passed on our soil in Ghana. So the people of Ghana, the President, everybody wish to extend their condolences. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished commissioners, ministers of state from member states, colleagues from member states, representatives of national human rights institutions, civil societies, international partners, ladies and gentlemen, I deem it a great honor to address this 85th ordinary session of the African Commission on Human Rights and People's Rights. At the onset, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the chairperson of the Commission, Honorable Idrissa Sow, and to the Secretariat for their dedication to the crucial role of promoting and protecting human and people's rights, advocating for policy reform, building institutional capacity, and advancing the principles enshrined in the African Charter. I further extend my heartfelt congratulations to Honorable Idrissa Sow again and Honorable Hatem Essiem on their well-deserved election as chairperson and vice chairperson, respectively, and wish them every success in their tenure as they steer the Commission towards even greater achievements. I also wish to extend our sincere appreciation to the government and the people of the Gambia for their warm hospitality and their steadfast support to this important continental gathering. The session convenes at a defining moment in our continent's journey. Across Africa, we continue to witness encouraging progress in the democratic governance, institutional reforms, and the promotion and protection of the rights of the marginalized groups. Despite these gains, we are confronted with grave challenges: the resurgence of conflicts, the far-reaching impacts of the climate crisis, and the shrinking of civic space, all of which threaten to erode the progress achieved. This stark contrast is a sobering reminder of the work that remains, but it also offers an important opportunity for member states to take stock, reflect, and chart a renewed path forward, one anchored in dialogue, cooperation, and the sharing of best practices. Ghana, true to its Pan-African values and democratic traditions, reaffirms its full commitment to the African Charter. We see this Commission not only as a guardian of rights, but as a partner in shaping a fairer, more inclusive, and prospective Africa. Your Excellencies, in keeping with the foregoing, allow me to share a few insights into Ghana's effort to promote and protect human rights. In July 2025, Ghana launched its National Action Plan, the NAP, on business and human rights, developed through extensive national consultations led by the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice, in collaboration with the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, the CHIRAC. The plan operationalizes the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights, strengthening accountability within key sectors such as mining and agriculture, and addressing critical issues including forced evictions and child labor. It adopts a cross-cutting approach that assigns clear responsibility to government, corporations, and businesses, while empowering right holders to assert and defend their rights. Ghana is proud to be among the first African countries to adopt such a comprehensive and forward-looking framework. Ghana continues to make significant strides in advancing economic, social, and cultural rights. In 2017, the government introduced the free senior secondary school, which we call a free SHS policy, which has enabled over 1.4 million students to access secondary education. This landmark initiative has contributed to reducing school dropouts rates, narrowing the inequality gap between the rich and the poor, and promoting education for the girl child. Notably, under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic, the policy is being not only sustained but also strengthened through measures to ensure sustainable funding, expand educational infrastructure, and phase out the double-track attendance system by 2027. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will agree that access to healthcare remains a vital pillar in safeguarding the human rights and well-being of any nation's people. In this regard, Ghana has introduced the free primary healthcare program, a transformative initiative aimed at removing financial barriers to essential healthcare services. This program represents a significant step towards achieving universal health coverage and aligns with Sustainable Development Goal 3, SDG 3, on ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being for all. Another noteworthy development in the health sector is the introduction of the Mahama Care, which is named after our president, and is an insurance initiative assigned to provide coverage for citizens living with chronic illnesses not included under the existing National Healthcare Insurance Scheme. Together, this initiative underscores Ghana's strong commitment to expanding healthcare accessibility, improving health outcomes, and enhancing overall well-being of its people. On gender equality, I am pleased to report that Ghana has taken a significant step towards promoting gender balance and inclusive governance through the passage of the Affirmative Action Gender Equity Act 2024. Among other key provisions, the law mandates minimum of 30% female representation in decision-making roles by 2026, with the ultimate goal of achieving full gender parity by 2034. The Act further establishes gender equality policies, which requires all public institutions to allocate budgetary resources for gender-focused programs and to implement policies that actively promote gender equity across all sectors of national development. Your Excellencies, in further demonstration of Ghana's commitment to transparency, accountability, and constructive engagement with regional human rights mechanisms, I am pleased to note that Ghana recently hosted a promotion mission of the African Commission on Human Rights, People's Rights, led by Commissioner Salah Niji, from 29 September to 2nd October. I would say that Commissioner was able to pay a visit directly to my office. Thank you. The delegation comprised 4 other commissioners and officials from the Secretariat of the Commission. During the mission, the delegation held extensive consultation with the Parliament of Ghana and key ministries departments, including mine, and agencies, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Office of the Attorney General, and Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, the Ministry of the Interior, and the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. The commissioners also engage in civil society organizations, UN agencies, and development partners operating in Ghana to facilitate a first-hand assessment of relevant facilities. The delegation visited our famous Nsawam prisons and shelter for abused children in Osu in Accra. Following these visits, the mission commended Ghana's notable progress in strengthening its human rights framework through the enactment and implementation of key legislation such as Domestic Violence Act, the Right to Information Act, and the Disability Act. The mission also recognized the country's social protection initiatives, including the free secondary senior high school policy, the National Health Insurance Scheme, and the Livelihood Empowerment Agency Poverty Program, which collectively underscores Ghana's commitment to advancing the welfare and rights of its citizens. The press statement issued by the Promotion Mission at the conclusion of its work highlighted the need for Ghana to take the necessary steps to submit all outstanding reports under Article 62 of the African Charter, as well as the submission of initial report pertaining to the Maputo Protocol by the end of 2025. I wish to assure this Commission that Ghana has received the recommendations of the Promotion Mission in good faith and is taking necessary steps to fulfill its obligation under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. In this regard, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has initiated consultation with the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, and the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice to ensure adherence to Ghana's reporting obligations and facilitate the ratification of key regional human rights instruments, including the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People Rights on the rights of persons with disability in Africa. The Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of older persons in Africa. The Protocol on the African Charter on Human and People's Rights relating to specific aspects of the rights to the nationality and eradication of stateless in Africa. The Convention for the Protection and Assistance of Internally Displaced Persons in Africa, that's Kampala Convention, and the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of citizens to social protection and social security. To further demonstrate our commitment to the process, the government of Ghana has mandated its permanent missions in Addis Ababa to sign the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, with the intention of including it among the instruments earmarked for ratification alongside the other protocols and conventions earlier mentioned. It is our fervent hope that these renewed measures of engagement will further affirm Ghana's unwavering resolve to close existing protection gaps, align our national framework and more fully with continental and international human rights standards, and deepen our cooperations with this esteemed Commission. Your Excellencies, across our continent, there are indeed reason for both hope and concern. Ongoing conflicts in the Sahel and the Horn of Africa continue to exert a heavy role, displacing millions and undermining peace stability. In 2025 alone, more than 10 million Africans have been forced from their homes, facing profound humanitarian and protection challenges. West Africa, too, has not been spared. The region continues to confront the persistent threats of terrorism, violence, extremism, and cross-border crime, which further exacerbates existing gaps in the protection and enjoyment of human rights. Gender-based violence remains pervasive on the continent. Gender-based violence manifests in different forms, including violence, sexual violence, emotional violence, child marriage, female genital mutilation, among others. The Human Rights Watch estimates that over 200,000 women and girls are killed by an intimate partner or family member annually, which average about 54 deaths daily. To effectively combat gender-based violence, we humbly call on the Commission to sensitize member states on innovative ways to address the root causes, including poverty, lack of education, and the cultural norms that perpetuate violence. Governments, civil societies, and individuals must work together to create a safer, more equitable society for African women and girls. You may agree with me that the civic space is under pressure. Peaceful protests are too often met with excessive force. In some countries, we have witnessed growing frustration among young people, reflecting a demand for fairness and accountability. Human rights advocates mandate holders and rapporteurs continue to face reprisals for standing up in defense of these protesters. We also see new frontiers of concern in areas such as digital rights, disinformation, censorship, and surveillance increasingly threaten freedom of expression, particularly among young people. These challenges remind us that human rights are evolving and our responses must evolve with them. For effects of climate change on agriculture had led to an increased number of young Africans seeking opportunities outside the continent. This has led to increasing cases of migrant abuse and attendant human rights violations. The importance of this phenomenon cannot be overemphasized. It behoves African leaders to move the discussion on climate adaptation from rhetoric to action, and to provide the necessary environment that harnesses the potential of African youth. It is in this context that Ghana calls for strengthening continental cooperation in advancing the human rights and peace agenda across Africa. We must enhance early warning systems to prevent conflicts before they escalate, support independent and well-resourced national human rights institutions. We and translate gender equality from principle to practice. We further urge integration of human rights considerations into climate and migration policies, while ensuring that civil society remains an active and equal partner in our collective efforts. In the face of these complex challenges, it is imperative that African nations reinforce their shared commitment to peace, security, and human rights and dignity. We must continue to pursue inclusive dialogue, preventative diplomacy, and regional cooperation as vital instruments for addressing the root causes of instability. Ghana remains steadfast in this endeavor, working through the African Union, the Economic Community of West African States, the ECOWAS, and the United Nations system to advance peace-building, constitutional governance, and the protection of vulnerable populations affected by the conflict. Your Excellencies, and finally, in the spirit of continental solidarity and cooperation, let us renew our collective commitment to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Ghana stands ready to work with all member states, the Commission, and our development partners to advance this shared vision. Together, we can build an Africa where every person lives in dignity, equality, and hope. An Africa that truly reflects the ideals and aspirations of our Charter. I thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Minister. The Commission receives with gratitude the words of condolences and sympathy that you extended to us. Once again, we'd like to reiterate our gratitude to the government of the Republic of Ghana for the facilitation on the occasion of the death of our colleague and friend Angelo Mayon while I was on mission in Ghana. I also like to thank you for the congratulations expressed to us, and we have taken due note of your statement. Thank you. And I'd like to give the floor now to Honorable Commissioner Solomon Teso for his intersession report. Honorable Commissioner, you have the floor for 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues, distinguished delegates of member states, NHRIs, civil society organizations, colleagues in the Commission. I present my intersession activity report covering the reporting period in my various capacities in accordance with Rules 25.3 and 64 of the Rules of Procedure of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. It has various parts. The first part covers activities that were undertaken in my capacity as a member of the Commission. In pursuit of the Commission's protection mandate, particularly within the framework of the principle of complementarity of the African Court on Human and People's Rights mandate to the protection mandate of the Commission, on 4 June 2025, I led the delegation of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to Arusha, Tanzania, as the Commissioner Rapporteur for application number 006-2012. The purpose of the mission was representing the African Commission as applicant of the case in the first ever compliance hearing that is convened by the African Court on application number 006-2012. And in the course of this, various activities have been undertaken, including the convening of a preparatory meeting on the 3rd of June with the legal team involving the lead counsel and the supporting counsel, as well as the legal team of the original applicant. This meeting helped to streamline and agree on the approach to organization and contents of the submission to be made on behalf of the African Commission as applicant. The following day, the day that the compliance hearing was held, I led the presentation of the Commission submission as the applicant in the case. Apart from affirming the uniqueness of the African Commission's appearance before the court, both as the principal organ invested with the original mandate for the protection of human and people's rights, and particularly within the framework of the court's rules in complementing the Commission's protective mandate, I led the Commission's presentation both in outlining the core arguments contained in the written submission and elucidated further by the lead counsel and the supporting counsel, and in responding to the questions posed by the justices of the court. Finally, I made the concluding remarks on the issues raised and providing summary of what can be discerned from the submissions made for granting the prayers of the African Commission as applicant. During the reporting period, in my capacity as a member of the Commission, I also participated in the 84th organization of the African Commission, whose details are to be found in the final communique of the 84th organization. It's also worth noting that in the course of this period, I participated in the Commission's fact-finding mission on Sudan, work relating to the finalization of the draft report. In terms of promotion activities, on 5th July 2025, upon the invitation of the Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria, I served as a judge of the team of judges that presided over the final round of the 2025 edition of the 34th All-Africa Christoph Heyns Moot Court competition that was held at the University of Cape Town in Cape Town, South Africa. I also participated in the Commission's Conference on Advocacy for the continental ratification and implementation of treaties under the supervisory mandate of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, held in September 2025 in Accra, Ghana, and the details of which are to be found in paragraph 8. I also joined the delegation of the African Commission that undertook the promotion mission to which the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs made reference earlier, and the details of that are to be found in paragraph 8 of this report and the preliminary statement that the press statement that the Commission adopted. Activities undertaken as chairperson of the working group on extractive industries, environment and human rights. During the intersession period, I participated in the experts' consultation on human rights and environment that the UN Environment Programme convened on the margins of the 40th African Ministerial Conference on Environment, AMCEN, on 12 to 13 July 2025. Participating in my capacity as the chair of the working group, I made 2 presentations during the expert consultations. The first of this relates to environmental rights initiatives in Africa. This session provided opportunity for highlighting the pioneer role of the African Charter in recognizing the right to environment decades ahead of the recognition of these rights at the international level, and the work undertaken by the African Commission, both through the working group by way of soft law instruments and advocacy, and the Commission's jurisprudence, such as in Serac versus Nigeria and in the Indoro's case. Finally, I also made presentation on regional approach to environmental rights in Africa and the opportunities for advancing environmental rights in Africa through the African Commission's proposed general comment on Article 24 of the African Charter, through the resolution that this Commission adopted for the development of the general comment by the working group. On 14 July, in pursuit of the task entrusted to the working group for developing this general comment, I convened a consultation with experts working on the right to environment and environmental rights defenders at UNEP office in Nairobi, Kenya on 14 July 2025. The consultation sought to share with the participants the background to and objectives of the proposed general comment on the right to environment. In so doing, it helped in availing necessary information and analysis for having common understanding on the task assigned to the working group. And importantly, it served to solicit reflections of the participants on the questions relating to the process for the development of the general comment and on the issues expected to be canvassed in the content of the general comment. As a follow-up to and in pursuit of the development of the thematic section of my intersession report, for which we invited inputs through a public call, we collaborated in my capacity as chair of the working group with Environmental Rights Africa ERA in convening a public consultation on 19 September 2025. The consultation brought together environmental rights activists, civil society organizations, indigenous group representatives, journalists, and international participants, with a total of 222 participants registered and over 100 actively contributing during the 2-hour session. And the consultation provided unique opportunity for canvassing the various issues impacting on the right to environment from participants across the continent and highlighting how grave the situation of the right to environment is on our continent, and the details of which are, of course, covered in the thematic focus of this report. It's worth noting that during the intersession period, I also undertook activities in my capacity as chairperson of the Resolutions Committee, and the details of which are to be found in paragraph 13 and 14 of this report. I spare you reading the details therein. Activities undertaken during the intersession period in respect of countries of responsibility. I am the country rapporteur for Kenya, South Africa, Seychelles, South Sudan, and in that capacity, I have undertaken various protection and promotion and monitoring activities. With respect to Kenya, during the intersession period, various human rights developments have been observed. Following reports of arbitrary arrest on 30 May 2025 of Ms. Rose Jerry, a Kenyan software developer and digital activist, for the launch of an online civic platform she had developed to facilitate public feedback on the Finance Bill 2025. Myself, together with the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information, sent a joint letter of urgent appeal to President William Ruto on 4 June 2025. Apart from expressing concern about the confiscation of belongings, particularly electronic devices, without court warrant, and risks of infringement of other rights of Ms. Njeri, including the right to personal liberty and the right to due process of the law, the joint urgent letter of appeal noted that the arrest of Ms. Njeri for an act that amounts to a commendable act, civic duty, that enriches democratic processes in Kenya, carries a chilling effect on the civic space and democratic participation in Kenya. The African Commission received, with appreciation, a response from the Office of President Ruto dated 13 October 2025, informing the Commission that the court where Ms. Njeri was charged dismissed the charges against her for lack of meeting the requisite legal threshold to constitute the alleged breaches. The Commission welcomes with utmost appreciation the response from the Office of the President and strongly commends the Kenyan judiciary for not allowing the use of unfounded prosecution for unjustifiably restricting civic rights guaranteed in the 2010 Constitution of Kenya and indeed under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. In terms of human rights developments involving law enforcement and security institutions, the African Commission notes with appreciation the steps taken for expanding the presence of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority to 21 counties, as reported by the intervention from the representative of Kenya during this session. I wish to observe that this expanded demographic presence of the Independent Police Oversight Authority requires to be accompanied by enhancing the effective functioning of the IPO, in holding the police to account. This is instructive in the light of concerning trends involving excessive use of force by law enforcement and security entities, encapsulated by the report we received that by 2025, at least 246 people had been killed by police, over 601 injured, 1,765 arbitrarily arrested, and 82 forcibly disappeared during the so-called Gen Z-led protests. The treatment of persons in police custody is another area of concern, particularly in terms of the phenomena of police brutality. In this context, I issued a statement on 12 June 2025 deploring the death in police custody of Mr. Albert Omondi Ojwang. In the statement, the Commission found troubling and distressful the reports on the finding of the post-mortem conducted on the body of the victim, that he was hit on the head. His death was likely to have been caused by assault, indicating the culpability of those responsible for his treatment while in detention. I invite the government of Kenya to provide us update on the steps taken for holding perpetrators of such violence accountable and in reviewing standards of conduct with respect to the treatment of detained persons in the custody of state agencies. In addition to the foregoing, along with the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders, Focal Point on Reprisals, and on Judicial Independence in Africa, Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa, Special Rapporteur on Prisons, Conditions of Detention, and Police Action in Africa, Chairperson of the Working Group on Death Penalty, Extrajudicial Summary, or Arbitrary Killings, and Enforced Disappearance in Africa, and the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information in Africa, I issued a joint statement on 21 June deploring the use of live ammunition by police on unarmed, peaceful protesters in Kenya, condemning the police shooting on the head from a close distance of Mr. Boniface Kaiuki during the Gen Z-led protest on 17 June 2025. The statement echoed the statement of the Kenya judiciary expressing concern over, I quote, the rising incidents of police brutality and the growing trend of peaceful protests being infiltrated by goons, end quote. As we continue to urge systematic and decisive resolution of the long-standing issue of police brutality, we welcome the expression of commitment by the government of Kenya for making amends for victims of violence with the establishment of the panel of experts on compensation of victims of demonstrations and public protests covering the period between 2017 and 2025. I also note that during the intersession period, Parliament passed the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Amendment Bill 2024, and the President assented to it on 15 October 2025. While welcoming what this act sought to achieve in terms of provision of clearer definitions on misinformation and cyber harassment, the African Commission expresses concern on the inconsistency of aspects of the Act, most notably provisions permitting the blockage of websites and other communication platforms without court authorization, which may not cohere with Article 9 of the African Commission on freedom of expression and access to information. On Nigeria, a review of the human rights situation during the intersession period highlights a concerning trend characterized by protracted insecurity, violations that at times involve mass atrocities committed by both state and non-state actors, and significant threats to fundamental freedoms. The situation is complicated by overlapping humanitarian emergencies and systemic failures in accountability. Women and children were reportedly abducted during a bandit attack in Zamfara state. Alarming incidents include the perpetration of mass killings and continuation of displacement, particularly in the north-central region, specifically in the Benue state. The National Human Rights Commission reported that mass killings in Benue state in June 2025 alone claimed at least 218 lives, displaced nearly 4,800 people. Additionally, the African Commission also noted that some of the key trends that were recurred during this period include infringement of freedom from discrimination, human dignity, socioeconomic rights, and reports of denial of access to justice. I also note with concern the arrest of journalists for violations of the cybercrimes law, often without resultant charges for reporting on corruption, which endangers the right to be free from arbitrary deprivation of liberty and the right to due process. With respect to Seychelles, the human rights situation in Seychelles was characterized by both positive and negative developments. A constitutional amendment was introduced in June 2025 to allow citizens who turn 18 on an election day to vote, demonstrating an effort to broaden franchise rights. This was in preparation for the general election, which was conducted on 27 September 2025, and a subsequent round of election, which led to peaceful transfer of power from the incumbent to the winner of the election from the opposition. Seychelles has also made significant strides in recognizing the rights of persons with disabilities through the disability inclusion in the media for crisis preparedness, promoting inclusive communication and better representation of persons with disabilities. On the downside, the Commission has noted reports highlighting that Seychelles is still grappling with lengthy pretrial detention, reflecting challenge within the judicial and criminal justice system. While the judiciary seeks to reinforce judicial independence, the issue of slow justice persists. In this respect, an issue deserving attention is also the implementation of the recommendations of the Truth, Reconciliation and National Unity Commission for addressing historical human rights abuses, including torture and disappearances through reparations. With respect to South Africa, during the period under review, the country rapporteur noted that while the number of reported xenophobic violence incidents varied, there was sustained concern over harmful anti-immigrant rhetoric, including the actions involving Operation Dudula that particularly targets vulnerable nationals from other African countries in particular. I share the statement of the representative of South Africa that such actions not only contravene our fundamental human rights of equality and non-discrimination, as provided in the South African Constitution, but also Article 2 of this Charter, but also undermine the Pan-African solidarity that defines the continent. However, the government bears responsibility not only to respect the rights guaranteed in the African Charter for all people under its jurisdiction, including the nationals, but also to protect such rights from attacks by third parties. This underscores the need for South Africa to adopt all the necessary measures, including legislative, institutional, budgetary, and social measures for the protection of the national from xenophobic rhetoric and related acts, including those being experienced in the context of Operation Dudula. The other area that the Commission follows during the reporting period concerns the crisis of gender-based violence and femicide, with high rates of sexual offences and murder of women that continues to be reported in South Africa. In July 2025, the KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Nkwanzi, held a press conference in which he made serious allegations that criminal syndicates and drug cartels had infiltrated the police and the judiciary. While these allegations need to be legally established, their seriousness and the fact that they are made by a senior member of one of the criminal justice institutions of South Africa mean that they deserve serious consideration and are of direct and serious concern in terms of the impact of the issues raised for human rights, justice, and accountability in South Africa. As such, we welcome the steps taken by the government of South Africa, particularly the establishment of the Commission of Inquiry into allegations of criminality, political interference, and corruption in the criminal justice system, and we look forward accountability and effective implementation of the recommendations of this Commission. On South Sudan, during the reporting period, we welcome progress registered towards the operationalization of the Commission for Truth, Reconciliation and Hearing, with the submission from various sectors of society of nominees for the selection panel responsible for South Sudanese members of the CTRH. However, the human and people's rights situation in South Sudan continues to show alarming deteriorations affecting civil and political, socio-economic, collective rights of South Sudanese. Persisting insecurity and incidents of fighting continue to claim the lives of people and forcibly displaced others. These conditions of insecurity and fighting continue to infringe the various rights in South Sudan. And the economic conditions continue to deteriorate, affecting the socio-economic well-being of South Sudanese as well. During this period, I met with the UN Commission on Human Rights in South Sudan during the visit of the Commission to Addis Ababa for sharing findings of the latest report of the Commission titled Plundering a Nation, How Rampant Corruption Unleashed a Human Rights Crisis in South Sudan. This report paints a deeply concerning picture of how the pervasive, large-scale corruption, sustained other deliberate strategy constitutes and facilitates serious human rights violations in South Sudan. As stated in the advisory note that I received from the UN Commission on 14 October, the situation of South Sudan in 2025 is characterized, I quote, by aerial bombardments, indiscriminate targeting of civilian populations and infrastructure, arbitrary arrests, detention, politically motivated trials of key opposition leaders, unquote. Most of all, this note warned that, I quote, South Sudan is at a tipping point. It is deeply alarming that the body monitoring the 2018 revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in South Sudan reported during this period that the country faces a serious and growing risk of the unraveling of the 2018 peace agreement and relapsing back to full-blown war. As it is the fighting and violations of the terms of the 2018 peace agreement are causing untold suffering. It is therefore our call for all to take the necessary urgent actions to reverse this situation and prevent South Sudan from plunging to full-scale conflict. Activities undertaken are the focal point on human rights in conflict situations. This particularly relates to activity I undertook in relation to the development of draft treaty on crimes against humanity, a convening that was held at the Nelson Mandela Foundation in June 2025, and follow-up actions since then. And the details are to be found in paragraphs 35 and 36. Activities undertaken as a focal point for the study on AI, new emerging technologies, and human and people's rights. During this period, the submission that I filed to the Secretary General of the United Nations on artificial intelligence in the military domain and its implications for international peace and security was published as part of the UN Secretary General's report in August 2025. This has profiled not only the ongoing work of the African Commission through the focal point, but also to project Africa's voice and perspectives in the ongoing debate for the development of the norms and regulatory arrangements for the global governance of AI and related new and emerging technologies for defending the interests and rights of the peoples of the continent. And further details are to be found in paragraphs 37 and 38. Now, I will quickly move to the thematic report on the right to environment and give a summary of the focus. This thematic report, as I mentioned earlier on, based on our own research, but also inputs that we have received from over 100 participants of the consultation held on 19 September 2022, paints a picture that Africa is actually grappling with grave environmental crises of various scale and dimensions. The crises involve, among others, disproportionate and severe impacts from climate change. We heard from the distinguished representative of Ghana in the statement earlier. Desertification and loss of biodiversity. As the contribution received from Environmental Rights Africa pointed out, communities across Africa continue to bear the brunt of the triple planetary environmental crisis of climate change, land, nature, biodiversity loss, pollution, and waste. Furthermore, there is widespread pollution and despoilation stemming from development activities, particularly those linked to transnational companies and extractive industries. Studies have shown that the operations of large companies, particularly in the extractive sector, have adversely affected and carry huge potential for environmental impact. The African Commission has already established this through its various work. From this consultation, the consultation that we held, the largest percentage of participants, constituting 32%, highlighted environmental degradation as the major challenge to the right to environment in Africa. This is consistent with the grave environmental challenges affecting people across the continent. The second largest percentage of participants, involving 29%, also focused their intervention on challenge relating to loss or lack of land rights. And the data from that consultation is to be found in paragraph 41 of this thematic report as well. Now, in terms of manifestations of the grave environmental crisis in Africa, the first of which is pollution. Pollution of land, air, and water sources through industrial and extractive activities of various scales. I wouldn't be able to go through each and everything, Chair. Suffice it to say that the impact of pollution, such as pollution of, for example, the air, is characterized by the UN as being the silent killer on the African continent. And this, I think, is something that we need to feel deeply concerned about. In the course of this meeting, we had the opportunity to receive the state report of Tunisia, and we have received reports of protests happening in a part of Tunisia as a result of heavy pollution and people demanding for breathing clean air. And it's reported that the president of Tunisia actually called it environmental assassination. And that is the kind of gravity that we witness, and we do hope that we take this with the seriousness that it deserves. Desertification and soil and land erosion is another manifestation. Climate change and environment in Africa, yeah, I have made reference to it earlier on. Now, this desertification, soil and land erosion, the World Bank pointed out that over 45% of the world's degraded land is located in Africa. The continent is therefore disproportionately affected by this challenge. The UN reported that approximately 65% of Africa's productive lands are degraded and 45% are already desertified. Oil spills and gas flares. This is a phenomenon that particularly affected the Niger Delta of Nigeria, but also has been witnessed in South Sudan as well. The details on this are also to be found in paragraphs 49 and 50. Biodiversity loss is another major environmental crisis that we are facing, hugely affecting the right to environment, including in terms of, for example, food security and other related rights on the African continent. The details are to be found in paragraph 51 to 52. On the conditions enabling the grave environmental crisis in Africa, there are two that our consultations brought out, among others. The first is poor regulatory standards and enforcement of environmental standards. And this implicates actually the role and responsibility of the state for protecting the right to environment. And some of the issues are highlighted in paragraph 54. The other contributing factor or enabling factor is harassment of affected communities and threats to environmental defenders. And the details are to be found in paragraph 55. And the kind of threats that environmental rights and land rights defenders face is also covered therein. Human and people's rights implications of the grave environmental crisis. Chair, these and related manifestations of the environmental crisis not only cause enormous damage to land, air, water, fauna and flora, but also gravely endangers the physical security, life, health, and livelihood of individuals and communities, as well as at times the very existence of some communities. As such, the grave environmental crisis facing the continent threatens not only the right to environment under Article 24 of the African Charter, but also civil and political rights, such as the right to life, personal security and dignity, and economic, social, and cultural rights, the right to health, property, food, and water, among others, as well as the collective rights of peoples, such as the right to existence and the right to development. In addition, the collective rights of communities to freely dispose of their wealth are also infringed upon. Regrettably, vulnerable groups such as women and children tend to bear the brunt of these challenges, as these challenges are not gender neutral. The pollution of air, land, water highlight the grave human and people's rights consequences of the environmental crisis. Beyond and above the damage it causes to the ecosystem, UNEP characterized air pollution as Africa's invisible and silent killer, noting that about 600,000 deaths every year across the continent being associated with air pollution, with the source of pollution including not just industrial and mining pollution, but also dependence of households on firewood and other biomass as source of energy. According to UNICEF research, outdoor air pollution deaths increased by 60% across Africa between 1990 and 2017. And these manifestations are to be found from the various cases that we have documented here in this report, from across the different regions of the continent: North Africa, Central Africa, West Africa, East Africa, and Southern Africa. Chair, I conclude with some points. I will not speak to every part of the conclusion and the recommendations. I'll simply highlight some points. The various activities undertaken in relation to the Working Group on Extractive Industries and the review of the periodic report of states parties during this session highlight the need for increased engagement in the popularization of the state reporting guidelines and principles on Article 21 and 24 of the Charter, not only in the development of periodic reports, but also in shaping legal and regulatory institutional frameworks on natural resource governance in Africa. On environmental justice, as the thematic report of this intersession report highlights, there is a pressing need for according priority for the serious human and people's rights consequences of the grave environmental crisis in Africa, not least of all to the right to environment under Article 24 of the Charter. Apart from according special attention to the situation on a continuous basis, we urge member states to adopt and enforce legal and institutional frameworks that hold corporations accountable for environmental harm and human rights violations, particularly in the extractive industries. And we also, of course, urge member states to take all the necessary measures in order to afford citizens who are affected by these phenomena all the necessary support, including through the provision of health assistance and compensation for livelihoods and other infringements that they have suffered. We recommend immediate remedial and preventive measures in cases of environmental disaster, such as in Kabwe, Zambia, including suspension of hazardous activities, independent environmental assessments, institutional reform, and medical redress for affected populations. Institute in Ghana urgent measures for addressing the grave environmental disaster and the attendant grave human rights infringements arising from the phenomena known in local parlance as galamsey. We encourage the integration of soft law instruments, particularly the state reporting guidelines and principles on Article 21 and 24 of the Charter, into national regulatory systems to strengthen the protection of vulnerable communities from climate and corporate-induced harm. Finally, we also call on the collaboration of all stakeholders in the process of the development of the general comment on Article 24 of the African Charter as a key avenue for advancing effective response to the grave environmental crisis facing Africa with dire consequences for a wide range of human and people's rights in the Charter. Thank you for your kind attention. I give the floor back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, and I congratulate you for the report, and Commissioner Abomo, who was before with this exercise. Now, I will open up the interactive sector. From the list communicated to me, I cannot see any requests on the floor for the part of the state. But if not, we can give you the floor. I can see Ethiopia. You have the floor.
Honorable Commissioners, distinguished delegates of Member States, all protocol observed. I thank you for giving me the floor, and we take note of the report of the Chairperson of the Working Group on the Right to Environment. Climate change impacts threaten the full and effective enjoyment of other human rights. It leads to increasing pressure on food production and access, particularly in vulnerable regions, thereby undermining food security and nutrition. Ethiopia faces significant challenges related to climate change and its impact on human rights. Drought and floods occur with increasing frequency and variability, damaging infrastructures, reducing food security, affecting economic growth, and making our communities more vulnerable. To tackle this challenge, Ethiopia has put into practice a number of policies and strategies aimed at achieving a low-carbon, green, and climate-resilient economy. It has also implemented strategies to mitigate climate change, including investing in green energy, climate-smart agriculture, sustainable land management, biodiversity conservation, soil and water conservation, and afforestation. Honorable Chairperson, With the astonishing accomplishment of planting 40 billion seedling in 8 years, the government of Ethiopia has been actively engaging in mass tree planting through its Green Legacy initiative. More than 20 million people took part in this national initiative. Accordingly, Ethiopia forest coverage has increased from 70.2% to 23.1%. In conclusion, we believe that addressing the challenge of climate change is one of the most critical necessities for addressing the challenges of poverty and advancing sustainable development. In this context, climate change adaptation and mitigation policies should be complemented by measures that safeguard the rights of vulnerable populations. I thank you.
I thank you. I will now give the floor to Kenya.
Vice Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, delegates, human rights institutions, civil society organizations, ladies and gentlemen. Kenya renews her commitment to support the Commission as we endeavor to uphold and implement the recommendations arising out of the Commission's special mechanisms. Acknowledging the work of the special rapporteurs during the intersessional period, we note that Kenya has made significant progress in addressing most of the concerns, particularly in promoting accountability in human rights. At the same time, the government notes the observation of the chairperson of the Committee for the Prevention of Torture in Africa and civil society organizations. In exercise of our right to reply, the Republic of Kenya takes exception to the statements made by non-state actors, including Kenya Human Rights Commission, the Independent Medical Legal Unit, and Human Rights Watch on handling of public protests, arbitrary arrest, and intimidation of demonstrators. In accordance with the rights under Chapter 6 of the Charter and Articles 24 and 36 of the Constitution of Kenya, Kenya continues to respect the rights to peaceful association and assembly, even as the right under Article 33 on freedom of expression is respected with the expansion of civic space. Chairperson, in the past 2 years, however, some demonstrations have escalated, stretching normative standards of peaceful assembly, including acts of arson, destruction of public infrastructure, and direct attack on law enforcement personnel. These acts have posed a serious threat to public safety, disrupted essential services, necessitating lawful measures to safeguard life and property and functioning of state institutions. In response to these concerns on excessive use of force, Policy Directive Number 1 of 2025 was issued to the Inspector General of Kenya Police Service to ensure consistent, transparent, and constitutionally compliant use of force by law enforcement officers. This directive provides clear guidance on when and how force and firearms may be employed, reinforcing accountability and proportionality. Chairperson, the Government of Kenya affirms its commitment to upholding the rule of law and respecting the rights of citizens exercising the right to peaceful assembly and protest. Any alleged violation or excesses are investigated by independent agencies, with resultant prosecution ongoing against law enforcement personnel suspected to be involved or culpable for adjudication by Kenya's impartial and independent judiciary. The statement by civil society organization, the Kenya Human Rights Commission, that there is systematic capture, erosion of parliament, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, judiciary, constitutional bodies ignored, extension of term limits, 246 people killed, 600 injured, and 31 people died in July, and normalized extrajudicial killings is simplistic, detached from reality, and mere sensational, not supported by verified data. Contrary to the statements made by these civil society organizations, institutions play a central role in this framework. The Independent Policing Oversight Authority is handling complaints, conducting investigations, monitoring police operations. 514 operations have been monitored so far, and inspecting police premises. 3,854 police premises have been inspected. On handling complaints, 12,732 were successfully resolved by IPOA. Of these, 773 files were recommended to the Director of Public Prosecutions for action, resulting in 33 convictions during this period. Complementing this oversight, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights monitors places of detention to ensure the protection of human rights. Its mandate includes investigating violations, assessing detention conditions, and advocating for legal reforms to strengthen compliance with human rights standards. The independence of IPOA was reaffirmed in the constitutional and human rights petition in Kituo cha Sheria and others versus the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior and others. The court emphasized that in cases involving death or serious injury in police custody, IPOA bears the exclusive investigative mandate, while the police are limited to preserving evidence and notifying the authority. The National Police Service continued implementing its training and development policy, which was updated in August of 2024, that emphasizes human rights, crowd control, and legal standards. Chairperson, in July 2025, the Office of the Attorney General and State Department for Justice, Human Rights, and Constitutional Affairs launched a public awareness campaign on the rights of arrested persons and individuals in detention to enhance public understanding of due process. Furthermore, in September 2025, the National Council on the Administration of Justice established a multi-agency working group to develop guidelines on the handling of evictions, protests, and crowd management, ensuring that security operations respect human rights standards and proportionality in the use of force. This delegation notes the report of the Commission's Special Rapporteur on human rights situation in Kenya, and particularly remains committed to the progress made in responding to communications from the Commission and in addressing recommendations of the Commission. With regards to the unfortunate circumstances surrounding the injury and subsequent death of Boniface Mwangi and Alberto Juang, this delegation notes that prompt investigation and prosecutions were instituted and the cases presented for adjudication by the impartial judicial system. These cases are ongoing. Further, legislative and policy measures, including the Public Participation Bill, now before the National Assembly, to enhance involvement of the citizenry in decision-making, Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Amendment Act, and the establishment of the panel of experts on compensation of victims of public protest in the period 2017-2025, are a demonstration of the Government of Kenya's commitment, of the Government of Kenya's commitment to the protection of human rights and respect for the dignity, justice for all. In conclusion, Chairperson, the Government of Kenya, through this delegation, affirms its commitment to the work of the Commission and to respect the rights of peaceful public assembly and protest within the bounds of the Constitution, regional and international human rights instruments. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Delegate of the Republic of Kenya, the Commission has taken due note of your statement, and we have now 12 minutes to go before we break, and there are 4 requests for the floor. I would like to call on Partners for Transparency, the Tunisian League for Human Rights, and Zimbabwe Lawyers Association. Each has 3 minutes. Yeah. Partners for Transparency, you have the floor for 3 minutes. They are not here. I call on the Tunisian League, Human Rights League. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The commissioners, I would like to thank you for giving me the floor. I think I'm taking the floor on behalf of the Tunisian Human Rights League in order to draw the Commission's attention to the alarming situation of in Agabes in the southwest of Tunisia. This region is today a symbol of ecological, environmental collapse and human collapse. About 50 years, the people live on the smoke, and as a result of the treatment or the processing of phosphate, and this started since 1972, and 10 to 15,000 tons of phosphate, which is highly toxic with heavy metal and radioactive, and it's thrown into the Mediterranean Sea. The consequences are dramatic and shows about marine lives have disappeared, and the oasis of Gebel Sea, which is a unique and maritime oasis, is threatened with extinction. As for over 300 inhabitants, among them children, have been recently hospitalized for some diseases, and there is an explosion. There is also you have cancer and many other diseases. However, the Tunisian authorities have not taken any preventive measures and has not provided information regarding air quality on the situation. And in 2017, the government adopted a decree ordering the dismantling of the complex. About this promise or pledge is gathering dust. And in March 2018, the government removed phosphate from the dangerous substance in line with the non-respect of environmental requirements and the African Charter that guarantees healthy environment. Mr. Honorable Commissioners, because of the inaction of the government, the inhabitants of Gabes took to the streets to ask for their rights, but that demonstration was violently repressed, and one of the demonstrators lost his eye. And so these environmental claims and the reaction of government shows how human rights are not respected in Tunisia. So the Human Rights League of Tunisia requests the Commission to send an urgent appeal to the government and Tunisia, and send a fact-finding mission to Tunisia, and also visit Gabes, and also request the African Court to rule on the responsibility of the Tunisian government with regard to a healthy environment for those people. Thank you. I now invite Asuji, the NGO Asuji, for 3 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, State Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights presents the statement on the state of extractive industries in Zimbabwe. Setelo acknowledges the government of Zimbabwe's efforts to fulfill its reporting obligations under various United Nations treaties. In September 2025, Zimbabwe participated in a constructive dialogue with the United Nations Human Rights Committee that was assessing the country's compliance with the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. The United Nations Human Rights Committee raised concerns that some large development projects and activities of some business entities, including the extractive sector, adversely affect local communities' enjoyment of economic, social, and cultural rights, notably through displacement, forced evictions, environmental pollution, and the exploitation of workers through unsafe conditions, below minimum wage, and the absence of formal contracts. The concerns noted by the committee are similar to those Setelo has raised with the Commission, calling on the government to address rights violations in the extractive industry. Setelo welcomes the intervention by the Chinese embassy in Zimbabwe, which directed Chinese mining companies to comply with the Zimbabwean laws and protect the rights of communities when carrying out mining activities. The intervention followed public outcry over the shooting of a mine worker by a Chinese mining company in Mutoko, Zimbabwe. Furthermore, Satecha acknowledges the role of the judiciary in enforcing environmental protection laws by holding a cement mining company to be in contempt of court after it failed to stop illegal mining activities. Therefore, Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights urges the African Commission to call upon the government of Zimbabwe to implement all recommendations made by the United Nations Human Rights Committee, particularly on the need to establish a clear regulatory framework in line with the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights, to ensure that extractive mining companies exercise human rights due diligence, thereby guaranteeing that their activities do not adversely affect the rights of communities. The need for the government to adopt a national action plan for business and human rights in consultation with civil society in line with the guidance on national action plans on business and human rights from the working group on the issues of human rights, transnational corporations and other business enterprises. Conduct a review of the regulatory framework and licensing process to ensure that comprehensive, transparent, independent and systematic environmental and human rights impact assessments are carried out in the context of extractive projects and business activities, and that the broad and participatory consultations are held with affected communities. Ensure that business entities are held accountable for violations of economic, social and cultural rights, paying particular attention to labor rights, land-related rights, environmental impacts, and expropriation in the context of mining, logging, and development projects. And finally, ensure that all investments, including those linked to natural resource exploitation, comply with covenant obligations, bearing in mind that economic development cannot be pursued at the expense of human rights on the environment. In conclusion, we encourage the government to take measures to domesticate the Ruggie principles and ensure that businesses have a duty to respect human rights. Thank you.
The Commission takes good note of your recommendations. We thank you for that. I now give the floor to the Associate NGO. 3 minutes for your statement.
Honorable Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, honorable commissioners of this honorable commission, distinguished representatives of the civil society, all protocols duly observed. Honorable Chair, the situation of human rights regarding the exploitation of natural resources in Angola continues actually be a major concern to our citizens, especially in the provinces of Huambo, Bié, Cabinda, Huila, where the action of state has revealed a systematic pattern of violations and manifest contradiction with the principles safeguarded in the African Charter, namely Articles 4, 5, 6, and 14th and onwards. In the province of Cabinda, municipality of London, children exchange classrooms for extraction services, violating Articles 14 and 15 on the well-being of children, which Angola is a state party. Still in Cabinda, due to lack of adequate health facilities, youth working in the Cabinda platform affected by the fires were transferred to South Africa in the sequence of a fire of one of which caused dozens of deaths. The oil exploiting companies continue to offer risky works in exchange of $200 as a salary. The illegal exploitation of gold in the Huila province constitute a grave violation of human rights. It's common the death of children and adults in illegal exploitation. The Angolan state has not created conditions for the effect. In Dondo, in the Huila province, a citizen lost his life and 4 were injured as a consequence of the illegal exploitation. In the Angolan state has not created the Commission of Inquiry to investigate these exploiting companies, which leads us to understand that they are protected by high members of government. This ignoring completely the rights of indigenous people and violates the principles of justice, equity, and previous consent established by the Commission, in particular in the context of the guidelines on the freedom of association and other rights. Currently, we would like to exhort this Honorable Commission to investigate and exhort the Angolan state to respect the rights. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Would like to thank you and takes good note of your recommendations. Now it is time for break. I then kindly request you for a tea break for 30 minutes. So we'll come back at 11:45. Commissioner, I'm giving you the floor just for 1 minute so that we can conclude. We don't have time.
First, I would like to say that I dedicate this report to the memory of Angelo William J. Mayotte with appreciation. Thank you. We will continue to celebrate the life and memory of Angelo. Second, Chair, I just wish to thank the delegation of Ethiopia for the intervention and for the feedback provided. The delegation of Kenya, we received with appreciation the feedback that you have provided, the statistics on the work of IPO and other areas, including the initiative for reform around the use of force. That is very much welcome. And we look forward for continued engagement and collaboration with you in this respect. So thank you, and I look forward to our continued dialogue and engagement. And to the Tunisia League for Human Rights, lawyers, Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights, and the NGO from Angola, we thank you all for your input, and we have taken note, and we will follow up on all. Thank you very much once again. Thank you, Chair.
Beaucoup. Merci, Commissaire. Je vous réitère mes félicitations.
Reiterate my commendation to you and take note of what you have achieved with regard to the presentation of your report. We will come back at 11:55 to listen to the answers of the Republic of Tunisia. So 11:45. Thank you.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Hello, my name is Albab Tasfay. I'm representing the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission and participating at the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The National Human Rights Institution of Ethiopia today delivered a general human rights situation statement on Ethiopia during the intercession period. We also delivered a statement on the situation of women to the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. It's important for national human rights institutions to take part in the proceedings of continental human rights bodies such as the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Salimata Toure. I am the ambassador and permanent representative to the African Union for the Gambia. As PR, this would be my first participation in the sessions of the African Commission, and I've just started today and delivered a statement on migration management, externalization of migration management. And for me, the sessions are going on very well. Issues are being discussed that are of pertinence to the Gambia, but also to the African continent in terms of migration management and how we should help to defend our young people against all the negative effects of migration, but also on the way they are treated when going through third countries. As a member state, we would like to see our refugees and also our migrants properly treated, their rights respected, and hopefully from the takeaway from this, provide the opportunity for member states to make sure that migrant rights are reflected and defended, and ensure that they get a good treatment and a good future. For me, this is the first session, so I'll stop here for now and hopefully continue the sessions and learn and listen into other member states' participation and their stories, whether success stories or challenges that they may face. We will address them together as a continent, but also as a region. Thank you very much.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Thank you so much. My name is Bentabel Amboya. I'm from Kenya, from the Kenya Network of Women and Girls with a Disability. I'm here courtesy of ICJ, International Commission of Jurists. I'm so happy to be in the 85th session. What I would actually wish to say is that in the near future, I would wish to see that the rights of persons with disabilities are actually protected, especially for the women, the rural women with the disabilities. When they go to look for justice, actually their rights should actually be protected, and they should be empowered so that they also get to understand their rights. Thank you so much.
I'm called Brenda Kugonza, and I'm representing the Consortium for East African Women Human Rights Defenders Protection Network of Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. Yeah, so I'm glad that we have been part of this session, the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I think for me in particular, this session has been very impactful because we have been able to have public conversations around issues that are affecting the continent, namely climate change and environmental issues, but also issues of marginalization and human rights. Then we have also looked at the whole issue around the increasing human rights movements and anti-gender movements, especially on the continent. So I think having had a platform to discuss these emerging concerns is a step ahead in terms of finding solutions to address human rights violations on the continent. But I also think there have been opportunities where we are seeing focused collaboration between the state actors and the non-state actors, like civil society organizations, trying to collaborate and forge working relationships with the state actors. I am seeing the commission, the honorable commissioners, attending side events by different CSOs. And for me, that is strong because then they are getting closer to the voices from the grassroots and informing their strategies of how to address the problems that continue to affect us on the African continent.
My name is Colette Letlujane. I'm with the Human Rights Institute of South Africa, and I participate in sessions of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. My organization strengthens the African systems of human rights. During this 85th session of the African Commission, my organization has been more inspired by the fact that the theme of the 2025 of the AU focuses on justice and for Africans and people of African descent through reparation. So this topic is very central to my heart because the continent has gone through terrible and era of apartheid, of colonization, of crimes against humanity, and of enslavement of our people in the continent. The reparation subject has not been a formalized topic, and we are looking forward to a mechanism that can be very effective to ensure that the people of the continent receive healing and also are heard about their land that has been taken and the natural resources and the artifacts. Some of are taken without consultation. The people of the continent, in many countries, they've been calling for their former colonizers to return back all that has been taken. In terms of the reparation, it's not only about the issue of making compensation or payments for the damage that has been caused. We also, expecting to see support and the respect of the human dignity, the equality, and institutions of learning be enhanced with infrastructure, for example, sanitation, resources for educators to provide education to our people, especially our learners. And I would also like to see natural resources that have been extracted, transnational companies without making any, without any consultation and forceful removal of the indigenous communities without them being consulted. It's something that we want it to be seen, included in this whole program of reparation. And we would like to see also the very same communities that received, segregation, oppression, themselves to be allowed, to be provided resources, the opportunity to be here, to speak about their issues, to represent their own communities, and speaking in their own languages. The African Union recognized Kiswahili as one of the official languages. We would like to see more communities who speak these languages to come and present their state, their situation, to be in decision-making, to contribute to the African systems of human rights. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
name is Dorcas Lamini. I'm the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs in the Kingdom of Eswatini. We are attending the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And as the Kingdom of Eswatini, we have delivered our statement, and the most important objective of this meeting is that we are meeting together as different countries to talk about the importance of human rights in our countries.
Hello, my name is Ellen Ann. I'm from the African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies. The center convenes the forum of NGOs in the work of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. This year, we convened the forum preceding the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission. So the forum brings in civil societies and NGOs to work on human rights violations that are going on currently in the continent. Going forward, I would like to see the contribution of the forum being reflected in the Commission's work, as well as being translated into meaningful change. Thank you very much.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
My name is Honorable Ernest Yaweni, Member of Parliament for Kumau in Ghana. I serve as the chairman of the Human Rights Committee of our Parliament, and I attended this session with members from Ghana's Parliament on the Constitutional Legal Committee. This is my second time observing the ordinary session. We were here in May for the last session, and it was very insightful for us as a committee of Parliament, and with oversight responsibility over human rights issues in Ghana. And this year has also been a very interesting one. We have observed the opening session yesterday, where we had various statements coming from different states, and it's quite interesting, and to know about the different perspective of the African human rights situation across the globe is something for us as a committee to learn from, and also to see how best we can improve on our human rights situation back home in Ghana.
Je m'appelle Fatima Aldine Garfa, je suis la ministre déléguée auprès du ministre des Affaires étrangères chargée de l'intégration africaine et des Tchadiens de l'étranger du Tchad. Nous sommes aujourd'hui ici avec la délégation pour participer à la 85e session ordinaire ici à Banjul. Nous sommes vraiment ravis de participer à cette session. Notre participation aujourd'hui dénote de l'importance et de l'engagement que notre pays, le Tchad, apporte à la question des droits humains. Il était vraiment important et essentiel que nous puissions participer aujourd'hui à cette session. Le Tchad a fait une déclaration relative à cette session. Nous réitérons bien évidemment l'engagement de notre pays, le Tchad, à œuvrer pour les questions des droits de l'homme dans notre pays. Les questions relatives aux droits de l'homme sont bien évidemment gérées au niveau national pour chaque État membre, mais il était important de pouvoir échanger autour de ces questions-là avec tous les États membres en cette session de la Commission des droits de l'homme ici à Banjul. Et donc, nous réitérons bien évidemment notre engagement à œuvrer pour le bien-être des droits humains au Tchad et partout dans le monde. Merci beaucoup.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Hi everyone, my name is Ikechukwu Uzoma, Senior Staff Attorney at the Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights, and it's my pleasure to represent our organization at the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. As usual, we've engaged in different conversations ranging from litigation on civic space to issues related to women's rights and obstetric violence to other issues relating to elections, especially in East Africa and also in parts of Central Africa. The conversations have been fruitful. We've identified some steps that needs to be taken. And above all, there's a call for greater awareness of the existence of the human rights mechanisms as much as the role that these human rights mechanisms can play in advancing the freedom of in advancing human rights, in advancing democracy, and in advancing the respect for the rule of law. But in particular, also, we've been having engagements to grow awareness on the vacancies upcoming within the African human rights system, including at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, where there are 3 vacancies in the floating seats in the southern region, and as well as the Central African region, as well as the vacancies, 7 vacancies within the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, where we have 2 members who are completing their term and 5 others who are open for re-election. The points have been made around the importance of awareness beyond these rooms, beyond these halls. All Africans must become aware of the existence of these mechanisms and begin to contribute to the effectiveness and the functionality of the mechanisms. So it's been a pleasure being here, and we look forward to advancing human rights, advancing the rule of law and democracy in Africa.
Mon nom c'est Julien Gando, je suis directeur des droits humains au ministère de la Justice. Alors pour cet échange, je pense que c'est un forum qui est très très important du point de vue de l'État du Sénégal que nous sommes venus représenter, parce que c'est un forum qui permet de parler de la situation globale des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Et je pense que c'est quelque chose que les États encouragent, en tout cas pour ce qui concerne le Sénégal, parce que ça permet de promouvoir une culture des droits de l'homme au niveau africain. Ça permet de discuter des problèmes au niveau africain en termes de droits de l'homme, des difficultés, mais aussi des obstacles et des propositions de solutions. Et c'est un forum qui réunit les États, qui réunit les ONG, qui réunit toutes les parties prenantes qui travaillent sur la promotion des droits de l'homme. Et je pense que le Sénégal, qui est un État qui est là pour la promotion des droits de l'homme, est tout à fait ouvert pour participer à ce forum. Et c'est dans ce cadre-là que nous avons été ici envoyés pour discuter, voir ensemble comment, au niveau des États, on peut travailler à améliorer la situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique.
My name is Kwame Andrews Dakler, a person with albinism, and I work with Africa Albinism Network as the advocacy manager. Where the Africa Albinism Network is at the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And our coming here is not only to participate, but also to try to engage and influence policies and advocacy at this level. First of all, we participated in the NGOs Forum, where we heard a panel on persons with albinism and reparations. And also we are here to also present a statement on the same issues, where issues of persons with albinism are presented before the African Commission to ensure that African Union member states take recommendations from what we are going to present and ensure the rights and
welfare of persons with albinism are taken into consideration during their deliberations. Thank you.
الاسم الكامل ناجي مولاي الحسن، رئيس شبكة الهيئة المستقلة لحقوق الإنسان في شمال إفريقيا. إذن اليوم كمجتمع مدني نشارك في الدورة 85 للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب، وخلال هذه الدورة تمكنا من تقديم بلاغات شفاهية أمام اللجنة الإفريقية، وكذلك التفاعل مع المقررين الخواص، وقد تمكنا كذلك من التحدث عن أوضاع حقوق الإنسان في شمال إفريقيا، كذلك في غرب ووسط وجنوب إفريقيا، وتناولنا كذلك موضوع الفضاء المدني والانتهاكات الجسيمة لحقوق الإنسان وأثرها على المجتمع المدني. كذلك تناولنا موضوع وضعية المهاجرين في شمال إفريقيا، التي حقيقة هي وضعية مأساوية، قمنا بطلب الدول في شمال إفريقيا بوضع قوانين جديدة تحترم حقوق المهاجرين، وتحترم كذلك ولوجهم إلى العمل، الاستفادة من الصحة، الاستفادة كذلك من قضايا التنمية. كذلك خلال المنتدى الإفريقي للمنظمات غير الحكومية تناولنا مواضيع مختلفة تخص حرية التعبير، حرية الصحافة، حقوق المرأة. تناولنا كذلك الفضاء المدني، حقوق ذوي الإعاقة، وتمكنا خلال 3 أيام من إصدار قرارات تهم 12 دولة في إفريقيا حول الانتهاكات الجسيمة لحقوق الإنسان. كذلك كانت هناك قرارات تهم وضعية المهاجرين، تهم كذلك الوضعية الحقوقية والانتهاكات الجسيمة التي تحصل.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vous prie de regagner vos sièges. La commission va reprendre ses travaux. Je fais noter que nous avons reçu une demande de réponse de la part de la délégation de la République tunisienne. Nous leur donnerons la possibilité d'exercer leur droit de réponse après la présentation de vos réponses sur le rapport. Excellences, Monsieur l'ambassadeur, chef de la délégation de la République tunisienne, nous avons le plaisir de vous accueillir à nouveau pour entamer avec vous le deuxième segment de la séance de présentation de votre rapport au titre de l'article 62 de la Charte. Nous avons conscience que que de nombreuses questions vous ont été posées. C'est pourquoi nous avons pris le soin de vous laisser le temps de collationner toutes ces questions-là et d'y apporter les réponses. Maintenant, le moment est venu pour nous de vous écouter. Nous avons prévu 1h30 pour cela. Étant entendu que pour le surplus, si on ne parvient pas à couvrir toutes les questions, la Commission est disposée pour le surplus à recevoir des réponses écrites. Je rappelle également que la séance de présentation des rapports ne sera pas suivie de débat. Donc nous lèverons la séance tout de suite après avoir reçu vos réponses et on se donnera rendez-vous pour la réception des observations finales qui vous seront envoyées dans les délais prescrits par nos textes. À présent, Excellence Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, je voudrais vous donner la parole pour vos réponses. Vous avez 1h30.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. سيد رئيس اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب، السيدات والسادة المفوضين، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة الحضور، اسمحوا لي في بداية هذه المداخلة باسم كافة أعضاء الوفد التونسي المشارك في تقديم ومناقشة تقرير تونس الوطني حول الميثاق الإفريقي لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب وحول بروتوكول مابوتو أن أجدد لكم عبارات الشكر على ما أبديتموه من اهتمام وتعاون لدعم الحوار والتواصل بين تونس واللجنة الموقرة، وأن أثني على إثرائكم لهذا الحوار من خلال ما تفضلتم به من استفسارات واستيضاحات بشأن جوانب من التقرير الوطني الذي هو موضوع استعراض. ونجدد بهذه المناسبة الحرص الأكيد على مواصلة ودعم هذا التواصل مع اللجنة، حيث يجدر التذكير أن تونس تفاعلت وتتفاعل باستمرار مع مختلف آليات اللجنة الإفريقية، وذلك بتوفير مختلف المعطيات التي تقدم التوضيحات حول ما قد يرد في البلاغات والنداءات التي تصدرها اللجنة. السيد الرئيس، السيدات والسادة المفوضين، تحرص تونس على دعم وتعزيز منظومة حقوق الإنسان. في هذا الإطار نتطلع أن تكون مناقشة هذا التقرير مناسبة للخروج بتوصيات واقتراحات تدعم جهود بلادنا في هذا الاتجاه. وستولى الآن إحالة الكلمة إلى بقية زملاء أعضاء اللجنة ليتولى كل منهم تقديم الإيضاحات الضرورية على ما ورد في استفساراتكم وأسئلتكم، وذلك في إطار المعطيات المتوفرة لديهم ومراعاة الوقت المخصص لهذا النقاش بما يسمح به جدول أعمال اللجنة. تفضل بقية الزملاء.
شكرا سيد رئيس الوفد. السيد الرئيس، أعضاء اللجنة الموقرين، اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أقدم نفسي. السفيرة سارة شعواني عبيدي، مديرة عامة بوزارة الشؤون الخارجية والهجرة والتونسيين بالخارج، وممثلة الوزارة في اللجنة الوطنية المكلفة بإعداد وتقديم التقارير حول حقوق الإنسان. استهل مداخلتي بالإجابة على الأسئلة العامة التي تفضلت السيدة المقررة الخاصة القطرية بتونس مشكورة بتقديمها للوفد التونسي، وجواباً على سؤالها المتعلق بتقدم إجراءات انضمام تونس إلى عدد من الصكوك الإفريقية والدولية الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان، يشرفني باسم الوفد التونسي إفادتكم أن الدولة التونسية صادقت على أغلب المعاهدات والبروتوكولات الإقليمية والدولية المتعلقة بحقوق الإنسان، بما في ذلك المعاهدات والبروتوكولات الإفريقية، وذلك إيماناً منها بأهمية التعاون متعدد الأطراف في دعم منظومة حقوق الإنسان، وهي تسعى إلى بناء منظومة وطنية متكاملة توازن بين احترام المعايير الدولية وبين حماية ثوابتها القانونية والاجتماعية. وتتعاطى تونس مع مسألة الانضمام لهذه الاتفاقيات بمسؤولية عالية وبنظرة استراتيجية طويلة المدى توازن بين احترام التزاماتها الدولية وحماية مصالحها الوطنية المشروعة. ونعمل حالياً على دراسة شاملة وجدية للعديد من الاتفاقيات الإفريقية والدولية تمهيداً لاتخاذ القرار بشأنها بما يخدم المصلحة الوطنية. ونظل في تونس منفتحين على الحوار وتبادل الممارسات الفضلة والبحث عن حلول متوازنة تتيح في النهاية التقارب في المواقف في احترام كامل لسيادة الدولة وخياراتها. وأغتنم هذه الفرصة للتأكيد على تقدم الإجراءات الرامية لعرض البروتوكولين الخاصين بكبار السن والأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة على المصادقة خلال الفترة المقبلة. أما بخصوص المبادئ والوثائق التوجيهية للجنة والتي أشارت لها السيدة المفوضة وعدد آخر من السادة أعضاء اللجنة المحترمين في الأسئلة التي توجهوا بها للوفد، فإنه يجدر التنويه إلى أنه تم الاستئناس بالمبادئ الخاصة بإعداد التقارير عند إعداد التقرير الجامعة للدولة التونسية الذي بين أيديكم، كما تم الاستئناس بالقانون.
Read the law concerning the constitutional basic law regarding these issues, and my delegation reiterates the willingness of Tunisia to cooperate with the Commission in this regard and expresses its hope to receive the guidelines and principles and their text adopted by the Commission so that we familiarize ourselves with them while preparing our periodic reports. Mr. Chair, members of the August Commission, in response to the question asked by the country rapporteur and the rapporteur in charge of the human rights defenders as for the withdrawal of Tunisia of the decision to withdraw its decision from the African Court on Human and People's Rights, Tunisia would like to remind that Tunisia was one of the first countries that ratified the protocol establishing the court and was the first country that also signed the declaration to establish the court. So we would like to state that the country's government decision to withdraw that declaration was against a backdrop of using the court for political reasons and the stigmatization of the government and pushing it into internal issues with external intervention. So in our country, the government has asserted when it withdrew that declaration that its decision does not meet in any way its withdrawal from the defense of human rights and its compliance with African instruments. The court will remain a basic instrument when it comes to solving disputes under the African Charter and any other instrument ratified within the continent. And finally, the Tunisian delegation stresses its willingness to provide answers to the questions asked by the Commission, and at the same time, we try to state that the individual issues regarding cases that are in the courts of Tunisia mentioned by members of the Commission cannot be dealt with as a result of the independence of the Tunisian judiciary. Thank you. Good morning. President of the Commission, Honorable Commissioners, first of all, I would like to add my voice to those of my colleagues who have preceded me and express my gratitude to all of you for the excellent questions you have asked. My name is Iman Khalai, Director General of the National Committee on the Preparation of Human Rights Reports. Now, regarding our answer to some of the questions asked by the country rapporteur on its general questions as for the Constitutional Court, we would like to say that the Constitution Tunisian constitution under its chapter 5 there exists a constitutional court and its functions and also its composition and so on. But its main focus is part of the gradual measure regarding the position of the country as stated by the Honorable Minister in his statement. As for the question regarding the National Committee on the Harmonization of legislation and the Constitution on Human Rights, the National Committee or Commission, since it was established in 2019, has been performing its functions and organizing its functions in general, and it expresses its views legally. In this regard, this committee or commission has prepared its own rules of procedure that it adopts based on its general rules. And at the same time, some the branch have established its creation and has dealt with, come up with many rules, especially when it comes to persons with disabilities. And also it has organized many training workshops in the interest of its members, bear in mind that it is represented that all ministries are represented therein, together with some members of the parliament. And these training courses received financial assistance from international partners. And when the new constitution was issued, it became necessary to review all these previous activities. And right now, its composition is being reviewed in order to improve its work and then continue to work on future projects and ensure harmonization and monitor legislative instruments in line with continental and international instruments on human rights. Allow me to give you a general comment regarding the national legal framework. We would like to stress that the government of Tunisia depends on the law which refers to the constitution and international standards. And in Tunisia, there are no customary laws. All those are in charge of the application of the law refer to the current constitution and law. I am saying this in response to the many questions that appeared in the questions asked by the commissioners with regard to customary law. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chairperson of the Commission and members of the Commission, in my capacity as the Director General on Human Rights and the Minister of the Interior and the preparation of reports. In continuation of what my colleagues have stated with regard to our answers to the general questions, I would like to inform your August Commission regarding the major guarantees for the protection of human rights. I would like to say that state emergency is governed by what is stated under the Constitution right now, that is to take the necessary measures in this regard, and among them that it should be based on the risk and danger and threat to the government according to the Constitution, and which ensures that individuals should enjoy rights and freedoms that which cannot be limited unless there is necessity for that, depending on the provisions of the Constitution. And it is declared, for example, a state of emergency is declared to ensure security in general, and required also to respect the law, and this allows the executive authority to take emergency measures and which are implemented in order to protect rights and also ensure security and public order without tampering with the human rights of the people. So these arrangements are exceptional and are provisional until the requirements for it are removed. And this ensures the human rights protection guarantees. Thank you for your kind attention. Yes, Mr. Chair, and members of the August Commission. Now, regarding anti-discrimination and the question regarding constitutional provisions under Chapter 22 of the Constitution and Article 50 regarding the elimination of all forms of racial discrimination and discrimination in all areas like ethnicity and economic and political situation and the like, we would like to say yes. Yes, this Chapter 2 of the Basic Law mentioned concerning the fight against all forms of racial discrimination has adopted the definition under the paragraph 1 of the Universal Declaration against racial discrimination are ratified by Tunisia. As for the efforts made by the government with regard to sensitization and the fight against discrimination, there are many structures that have been established and to conduct activities in this regard. And we mentioned, for example, what the Ministry of Religious Affairs has done in partnership with the Human Rights Commission from 2019 up to 2021 by organizing activities like workshops, regional workshops on the freedom of expression and opinion and the fight against violence and hatred and sensitize preachers and so on, especially when it comes to human rights. And the Minister of Education also has reviewed the syllabus and educational programs to promote dialogue with the other person and fight against hatred. The Minister of Justice, Defense, and in the Interior have also organized training sessions for its staff when it comes to human rights observance and to come up with programs for the teaching of human rights. As at the cultural level, which is a very important aspect in this regard, the Ministry of Cultural Affairs has implemented many activities against hate speech and which welcomes all types of cultures, especially when it comes to human rights culture. As for what you have stated regarding the implementation of your Commission's recommendations received by Tunisia in 2023 concerning measures taken against all forms of violence and racial discrimination. So our brothers, especially from the sub-Saharan Africa, would like to inform you that many measures have been taken, practical measures. Among them, for example, would provide residential cards to our brothers from sub-Saharan Africa and help them to settle in Tunisia for appropriate periods and extend the period to 3 months or even 6 years, and also facilitate their voluntary departure in coordination with the embassies and diplomatic missions of African countries in Tunisia. And also among those measures, inform our brothers to inform those who have exceeded their legal stay in Tunisia and are provided also with training. And also we fight against any form of human trafficking and irregular migration. And a special hotline has been established with many African countries to inform them and to any abuse against them. And I would like to say something about to provide us answers with regard to some questions concerning the freedom of faith or belief. Yes, I would like to say that we react to the queries made by religious groups in our country after coordinating with the competent bodies in line with our constitution and international conventions. And the government of Tunisia rely in its interaction with faith groups based on international convention, for example, the international agreement with the Vatican since 1964 and the agreement with all the Orthodox and Protestant faiths, which refer to the Constitution of Tunisia to organize their religious activities and protect their possessions, as well as the Act of 1955 regarding the protection of Jews in Tunisia, and the country also protect Christian and Jewish heritage and are provided with financial assistance whenever the need arises, because there are allocations from the budget for the organization of pilgrimage by the two religions. As for the question concerning the Human Rights Commission or institution, as well as other institutions or human rights, as an answer to the question asked by the Commissioner as for the delay in the establishment of the National Commission of Human Rights, as stated by the Minister, we would like to say the function of the the Commission is being conducted by another body that was established by an act, and since July 2023, the commission, yes, it's not stated, but there is the establishment of a body that has been established, and there is a supreme body and which has had experience in the strengthening of human rights for about 53 years now. As for the organization of special session for members of the parliament, there are bodies of an express council of the council of the parliament. As for the request of this body to be an affiliate of the African Commission, has not made any request in order to become to have affiliate status, and this request has to be discussed by this body in charge of this. As for in order to inform you, we would like to say that regarding the role of the current body, Chapter 3 of the Organic Law states its functions, and also some observations issued by United Nations agency and also regional agencies, and it also provided with funds for it to perform its activities and receive a grant annually from the budget of the country. And finally, have make a general comment on independent bodies, including the questions concerning the freedom of opinion and expression. We would like to indicate that right now there is the preparation of new concept regarding independent bodies in line with the provision of the Constitution, which is based on the effectiveness of public affairs and based on the evaluation of executive bodies, which has shown some deficiencies and weaknesses. And in light of all this, the right measures will be taken to ensure the protection of freedoms and rights as stated under the Constitution, in line with also international standards in the area of human rights. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to you for the for your questions. I am in charge of the preparation of reports on human rights. I will answer some questions concerning the mandate of the team in charge of the death penalty and extrajudicial killings and enforced disappearance in Africa, especially the question concerning the legal framework with regard to extrajudicial killing or execution and arbitrary arrest. And what are the sentences in this regard? We would like to indicate, first of all, that in Tunisia, right now, there is no execution that is extrajudicial in Tunisia. So in the constitution, it is stated that there is right to life, which cannot be tampered with unless under the law. And under Article 25, there is the sanctity of life and corporal protection, and Tunisia respects international agreements in this regard, and any acts are criminalized.
We are kindly requesting you to speak slowly, please.
And international law, yeah. And the implementation of this requirement in the regard. And the penal code contains many laws that criminalize any act that can lead to enforced disappearance, and because it contains the prevention of many aspects, like Article 55 states that 6 years of imprisonment is imposed on any person who kidnaps or detain any person without any legal authorization to do so. And in the penal code, there are many other penalties in it. And every citizen has the right to resort to the courts if at all their rights are violated under the Constitution and international instruments. Now, our answer with regard to some issues regarding the prevention of torture. Like a question on the recommendations of the National Committee on the Prevention of Torture, which carries out some reforms, just like international organizations and civil society organizations in this field. The Minister of Justice pledges to implement the recommendations and welcome these efforts in various areas. Among them, for example, the fight against kidnapping by coming up with new structures or an improvement of some prison premises and the Mandela model for the treatment of prisoners and inmates and their distribution in order to ensure their welfare. And then finally, interaction with recommendations based on regarding prisoners with respect of humanitarian requirements, for example, the visit of the inmates by family members, and also in line with their health in general. Now, as for the health situation of the inmates, they are treated in prisons, and if at all they are sick, they are taken to public hospitals. And Tunisia, it improves the health framework within the prisons, in addition to special attention it gives to chronic diseases for the elderly and also persons with disabilities, and to ensure they have special nutrition and continued health service, in addition to the improvement of their mental health. I'll stop here and give the floor to my colleague to complete the answers. As for regarding the mandate on the prevention of torture, we would like to indicate that the detention centers are open for monitoring agencies, whether they are internal, conducted by bodies under the ministry, or by international organizations.
And this actually reflects the opening of these detention centers before organizations that work in the field of human rights. In that regard, the entity responsible for the fight against torture was able to individual meetings were conducted. During those visits, a lot of measures were taken for the logistics in terms of human resources. The ministry also ensured that they were assisted in terms of making the detention conditions more humane. The conditions of imprisonment have also been improved, especially in terms of reducing the populations of the prisons, and also special rooms dedicated to children and women. Measures have also been taken to ensure that these spaces are cleaner and more hygienic. We have taken note of the entity taken against torture. Training programs were initiated. Days, sensitization days were also rolled out. Programs in respect of human rights. This was also provided during the training programs on the basis of the persons-centered approach. People have also been asked to respect human rights in some of the detention centers. And the idea here is to support them so that they can exercise their mandate within the law. In 2024, 19 training sessions were organized, and more than 411 individuals participated in those training sessions. The handbook was popularized, and a unified portfolio was prepared with respect to the detention of those individuals. In all the detention centers, this handbook was availed to them. It was visible everywhere so that people can know its existence. With respect to the training sessions, in 2024, a code of conduct was prepared by the Ministry of Interior in accordance with Rule 23 of 2024, dated 17th of March 2024, with a view to rolling out vocational training. The said code contains articles aimed at improving the detention conditions, but also the protection within the ambit of the respect of fundamental law and what should be respected when we are dealing with people in detention. The code acknowledges some exceptional procedures when there is need to resort to these measures. According to the Code of Conduct, during detention, these measures have to be respected, as well as the text, the references in question. Now, to respond to the question raised by the rapporteur, who referred to it should be stated that the ministry is continuing its efforts to support the police in its efforts to maintain peace and also improve the detention conditions. Police stations avail with more equipment and facilities. The ministry also is allocating higher budgets to these organs. We have also rehabilitated a health center aimed at improving the work atmosphere of those working in that area, but also to improve the detention system of those individuals. We would also like to state that the chief warden of these detention centers today facilitate access, especially in the rural areas. And this is countrywide. And the objective here is to ensure that the detainees are closer to their families, but also to guarantee hitch-free access to the security units. We have also taken several measures to improve this situation. The National Guard has assisted. Rapid intervention measures have been put in place to come to the rescue of girls and women. More than 611 units were rehabilitated in accordance with Chapter 24 of 2027 when it comes to the fight against gender-based violence. We have, furthermore, detention centers which maintain international and national standards. We have also improved the surroundings of these detention centers, and this includes all the regions, including the regions at the border areas. And this is not only limited to the prisons, but there were other measures like mobile units to roll out activities on the ground in all the territories, especially to come to the rescue of women, of children, and elderly persons. This has been seen as a reference document, a basic document to improve the lives of these people. In 2024, we also introduced caravans to sensitize the populations on these matters. We have also visited some institutes to disseminate or to teach the children these topics. In 2025, we accomplished, we beat the record in terms of the cards given to those children. And the ministry has also adopted reference documents for citizens to enable them have access to better service, especially measures relating to issuance of passports that will enable citizens outside the country to enter seamlessly in the country. Chairperson, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, their colleagues, with respect to the questions raised by the rapporteur on prisoners and also how the differentiation between civil and military courts. Now, the crimes, the crimes that can be judged under the military tribunal are well defined. This relates to soldiers, but also any other individual whose actions would jeopardize the work of the army. They have to be brought before the military court. It should be stated that in 2011, efforts were implemented for military justice to ensure that there is enough legal backing through the improvement of advocacy, but also the improvement of the watering down of some sentences. These reforms ensure fair trial for everybody. The military judges, or the judges sitting in the military tribunal, applies the same sentences as those pronounced by the civilian courts. In December 2020, sentences were handed down in that regard. The ministry also is working to ensure that military justice is better catered for, and to ensure that those who appear before these courts, these military courts, are treated fairly. All the courts are headed by judges who are not necessarily soldiers. But then the magistrates, the military magistrates, judges follow the same procedure. They benefit from the same training program. Military judges, just like in other parts of the world, military judges, I was saying, are considered as a special court, a specialized court compared to other tribunals that exist in Tunisia and the other countries. In conformity with international principles. With respect to the standards, two questions were raised by the rapporteur on the freedom of expression in Africa, especially the right to information, what we call in access to information in Tunisia. We are working in compliance with the model African law governing access to information. Nearly all the principles of this legislation are applicable in Tunisia, and they have also been incorporated into our national laws. Now, to respond, we submit periodic responses to all organizations who request for access to information. This access to information is respected in our country. Since the beginning of the application of this legislation, all the prayers were drafted towards the institute responsible, especially when you are dealing with matters relating to international organizations, and also when this relates to personal data and corruption, among others. There are exceptions, and these exceptions are in line with the provisions of the model law. Now, to respond with respect to freedom of expression, we are saying that the current legal framework relating to the fight against crimes in the field of communications, this is dealt with in Chapter 3, and the objective is not to restrict freedoms but rather, because that would be a violation, but it is to penalize some other behavior in the field of communications. These sentences have been the subject of a decree, and also the principle is not to infringe on the rights of others. There is also the penalization of all accidents that jeopardize morality, and all issues relating to hate. All these were penalized by the aforementioned decree. With respect to the right to free private life, you have asked questions, ladies and gentlemen, on what is new with respect to the review of the Model Act on the protection of personal data. And we are submitting that the government in 2017 had presented a bill to the parliament to protect professional data in replacement of the former law of 2024. But unfortunately, there have been delays in the consideration of this bill at the parliament. As you know, there have been a lot of changes at the level of the Tunisian head. But then, Chairperson, the president took a decision in 2024 relating to enhancing the protection of personal data. And this circular contains quite a lot of provisions to appoint staff for the protection of private life. There is also a bill currently at the parliament, and this bill was introduced by the parliamentarian committee with a view to considering, and this was also brought to the attention of the committee. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. Thank you. I took the floor once more to respond to the questions that have been raised. And on account of the human rights mandate, with respect to the freedom to establish associations, I reaffirm that the principle is governed by Chapter 4 of the Constitution. Furthermore, this also is seen as a human right. When it comes to the amendment of the decree, and here I will turn to Mr. Remy, rather. With respect to the amendment of the decree, the idea here is to avoid some provisions that have led to non-palatable actions. There was a surveillance mechanism to ensure that the actions are in line with international standards. This is why we have requested for the amendments, because what the watchword here should be transparency by virtue of international texts. With respect to measures aimed at stopping intimidations and also funding from some government, there has to be an institution for the institutions, and they should be represented at all the regions. They also have to ensure that there are data presented. With respect to public funding, it should be noted that public funding for associations are governed by the provision of 2018, which stipulates the conditions and the criteria to obtain such funding. So it is incumbent on the government to provide budgetary support to support the various associations. However, public funding is governed by very well precise procedures. And to look at the requests, there have been attempts to request for technical assistance by respecting the opinion provided by the technical team. You have also whether, and the National Register, you talked about the institutions. Law 2009 relating to the inventory of associations are governed by law, respect to moral individuals, respect to corporate entities, but there is also the register. There is a special section, and they preserve the information and data relating to these institutions and available to the public. The objective of this regime is to ensure transparency by bringing together all information relating to the association and availing them to the public. And this will allow the public, the government, to fight against money laundering. There is also a GAFI working group which is working in an impartial manner. For more clarification, there are records at the national level, at the archives, because 12 and 13 say that association is a legal component, and that they have the right to go to justice, the right to property, to receive donations. And these associations have legal foci. But the idea is to bring together all the data relating to the association which was established, and so that this could be disclosed to the public. This would ensure sustainability. To conclude, I will say that the National Register has now been digitalized. A digital system has been adopted in terms of all the procedures. I thank you, Chairperson. Access to information in Africa, especially practical measures to assist journalists. Here, I would say that all the means have been put in place to protect for them to do their work. Also, measures to enable them to cover their integrity, to be neutral when it comes to accomplishing their job. There is also a lot of work to enhance the framework of coordination and cooperation. And in that regard, a working group has been charged to be the contact point between the journalists and other parties with a view to facilitating their mission. When it comes to capacity building, there is a training program in the various security units to enhance collaborations with journalists. There is also a cycle on the importance of coverage during their intervention. There is a training cycle of 8 days attended by the representative of the National Journalists Truth Union, Chairperson, the rapporteur, to the response to the mandate in terms of conditions of detection, with a view to facilitating access to justice. I want to say here that Tunisia always facilitates access to legal services and has provided efforts in the rural and remote areas. Among these, there is the program for the digitalization of the legal services to hear civil matters and criminal matters through the Ministry of Justice and the development of the structure, especially when it comes to the internal zones and the development of and the rolling out of new courts, especially the first instance tribunals, in cooperation with international institutions. The Ministry of Justice has prepared, has established offices at the first instance courts. The working conditions have been improved, and here we do all to ensure that we have a digital system to manage the legal matters. We also train the judges and the legal assistants when it comes to legal assistance to facilitate access to justice, especially for vulnerable people. Now, to respond to the question relating to the for not accepting more than 29% of the requests for assistance, as we have indicated in the report, I would like to say that the conditions to positively respond to assistance is governed by the law. These requests have to be justified, and then if it is rejected, we provide the reasons why it was not accepted. But the fact that the applicants do not provide the necessary information, because those requesting for legal assistance have to submit all the documents that would show their inability to pay the dues. if there is evidence with respect to the serious nature of the request, now to respond to the question relating to the 2014 bill, the bill is still under study, and we are continuing to improve the criminal system in accordance with national choices so that there will be more conformity with international norms contained in the conventions and international instruments. With respect to matters on statistical data on prisons and the criteria for limiting the number of prisoners, here it should be stated that there have been more than 2,000 prisoners, and the prison, the space is still a challenge, and work is continuing to ensure that prison conditions are improved in line with international standards and criteria, with a view to reducing the number of personnel and to ensure that the courts respect the legislation. The electronic electronic tracking system actions have been undertaken for alternative punishment. You have the decree of 2020.
To come up with and improve various offices in regard, about 20 offices in primary courts all over the country, and these offices are composed of staff of the prison department that specialize in social and mental and administrative work, and they work under the direct supervision of regarding penalties, and are in charge of the implementation of some measures, and also electronic monitoring, and to ensure public interest. And Tunisia is one of the pioneering countries in this regard. And right now, there is a special document that is being prepared in this regard. And we have also started work on electronic monitoring in all areas in the prison department, and to also develop them. And also we organize many workshops, training workshops for judges, as well as the prison staff in order to implement penalties as well as electronic monitoring. In addition to all this, the European law is also provides fines and financial compensation instead of detention, and also do this in line with the law. As for the questions regarding how women detainees are handled, so in answer to this question, this is under we refer to the Maputo Protocol in this regard. I would like to indicate that the specifics of women is taken into account, especially when they are received their telephone links with the women detainees, especially if they have children, and there are always links with the family. If there is breastfeeding, especially for children that are less than 2 years, they are provided all the facilities in this regard. And if she is pregnant or has or is breastfeeding, there is a law in this regard concerning such women. And then based on this, there is a special space for the child and the mother, where there are health facilities, mental health, and so on. And the pregnant woman is provided with medical care. As for during the sentence and penalty during the prison sentence, all facilities are provided. As for nutrition and food, we take into account proposals of the specificity of such women, including food during feasts, and holiday periods. And if she is pregnant or is breastfeeding, she receives health care throughout that period. And children who are with their mothers, especially, are also provided with all facilities that they need, and it is provided freely. And there are visits and also correspondence and assistance and transfers, and also dress and clothes from the family members. And it should be noted that a breastfeeding detainee is protected and separated, and they do not wear prison uniforms, just to ensure their welfare. As for the efforts made in order to improve health care and cleanliness in the prisons, it should be noted that there is a special administration that takes care of the health of the prisoners and monitors the health condition of the detainees, and are provided with health care, the appropriate health care, as well as the mental care in line with existing protocols. And also periodically, they are also provided with nurses and doctors, in addition to the transfer of the sick to the hospitals, and to attend anytime there is a medical appointment. And all the prisons have health facilities like beds and cleaning materials. And there are also health officers for the prisons, and take care of their health, and they ensure a clean environment. And Tunisia continuously, whether from its own funds and in collaboration with international partners, to improve the prison infrastructure and provide equipment for health and social welfare. As for the question regarding judicial measures in case there is violence according to the law, we would like to indicate that the staff are trained and provided with capacity building with regard to human rights and the right of prisoners. And if at all there are any abuses or complaints or notice regarding abuses, the following measures are taken. To take the staff for investigation and with the possibility of suspension from work. In case there is abuse and aggression, then the staff will be penalized administratively and also sanctioned according to the law. As for the question concerning the minimum of the crime age in Tunisia, well, the minimum age for the crime is 16 years, as stated under the penal code. As for children, minors who violate the law, they are taken to reform centers for rehabilitation and reintegration. And there are special reform centers for such minors, whereby there are programs, training programs that ensure various specialties that are in line with the job market, and are trained in collaboration with the Ministry of Labor, and ensures that the child has the proper certificates without any indication that he obtained it when he was in the reform center. And Tunisia is one of the pioneering countries in this regard. In addition to its provision of educational programs that are provided by teachers in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, and the programs are varied, and they are provided with school materials, and they are linked with the competent bodies, whether vocational or educational. And they are and if to ensure greater efficiency, a special branch has been established in order for rehabilitation and training in general. In answer to some of the questions regarding the mandate of the rapporteur, special rapporteur for human rights, and the independence of judiciary, regarding legal guarantees and institutional guarantees and the independence of the judiciary and the selection or appointment of judges, and details about the current constitutional judicial court. Well, the independence of the judiciary is enshrined in the Constitution, or especially in Chapter 5, with some guarantees in line with international standards, especially under the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, in line with United Nations principles on the independence of the judiciary. With regard to the Constitution, the judiciary is an independent body performed by the judges, and the judiciary is divided into justice, administrative and financial judiciary, and they all have a supreme body, and every council is guaranteed or governed by the law. And consecrate the justice in general, a judge cannot be transferred, cannot be removed without his satisfaction, or cannot be penalized unless in accordance with the law. So the judge under the laws has legal immunity, so he cannot be suspended or dismissed unless the matter is submitted to the Supreme Court. And the Constitution also stresses equality among the judges when it comes to the interest of work, and these stem from the new laws. For example, there is an increase in the magnitude of work, and Tunisia is one of the pioneer countries in this regard. Apart from that, all the judges enjoy in their work the virtue of the law in 2007, and these laws have been improved according to the Constitution. As for institutional reform, the Supreme Court on the judiciary has been established based on a decree of 2021, and it has been complemented with decree 35 in 2020 also. And it has replaced the Supreme Judiciary Court stated under the Basic Law of 2019, and it is the body that supervises justice, administrative and financial judiciary, and it's independent, administrative and financially, based on its composition, head by the head of the Court of Appeal, and composed of administration, and it's composed of judges, all of them. And this, according to Decree 2020, is that this Council of the Judiciary is always independent. As for the appointment of judges, we should indicate that under Chapter 15 of Decree 2025 states that every provisional council will look into the situation of judges in terms of appointment, promotion, and transfer, and suspension, and also considers also the lifting of immunity, and or the list, all information is also provided in this regard, and all is based on equal opportunities, transparency, competence, neutrality, and experience. It also looks into applications, especially based on international standards regarding the independence of the judiciary. The Council also reviews appointments and also review and consideration of complaints depending on the way the judiciary functions. I will stop here and give the floor to my colleague to complement what I should say. As for defenders of human rights, we can provide the following data. As for the draft law on in 1966 organizing demonstrations and so on, we can provide that this draft is part of the priorities of reform contained in the improvement of the laws and the intervention of law enforcement bodies and support protection for rights and liberties according to international law and the Constitution. So there is full monitoring of the relevant laws with regard to human rights, and international standards are respected. The ministry has issued a memorandum of work that ensures the Constitution and international standards that protect human rights and liberties, and to ensure there is security and safety and freedoms, in addition to what the Code of Conduct contains in terms of rights and the right to assembly. As for the training for law enforcement organs and standards and peaceful assembly, the ministry is working this and provides protection for the staff and provides also capacity for the staff of these units that work on peaceful assembly and ensures and protects liberties according to international law. And when it comes to basic training, there are aspects that deal with mental health and psychological health and build the capacity of the staff in this regard, and how to handle demonstrators, and to ensure that the methods used to handle demonstrators are done properly and which cannot be an impediment to the rights of the citizens in the movement and work and in their daily work. And then there is an article on training that is implemented that is geared to ensure good behavior and skills. And then there are also a study and consideration the possibilities for them to improve their standards, especially the beneficiaries of all these facilities. And there are arrangements also to ensure that there is legislation to protect the rights of the individual and his freedoms internationally and continentally. In addition, special training units for on human rights in line with standards regarding peaceful assembly. The ministry also provide training and the code of ethics, especially after the issuance of a law in this regard, and the need to respect principles and the right to peaceful assembly. And the ministry, through its laws, has issued measures in this regard and has organized several training workshops that many people have benefited from. Thank you. Yes, head of the commission, the honorable commissioners. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am from the Ministry of Planning, member of the national organ in charge of human rights. The body in charge of cultural affairs. As for the right to possession, under Article 14 of the Charter, we would like to inform your commission that the sectoral plan of 2020-2030 that you asked about contains a number of programs designed to ensure the right to possession, especially possession of real estate, which provides opportunities of possession and improve and also reform buildings in this particular area, and also government property to be given those who deserve to be provided with housing. And then finally, reform the legislative framework to provide protection when it comes to possession. And it should be indicated that when it comes to national law on housing and real estate, there will be a law in this regard. And the statistics have shown concerning the women's right to possess and there have been reforms more for women. As for issues concerning the right to housing, yes, the right to housing is part of the sections of the Tunisian constitution. Based on this law, the country has come up with mechanisms designed to strengthen these rights and to provide. Can she read, please? Slowly, she's reading very, very, very fast. Huh? There are real estate and housing that deal with housing in general through the use of symbolic dinar in this regard for social projects and ensure there is advantageous pricing in possessing houses in general, especially for low-income individuals. As for the benefiting, when it comes to benefiting from social projects, which is designed to help low-income families or households, there are two systems. It is divided into two aspects. First of all, the removal of primary housing and eliminates or destroys houses that do not meet health requirements. As for the provision of some social houses for those families that do not have houses, and there are requirements and conditions in this regard. As for the requirements for the enjoyment of such housing, there are standards that give priority to families that are matters of during the revolution, and the houses, and there is inspection of those houses to ensure that they are safe, and it is meant for houses, families, I'm sorry, that do not have houses, and all families that have a minimum wage can benefit from such advantages, and the priorities are determined based on the income and social status of the person, for example, persons with disabilities. And these conditions are designed to provide assistance to the most needy segments. Apart from this program, the government ensures partnership between the public and private sector in housing to provide proper rent for low-income families, especially in accordance with the law. And as for the right to jobs, And according to statistics, population, the census, I'm sorry, about overall labor is stands at 29.19%, and about 19% and 39% among male. As for unemployment, it stands at 17.21%, and about 24% of among women and 13% 0.12 among men, and the rate of participation in various activities about 20% and 33% 0.6 among women and 36.5 among men. It should be noted also that the rate of unemployment of men has been higher, but it has improved significantly by 1.7% between 2024 and 2025. And this reflects the policies designed to improve the situation of women. As for the minimum age for work, according to the law of the Labour Act, the age is in 16 years, and minors cannot under this age cannot be employed to protect their health and their growth, mental and corporal growth, and children whose age range between 13 and 16 years are allowed to do light jobs according to the law in this regard, based on the legal custodian of the child. As for 16 is the minimum age for labor, that is the job market in Tunisia, in line with the international agreement on 1938 of the ILO. As for compliance with the job laws, the Minister of Job or Work and Labor from Tunisia organizes these a range of measures and methods, and work should not exceed 48 hours weekly, together with extra job, and ensures the health status of the person. And according to the laws of 2024, the minimum wage is in 36 hours, and the wage is about 524 dinar. As for 40 hours, it stands at 440 dinar per month. As those hourly wage is based on the number of hours in a week, in line with the laws in this regard. As for the right to enjoy health and physical and mental health, there are improvements in this regard, and they have seen improvement in this regard, and about 5.5% up to 6% is allocated from the budget by 2016. By 2022, COVID-19 affected led to the increase of the budget to take care of emergencies and pandemics regarding as far as the budget is concerned. And this has about 4 million dinar, Tunisian dinar, has been allocated. And this increase over the past years shows our transition from emergency to long-term capacity building. As at the national level, the health map shows that the number of doctors is about 31 doctors for every 1,000 persons, but in internal areas it stands at about 0.6 doctors for every person.
0.6 per person.
medical coverage for all citizens. We continue to redistribute investment in the public sector, taking into account the regions that have priority in order to facilitate access to medical management for everyone, based on the medical map. More than 11 million health posts in Tunisia. So all the citizens can have access to medical care or health care. But measures have been taken and to appoint as specialists in some regions that are in need of. Moreover, we continue to conduct this program gradually, and this concerns 17,000 priority health regions. And the rate of health coverage for this specialized medicine is 28,000. There is also the digital hospital that has been established in August 2023, and this was to enable everyone to have access to healthcare wherever or throughout the Tunisian Republic. The efforts have been made as well as regards reference and good practice guide in the area of health. Concerning mortality, maternal and infant mortality, we are working to promote health access for these women and children in order to limit maternal and infant mortality. The national strategy to reduce infant and maternal mortality was adopted in September 2023, and it was observed that there's a certain number of deaths about 53 of these deaths. As regards poverty in Tunisia, the statistics in 2023 stands at 16% of level of poverty compared to 21% in 2015. To face up to these challenges, measures have been taken to alleviate poverty, to ensure that there should be social justice in the country. This program is a new phase to support Tunisian development, and this applies to throughout the Republic, the Tunisian Republic or Republic of Tunisia. This program is a gradual program from the national, regional, and local level, and this is an institutional framework through initiatives, and this in accordance with the Tunisian constitution. This 5-year program seeks to strengthen the principles that are in force in Tunisia to ensure that each Tunisian has a share in the Tunisian wealth, and so that there should be justice across the regions and zones of the country. According to this program, we should try and face up to some challenges, some economic, social, challenges throughout Tunisia, as well as environment challenges. 217 programs were adopted, and 5 local programs and 27 reports on general and national policies. National bodies and institutions also adopted some initiatives that are necessary during the period under review of the report. The speaker seems to be speaking very fast. We're going to work as regards the national. We're going to work hard, especially in regards to the national programs that will be presented to the program in the parliament before it is submitted to the Prime Minister's office, before being adopted by the Municipal Council based on Chapter 5 of the Constitution. Now I'm going to answer the questions concerning, or rather, I'll give the floor to my colleague. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners. Good afternoon. I'm a member of the National Report Drafting Committee in the Ministry of the woman, family, and older persons. As regards the rights of older persons, the law on that govern these persons with these older persons, they're about 16% of the Tunisian population is considered as older persons, and 53, among whom are 53% of women. As regards the question of the rapporteur, the guidelines have been adopted concerning the drafting or development of national programs that seek to implement the recommendations of the Security Council. And this program is designed to improve the conditions of women and girls in rural areas, as well as the national strategy on gender-based violence. So regard to the law on gender equality or gender balance, the law against discrimination in 2023, Tunisia adopted Chapter 23, which governs gender balance. All citizens are equal before the law, and Tunisia works to support the rights of women so that they can have the same rights and duties as men. And this, just like the law 54 of 2023, and Decree 4 of 2024 for the pro-social protection of workers in the agriculture domain. We're working to improve their living conditions and to protect their socio-economic rights. With regard to the policies and programs and budget, a law was adopted in 2013, and and the head of this was working to improve the indices on in 2007, a law was adopted to combat gender-based violence, and some freedoms. There's some freedoms and social rights and economic rights for women. Today we acknowledge that women should be able to enjoy these rights regardless of their age, their ethnic group, their socio-economic condition, their health, their religion, and whether they are persons of disabilities or not. But there's also a strategy that protects all these rights in the rural areas. Men and women have the same working hours. An awareness training campaign was also organized to raise awareness among the populations on women's rights. At the national level, this campaign is being conducted in a periodic manner. The policy on gender-based violence, the policy other persons, the child and children are being protected. Well, for better awareness raising on women's rights in the rural areas, we are working to improve the rights of women, and some national plans were adopted for empowerment of the women at the economic and social level in 2017. Provided assistance to develop an integration and development from the informal to the formal sector. As regards the participation in the electoral process, the state did not give up the principle that they had adopted, that are enshrined in the Constitution, and the fact that it wasn't mentioned was just the choice of the individuals, because we don't want any discrimination and everybody has to be treated equally. About 15% of women in the parliament. At the National Council, we have elections based on skills of the candidates. Over the past few years, the circulars were focused on the equality of opportunity, and this led to the appointment of a woman as Prime Minister and head of government. Although, in addition, 8 ministries were held by women, and there is a good leap quality leave that strengthens women's participation at all levels. People in the security unit grew sharply in 2023. About 31% of women in the security unit. In regards to the violence of government, the government developed a first national strategy in 2008, and this strategy was adopted in 2021 after the promulgation of the resolution on the elimination of violence against women. All the components concerning prevention, especially with regard to, in addition to what was said concerning access to justice, the law of 58 focused on women who are victims of violence.
Furthermore, there is a circular issued by the Ministry of Justice which places emphasis on the need to provide assistance and with a view to protect all victims irrespective of their level of income. There is also a joint resolution from the Ministry of Women Affairs and the Ministry of Health relating to the provision of medical care free of charge for all women who are victims of violations, and with a view to preserving their integrity. With respect to this legislation relating to the elimination of discrimination against women, it enables us to roll out sensitization campaigns in which youth and the women participated. Also, there is a regulation through the appointment of focal points at the various ministries, and here this is a working mechanism at the regional level. There is also increase in the reception centers, which are more than 60. Also, there are free, toll-free lines for women. Furthermore, for the youth and the elderly persons, to provide quality service delivery and respect for the rights of the victims, we have enhanced the capacity of the special units, because gender-based violence is a challenge, and this is taught. There have been procedural handbooks with respect to women who are victims of violence. And finally, what I want to say is that Law 58 allows the victims of violence to work with psychological specialists, and also we have the involvement of this establishment to provide psychological and social assistance. Furthermore, there is the fact that FGM has been condemned, whether partial mutilation or total mutilation. With respect to early marriages, it is prohibited by the law. This is the last piece of information that we have, the very last. And that was all, Mr. Chairman. I thank you. Thank you. The Commission would like to thank you, and I would like to express my positive appreciation for the responses that you have brought, you have given, it indicates the seriousness of purpose. Now, before concluding this exercise, and I will give you the floor in line with our normal practice, I would give the floor to Solma Safisasase, who is the country commissioner, for the closing remarks, for her words of appreciation. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Ministers, heads of the delegations, Excellency, the Honorable Ambassador, distinguished ladies. On behalf of the African Commission and on my own behalf, I would like to thank you for the quality of the responses and also the openness of spirit that have characterized during our interaction. Your participation is very dynamic, and the detailed classifications you have provided have enriched our discussion and have confirmed our commitment to enhance benefit, the right to those right. So during this meeting, we have instituted constructive discussions based in mutual confidence with a view to looking for practical solutions so that we would be able to come up with concrete results. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights would continue to act within the framework of its mandate in a spirit of transparency and independence, and the Commission would do its best to support the implementations of commitment made in all objectivity as defined by the mandate of the Commission on the basis of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, with a view to guarantee the confidence of the states and also in adherence to international instruments signed by the states and other stakeholders. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would like to enhance our cooperation with Tunisia to continue constructive discussions to the service of freedom. But in line with our procedures, we would like to remind you that we will send you our final reports in writing relating to the, we will place emphasis on the good practices in line with the principles defined, as well as the recommendations with a view to putting in place the provisions of the Charter and the Maputo Protocol. And finally, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the Tunisian delegation, please allow me to reiterate once again that the African Commission is expecting, would expect you to present a periodic report in 2 years which on the ratification of all the instruments of the African Union. Once again, I thank you for your cooperation and for the quality of this exchange. The Commission would remain to you, we remain next to you to travail resolutely and in a constructive manner to the service of human rights. I thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Now, the decision of the Commission, before giving the floor back to you for your response. The Commission have received the report of the Republic of Tunisia and urges the delegation to avail it the written version of the responses, as well as any other additional information, stipulates that the final observations would be communication in line with the time frame contained in the rules of procedure, declares that Tunisia is up to date in presentation of the report in accordance with Article 62 of the Charter. I would like once again to reiterate my congratulations, and we request you to send our cordial greetings to the Honorable Minister. I will give you the floor now for 5 minutes for your answer. I would like to thank the African Commission as well as your good self for your patience. Indeed, there were a lot of questions and there were a lot of answers on all the information. So consequently, we will continue the discussion, the interaction through the recommendations that you will send us. And we are available to respond within the prescribed time limits. With respect to the right of respond, we, Chairperson, we hesitated to take the floor because the issue which was raised, the question which was raised, are not really questions to be discussed on. There is no problem. These questions are acceptable because they relate to the rights of our populations. And the professional authorities of Tunisia are aware of the difficulties, the environmental and climate conditions, and the public authorities are monitoring the situation. But then we understand the claims or the grievances of these people, and we support that there should be clean environment for everybody. Now, the authorities are working towards finding a solution, reasonable solution and sustainable solution, but then this would be done within the framework of transparent and serious discussions with the local populations so that we can get into have solutions that will take into account their grievances, but also the economic realities. Because the industrial pole is one of the components of regional development and has the capacity to create employment. There are thousands and thousands of families who, in their day-to-day life, depend on these industrial hubs. So interaction is necessary, and it has been triggered, and there will be solutions within the framework of these discussions, taking into account the economic situation of the region and the grievances of the population. With respect to security cooperation, with what has been said, there have been demonstrations, and the security units in the region have limited themselves to the provisions adopted in that regard. And among these provisions, there is the need to preserve peace and property. In particular, demonstrations which are convened at the last minute at night with young adolescents, so the security forces have to do their duty. And it should be stated that indeed there have been problems, there have been technical problems at Gabos, because you have the demonstration, the big demonstration at Gabesh, and which went beyond the limitations. More than 100,000 people participated at that demonstration, and there was no security incident. There was no intervention by the security forces to disperse these demonstrations. The people expressed their grievances, and this happened without any incident. So we would like to say, we would like to have this indicated. And once again, this indicates that the populations have gained solidarity in terms of their grievances. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the clarifications that you have shared with us. We also like to express our availability to continue discussions on all this matter. This is now lunch break, so I would have to suspend the discussions, but before that, let me give the floor to the Secretariat for an announcement. Secretariat would like to inform delegates that there is a side event on preliminary findings on the regional strategy for the application of land human rights and the land sector in East Africa. This side event is organized by the Kenya Human Rights Commission and Hakimadin, Kenya, and it will be attended by Honorable Commissioner Derso and Honorable Commissioner Dirta. It is scheduled for hall number 5 at 1:30. So we will resume at 2:30 with the presentation of the report of the Arabic Republic of Egypt. Happens to, thank you.
Permanent Forum on Minority Issues.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, welcome. Please let me know. Yeah.
You have this number? No, I don't. This is the African Common Position in Geneva. Oh,
please try to in Geneva. Yeah. Try to inform us so we can see how. Okay.
Do you have your card with you?
Yeah. I get that one.
And it might even be like considered as a how commissioner. Focus on this, yes? Yes, this one I'm finishing. This one is for Kenya. This one I'll finish. I'll go over it down and down. So what you do, just take like what a commissioner. Yes. So I feel like you just take them and say background and everything. Yeah, and then maybe I want to put the hosting of the session. If I can ask the host the session, I don't know. Or request for hosting the session, that's supposed to be yeah. Maybe promotion mission. Yeah, ask for promotion mission and hosting of the session. Oh, really? Just yeah. But what I think is important
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Hello, my name is Albab Tasfay. I'm representing the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission and participating at the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The National Human Rights Institution of Ethiopia today delivered a general human rights situation statement on Ethiopia during the intercession period. We also delivered a statement on the situation of women to the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. It's important for national human rights institutions to take part in the proceedings of continental human rights bodies such as the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Salimata Toure. I am the ambassador and permanent representative to the African Union for the Gambia. As PR, this would be my first participation in the sessions of the African Commission, and I've just started today and delivered a statement on migration management, externalization of migration management, and for me the sessions are going on very well. Issues are being discussed that are of pertinence to the Gambia, but also to the African continent in terms of migration management and how we should help to defend our young people against all the negative effects of migration, but also on the way they are treated when as a member state, fully treated, their rights respected, and hopefully from this session would provide the opportunity for member states to make sure that migrant rights are reflected and defended, and ensure that they get a good treatment and a good future. For me, this is the first session, so I'll stop here for now and hopefully continue the sessions and learn and listen into other member states' participation and their stories, whether success stories or challenges that they may face. We put them together as a continent, but also as a region. Thank you very much.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Thank you so much. My name is Bentabel Lamboya. I'm from Kenya, from the Kenya Network of Women and Girls with Disability. I'm here courtesy of ICJ, International Commission of Jurists. I'm so happy to be in the 85th session. What I would actually wish to say is that in the near future, I would wish to see that the rights of persons with disabilities are actually protected, especially for the women, the rural women with the disabilities. When they go to look for justice, actually their rights should actually be protected, and they should be empowered so that they also get to understand their rights. Thank you so much.
I'm called Brenda Kugonza, and I'm representing the Consortium for East African Women Human Rights Defenders Protection Network of Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. Yeah, so I'm glad that we have been part of this session, the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I think for me in particular, this session has been very impactful because we have been able to have public conversations around issues that are affecting the continent, namely climate change and environmental issues, but also issues of marginalization and human rights. Then we have also looked at the whole issue around the increasing human rights movements and anti-gender movements, especially on the continent. So I think having had a platform to discuss these emerging concerns is a step ahead in terms of finding solutions to address human rights violations on the continent. But I also think there have been opportunities where we are seeing focused collaboration between the state actors and the non-state actors, like civil society organizations, trying to collaborate and forge working relationships with the state actors. I am seeing the commission, the honorable commissioners, attending side events by different CSOs. And for me, that is strong, because then they are getting closer to the voices from the grassroots and informing their strategies of how to address the problems that continue to affect us on the African continent.
My name is Colette Letlujane. I'm with the Human Rights Institute of South Africa, and I participate in sessions of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. My organization strengthens the African
Refreshment is available and offered to all distinguished participants on the first floor, in the banquet hall on the first floor. Thank you so much. We will resume by 2:20, I believe. Thank you.
How is it?
The theme of the 2025 of the AU focuses on justice and for Africans and people of African descent through reparation. So this topic is very central to my heart because the continent has gone through terrible and era of apartheid, of colonization, of crimes against humanity, and of enslavement of our people in the continent. The reparation subject has not been a formalized topic, and we are looking forward to a mechanism that can be to ensure that
human rights and people.
And also I heard about their land that has been taken and the natural resources and the artifacts. Some of are taken without consultation. The people of the continent, many countries, they've been calling for their former colonizers to return back all that has been taken. In terms of the reparation, it's not only about the issue of making compensation or payments for the damage that has been caused. We also, expecting to see support and the respect of the human dignity, the equality, and institutions of learning be enhanced with infrastructure, for example, sanitation, resources, for educators to provide education to our
Jonas, move.
the
issue of conflicts and whatever,
companies without making any, without any consultation and forceful removal of the indigenous communities without them being consulted. It's something that we want it to be seen, included in this whole program of reparation. And we would like to see also the very same communities that received, segregation, oppression, themselves to be allowed, to be provided resources, the opportunity to be here, to speak about their issues, to represent their own communities and speaking in their own languages. The African Union recognized Kiswahili as one of the official languages. We would like to see more communities who speak these languages to come and present their state, their situation, to be in decision making, to contribute to the African systems of human rights. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
My name is Dorcas Lamini. I'm the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs in the Kingdom of Eswatini. We are attending the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and the People's Rights. And as the Kingdom of Eswatini, we have delivered our statement, and the most important objective of this meeting is that we are meeting together as different countries to talk about the importance of human rights in our countries.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Hello, my name is Ellen Ann. I'm from the African Center for Democracy and Human Rights Studies. The center convenes the forum of NGOs in the work of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. This year, we convened the forum preceding the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission. So the forum brings in civil societies and NGOs to work on human rights violations that are going on currently in the continent. Going forward, I would like to see the contribution of the forum being reflected in the Commission's work, as well as being translated into meaningful change. Thank you very much.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
My name is Honorable Ernest Yawani, Member of Parliament for Kumau in Ghana. I serve as the chairman of the Human Rights Committee of our parliament, and I attended this session with members from Ghana's parliament on the Constitutional Legal Committee. This is my second time observing the ordinary session. We were here in May for the last session, and it was very insightful for us as a committee of parliament, and with oversight responsibility over human rights issues in Ghana. And this year has also been a very interesting one. We have observed the opening session yesterday, where we had various statements coming from different states, and it's quite interesting, and to know about the different perspective of the African human rights situation across the globe is something for us as a committee to learn from, and also to see how best we can improve on our human rights situation back home in Ghana.
Je m'appelle Fatima Aldine Garfa, je suis la ministre déléguée auprès du ministre des Affaires étrangères chargée de l'intégration africaine et des Tchadiens de l'étranger du Tchad. Nous sommes aujourd'hui ici avec la délégation pour participer à la 85e session ordinaire ici à Banjul. Nous sommes vraiment ravis de participer à cette session. Notre participation aujourd'hui dénote de l'importance et de l'engagement que notre pays de Tchad apporte à la question des droits humains. Il était vraiment important et essentiel que nous puissions participer aujourd'hui à cette session. Le Tchad a fait une déclaration relative à cette session. Nous réitérons évidemment
Wait a bit. Lift the hat a bit. So that is more light on the face. Then you look up.
Okay.
Les questions relatives aux droits de l'homme sont bien évidemment gérées au niveau national de chaque État.
It's rubbish.
Il est important de pouvoir échanger.
It's from Zimbabwe, rubbish, but okay, go ahead.
Cette session de la Commission des droits de l'homme ici à Banjul. Et donc, nous réitérons bien évidemment notre engagement à œuvrer pour le bien-être des droits humains au Tchad et partout dans le monde. Merci beaucoup.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Hi everyone, my name is Ikechukwu Uzoma, Senior Staff Attorney at the Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights, and it's my pleasure to represent our organization at the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. As usual, we've engaged in different conversations ranging from litigation on civic space to issues related to women's rights and obstetric violence to other issues relating to elections, especially in East Africa and also in parts of Central Africa. The conversations have been fruitful. We've identified some steps that needs to be taken. And above all, there's a call for greater awareness of the existence of the human rights mechanisms as much as the role that these human rights mechanisms can play in advancing the freedom of in advancing human rights, in advancing democracy, and in advancing the respect for the rule of law. But in particular, also, we've been having engagements to grow awareness on the vacancies upcoming within the African human rights system, including at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, where there are 3 vacancies in the floating seats in the southern region, and as well as the Central African region, as well as the vacancies, 7 vacancies within the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, where we have 2 members who are completing their term and 5 others who are open for re-election. The points have been made around the importance of awareness beyond these rooms, beyond these halls. All Africans must become aware of the existence of these mechanisms and begin to contribute to the effectiveness and the functionality of the mechanisms. So it's been a pleasure being here, and we look forward to advancing human rights, advancing the rule of law and democracy in Africa.
Mon nom c'est Julien Gambour, je suis directeur des droits humains au ministère de la Justice. Alors pour cet échange, je pense que c'est un forum qui est très très important du point de vue de l'État du Sénégal que nous sommes venus représenter, parce que c'est un forum qui permet de parler de la situation globale des droits de l'homme en Afrique. Et je pense que c'est quelque chose que les États encouragent, en tout cas pour ce qui concerne le Sénégal, parce que ça permet de promouvoir une culture des droits de l'homme au niveau africain. Ça permet de discuter des problèmes au niveau africain en termes de droits de l'homme, des difficultés, mais aussi des obstacles et des propositions de solutions. Et c'est un forum qui réunit les États, qui réunit les ONG, qui réunit toutes les parties prenantes qui travaillent sur la promotion des droits de l'homme. Et je pense que le Sénégal, qui est un État qui est là pour la promotion des droits de l'homme, est tout à fait ouvert pour participer à ce forum. Et c'est dans ce cadre-là que nous avons été ici envoyés pour discuter, voir ensemble comment, au niveau des États, on peut travailler à améliorer la situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique.
My name is Kwame Andres Darkler, a person with albinism, and I work with Africa Albinism Network as the advocacy manager. Where the Africa Albinism Network is at the 85th ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And our coming here is not only to participate, but also to try to engage and influence policies and advocacy at this level. First of all, we participated in the NGOs Forum, where we had a panel on persons with albinism operations, and also we are here to also present a statement on the same issues, where issues of persons with albinism are presented before the African Commission to ensure that African Union member states take recommendations from what we are going to present and ensure rights and welfare of persons with albinism are taken into consideration during their deliberations. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Izobo, and I am the Advocacy Program Manager at the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation. And as CSBR, we are present at the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. For us, we're going to be presenting a statement on the African Union Team of the Year reparations. We'll also be participating in the panel session on Saturday, the 25th of October, 2025, where we get to also talk about the AU Theme of the Year on reparations, or should I say reparative justice for African descent. Today, the 22nd of October 2025, we held a side event on how we can actually mobilize African leadership for a torture-free trade treaty. And so for us at CSVL, one of the reflections, or should I say the purpose of us having, of being part of the 85th Ordinary Session, being part of the Ordinary Session each year, is to ensure that we're able to mobilize with other NGOs to serve as watchdogs to ensure that states are actually complying to the very same reason why they signed the different conventions in the first place, or even the African Charter of Human and People's Rights. And so it's also a great time for us to listen to states as they report on the human rights activities in their countries, and to ensure that whatever conventions they sign, they're implementing it, and they are not part of the violations that continue to happen in Africa. And for us, we work on conflict-related sexual violence, on transitional justice, and also on reparations. We make sure that countries who have actually signed and ratified treaties and conventions around human rights, to ensure that human rights are not violated, stick to it. Thank you so much.
الاسم الكامل ناجي مولاي الحسن، رئيس شبكة الهيئة المستقلة لحقوق الإنسان في شمال إفريقيا. إذن اليوم كمجتمع مدني نشارك في الدورة 85 للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب، وخلال هذه الدورة تمكنا من تقديم بلاغات شفاهية أمام اللجنة الإفريقية، وكذلك التفاعل مع المقررين الخواص، وقد تمكنا كذلك من التحدث عن أوضاع حقوق الإنسان في شمال إفريقيا، كذلك في غرب ووسط وجنوب إفريقيا، وتناولنا كذلك موضوع الفضاء المدني والانتهاكات الجسيمة لحقوق الإنسان وأثرها على المجتمع المدني. كذلك تناولنا موضوع وضعية المهاجرين في شمال إفريقيا، التي حقيقة هي وضعية مأساوية، ونطلب قمنا بطلب الدول في شمال إفريقيا بوضع قوانين جديدة تحترم حقوق المهاجرين، وتحترم كذلك ولوجهم إلى العمل، الاستفادة من الصحة، الاستفادة كذلك من قضايا التنمية. كذلك خلال المنتدى الإفريقي للمنظمات غير الحكومية تناولنا مواضيع مختلفة تخص يعني حرية التعبير، يعني حرية الصحافة، حقوق المرأة. تناولنا كذلك الفضاء المدني، حقوق ذوي الإعاقة، وتمكنا خلال 3 أيام من إصدار قرارات تهم 12 دولة في إفريقيا حول الانتهاكات الجسيمة لحقوق الإنسان. كذلك كانت هناك قرارات تهم وضعية المهاجرين، تهم كذلك يعني الوضعية الحقوقية والانتهاكات الجسيمة التي تحصل في إفريقيا.
Hello, my name is Ndogozo Sivanyoni. I am from the Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria. I'm here attending the 85th session of the African Commission, and I got to participate in a side event on the Treaty on Crimes Against Humanity to spotlight the definition of apartheid, which is very important for the current AU theme of reparations. And this is a good topic, and I hope that all member states will come on board and participate in the treaty. Thank you.
It is a distinct honor and pleasure for me, on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, President Adama Barrow, the government and the people of the Republic of the Gambia, to welcome you all to the smiling coast of Africa, the Republic of the Gambia.
Le thème de cette année étant « Justice pour les Africains et les personnes d'ascendance africaine », il me semble légitime que cette plénière a l'obligation fondamentale de veiller à ce que les formes contemporaines d'injustice que subissent les Africains d'aujourd'hui puissent trouver des solutions.
The 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights offers an important and timely platform for collective reflection and strategic engagement on the pressing human rights issues confronting the continent. The comprehensive agenda of this session underscores the Commission's continued leadership and commitment to promoting accountability, equality, and justice in Africa.
As we stand at a critical juncture in Africa's human rights journey, the call for justice, for reparations, and equality for Africans and people of African descent echoes across generations.
This session convenes at a crucial moment to address the global push for reparatory justice related to enslavement, the trade of enslaved Africans, and colonialism.
This commemoration is not only a celebration of progress, but also a moment for introspection. It calls on all of us, governments, AU organs, national human rights institutions, and civil society to reaffirm our shared responsibility in giving life to the Charter's provisions.
Les droits économiques, sociaux et culturels, les femmes et les filles, les enfants, les minorités ethniques et religieuses, les personnes handicapées et les défenseurs des droits de l'homme sont souvent les premières victimes de ces violations.
J'appelle les autres États de l'Union africaine à doter la Commission des ressources humaines, financières et techniques nécessaires afin qu'elle puisse s'acquitter de son mandat le plus efficacement possible.
Our continent has made notable progress over the past decade. The adoption of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Maputo Protocol on Rights of Women, and the establishment of the African Court on Human and People's Rights have given Africa a comprehensive legal and institutional architecture for the protection and promotion of rights.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Je m'appelle Sadir Niass, je suis chargé de relations internationales de Afrikajom Center. Je viens à Banjul pour participer à la 85e session de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, qui est aujourd'hui consacrée à la thématique de l'Union africaine, la réparation pour les Africains et les communautés d'ascendance africaine. La Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples est une plateforme d'échange, de partage entre les États, les commissaires et les organisations de la société civile de l'Afrique. Nous sommes là après avoir tenu 3 jours de forum des ONG. On a formulé des recommandations et des résolutions pays, des résolutions thématiques que nous allons soumettre à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples pour faire face aux multiples violations des droits humains qui se passent aujourd'hui dans notre continent. On a beaucoup de problèmes de droits de l'homme, des conflits qui minent vraiment la quiétude dans les États africains et les violations vraiment qui ont pour nom la restriction de l'espace civique, la restriction des libertés et des libertés d'association, des libertés d'expression et les libertés d'opinion. Autant de violations que nous avons soulignées, sur lesquelles nous avons formulé des recommandations qui seront adressées sous forme de résolution à la 85e session de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
My name is Shaibu Mahama, Member of Parliament from Ghana. Well, so for me, this is my first time of attending the UN, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Even though I've had some stints with them in Ghana and online, I think coming here personally has given me some more insight into the workings of the Commission. I think it's absolutely great to have the various topical issues discussed. The areas that have been covered are really areas of importance as far as the African continent is concerned. I was glad to see a whole brochure regarding witchcraft in Ghana, my own dear country. And so the highlight of the issues that are being faced by women normally, women who are very vulnerable in this witchcraft saga. And I think that these are things that have been highlighted, and it's something that is important for us to take home and to deal with. So clearly this has been a very important conference, and I will take home a lot to be shared in Parliament. As a Parliament, our duty is oversight. And so importantly, we will report back to Parliament and to highlight the key issues that would need attention. And thank you.
Welcome to the Gambia. home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في مضيف اللجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Hello, my name is Albab Tasfay. I'm representing the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission and participating at the 85th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. The National Human Rights Institution of Ethiopia today delivered a general human rights situation statement on Ethiopia during the intercession period. We also delivered a statement on the situation of women to the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. It's important for national human rights institutions to take part in the proceedings of continental human rights bodies such as the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Salimata Toure. I am the ambassador and permanent representative to the African Union for the Gambia. As PR, this would be my first participation in the sessions of the African Commission, and I've just started today and delivered a statement on migration management, externalization of migration management. And for me, the sessions are going on very well. Issues are being discussed that are of pertinence to the Gambia, but also to the African continent in terms of migration management and how we should help to defend our young people against all the negative effects of migration, but also on the way they are treated when going through third countries. As a member state, we would like to see our refugees and also our migrants properly treated, their rights respected, and hopefully from the takeaway from this session would provide the opportunity for member states to make sure that migrant rights are reflected and defended, and ensure that they get a good treatment and a good future. For me, this is the first session, so I'll stop here for now and hopefully continue the sessions and learn and listen into other member states' participation and their stories, whether success stories or challenges that they may face. We will address them together as a continent, but also as a region. Thank you very much.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
Thank you so much. My name is Ventabel Amboya. I'm from Kenya, from the Kenya Network of Women and Girls with Disability. I'm here courtesy of ICJ, International Commission of Jurists. I'm so happy to be in the 85th session. What I would actually wish to say is that in the near future, I would wish to see that the rights of persons with disabilities are actually protected, especially for the women, the rural women with the disabilities. When they go to look for justice, actually their rights should actually be protected, and they should be empowered so that they also get to understand their rights. Thank you so much.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la Commission va à présent reprendre ses travaux. Et nous allons poursuivre sur le point 8, portant sur la présentation des rapports. Regarding the state reports, consideration of state reports, or the Your Excellency, Rashid Saidani, I'm sorry. Your Excellency Khalid, Vice Deputy Minister representing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Arab Republic of Egypt. Yes, I am delighted to receive you as part of this second segment of our dialogue on the occasion of the presentation of your periodic report. In line with our rules of procedure, you have 1.5 hours to present your answers or responses. So we will leave to you to distribute the floor among members of your delegation. And this time can be very short, as you know, given the number of questions that have been put to you during the first session. However, we are ready to receive your answers also in writing. And I would love to say, Ogalma, in line with our rules of procedure, this session of report presentations will not be followed by discussions. Having explained this, I'll now give the floor, and the Commission is now ready to receive you.
On our behalf, my colleagues will take the floor one after the other, trying to make the best of the time. Let's start.
شكرا سيادة الرئيس وشكرا
Mr. Chair, and thank you to the August Commission for the question. And I will start with the questions asked by Mr. Zakaria regarding the of society. Egypt has provided social protection for about 60% allocation. It stands at 780 billion Egyptian sterlings, and which provides also social protection and has stand it benefits more than 7 million households, and in addition 5 million households that receive financial assistance, among them 5.5 million in various phases of education. As for education, financial support represent about 81% in terms with that is for students who benefit from the programs, and the attendance of about 70% regarding health services, and the households that have children, newly born children up to 6 years, and are provided with health services every 3 months. And the government has also approved the new social protection law and submitted to the parliament, and there is financial assistance and which is legislated instead of being just a program, and the government also provides legal and social protection for every individual to ensure for them a dignified life if they cannot provide for themselves in case of old age. And also there is financial assistance to many families, among them old persons and persons with disabilities, And there is right now an executive order that is being implemented. The government is also working on a strategic financial plan for financial empowerment together with financial assistance, and the number of empowerment financial projects stand about 1.3 million for the past years, in line with the financial system that will ensure the empowerment of families and households, so in order to lift them out of poverty. As for the questions asked by Mrs. Janet regarding women's participation in political activities, the Constitution of 2017 contains guarantees, government guarantees to ensure equality between men and women in all areas, and civil and political and economic and social rights and cultural rights. And it guarantees also the women's participation in elective positions and also administrative positions and judiciary. As for the allocation of quotas for positions in the Constitution, there is a quota for women, and has led to the acquisition of women of about 27% of the seats in the parliament, and also in the Senate for about 13%. And also there was elections in December, and the rate of participation of men stood at about 60% among the voters. And for the first time in Egypt, in the following years, the two women have become governors, and the first governor of the central bank, and the head of the Human Rights Commission, and also the previous Senate. As for the representation of women in decision-making bodies, women are part of the newly composed government, acquired about 18 positions and ministerial positions and assistant ministers. In addition the women also had all national councils for women, and for motherhood and the child, and also for the disability persons of disabilities, and number of charges for women. Now women are now prosecutors, and the number of judges are at about 130 women, and for the prosecution 160 of them. And as for the and they work in all areas of state bodies of the judiciary. As for the participation of women in the private sector, especially in the banking sector and financial sector, Egypt issued a report on the statistics here, and the number of women in companies in the private sector, about 23.3% by 2023, compared to 17% in 21-22 yet, and about 19% from 2021 and 21. And number of women in various companies and banks stand at about 1,530 persons. And there is collaboration with the International Financial Forum to reduce the gap between the two genders, especially when it comes to disability. As for the questions concerning the legal framework for the protection of women against violence, there are penalties imposed on crimes against women in general, sexual harassment, rape, and violation of one's dignity and life, and harassment in public areas, through signs and orally. And the women are protected even within the family without and sometimes the penalty can be stronger if the perpetrator is somebody close to the victim. And in 2020-21 the cabinet issued a special law one-stop shop for the protection of women, and there are all services are provided alone, and this resolution condemns clearly any crime for women at University of Saturn. There are 11 units for the protection of women in hospitals, and also at the Ministry of Health also there are services for women, and there is forensic also science for women that are victims of violence, and 12 units for sexually women that are victims of sexual violence, and there is a second center is being opened, and there are chambers in the courts as stated by the head of our delegation, and there are offices for the support of women, and Egypt has a complete women under the National for Women, and they receive all complaints for women that are victims of violence, and they stand about 255,000 complaints, and questions have been submitted, and the office has issued sentences on in 3,000 cases. As for the protection of women from electronic violence or harassment through the internet, there is a national strategy on cyber security from 2020 to 27, and cybercrime issued in 2017 to criminalize offense electronically and the information through the internet, and the National Council of Women work with various legal bodies to implement these laws concerning complaints from women. And Egypt also sensitize in order to increase awareness about cyber crime, and Egypt participates strongly in the UN campaign in the fight against violence against women through Facebook, social media in general, and Instagram, the International Internet Day, in order to protect women from these platforms and sensitize them about defamation, and this ensure women's participation in life in general. As the international level, Egypt has made a commitment through the United Nations Commission on the occasion of the 75th celebration of human rights, especially the improper use of technology against women and girls. And Egypt has ratified international conference on women's rights and so on. As for the questions asked by Commissioner Janet also about early marriage and FGM, yes, there are no early marriage cases have been documented. Madam. You are very fast, interpreters are saying, according to the chair. As for early marriage and FGM, female circumcision, the government bans marriage contract between the two sexes for those who have not attained 18 years of age, according to the marriage code, and the penal code imprisons in case there is false declaration on age. And the human trafficking is criminalized, especially through early marriage, either through the family or any other channel. As for FGM or mutilation in general, there are many mechanisms like the national mechanism against FGM and the monitoring of children in all provinces, and and the protection of women under the Motherhood Council and a hotline for the National Commission for Women. Well, as a result, based on studies on the flaws that exist in the previous legislation, FGM now covers the following aspects: penalties that are more strict if it leads to defamation or to death, and the non-utilization of modern medical means to perform such a practice, and penalties on any who popularize or instigate at committing this crime. So if there is any flaw that it has been eliminated so as to protect women from FGM. At the practical level, this FGE as a crime has decreased by 14% in 2020-21 compared to 21% in previous years. And the rate of FGA has decreased about 36% compared to 92% compared to previous years. And Egypt believes that this crime will be totally eradicated, and there are practical sentences that has helped to implement the law. For example, the court has issued a sentence to a nurse for applying it on a girl child, and this is not for protection but also for prevention. And there was a lady at the age of 19 and was a victim of of this type of crime at the hands of a doctor, and the parent decided that they will not apply this again, and they made an oath. And the doctor was disciplined, who was found to be practicing this, and he was referred to the prosecution. Egypt hosted, in this regard, the African regional meeting on the elimination of GM and early marriage, and one of the conclusions is the Cairo Declaration on the elimination of early marriage and FGM, and it is incorporated under the sect of the African mechanism in charge of this. As for girls' education, dropout rate start from 2020-22 is about 6.6% for compared to 0.6 for boys, and so the gap between the two genders has been reduced, and a girl is taking, those who have dropped out for girls are taken to social schools in order for them to complete their education, and then after that they are reintroduced to the normal educational cycle. As for abortion, the penal code criminalizes abortion, which jeopardizes the life of the mother. And the law also punishes in this regard, especially if the person is a doctor or a surgeon or a pharmacist, and there is a religious fatwa issued by the fatwa body that approves the permission of abortion in the first months of pregnancy, and doctors are allowed to work with when it comes to violence against women, and to provide protection for women, like the use of medicine in general. As for the question asked by Modford Zakaria regarding the acquisition of women of land, there are women's acquisition of land. There is a law of that issued in 2018 that amends the laws on inheritance and in order to combat some traditions that prevailed there that prevent and deprive some heirs, especially for minors, to be deprived from their rights under the law. As for the question from the August member Marias Luisa regarding older persons, the official data indicate that the number of older persons, about 9.8 million persons, about 9.1 out of the population, and the number of female older persons, 4.9 million older persons, and there is a law was adopted for the welfare of older persons, Act in 19 for 2020-2024 for the first time Egypt, and there is a law for the older person. Any person who attains 65 years is an older person, and the law also covers states that they need care, especially if they don't have enough income. And the government provides health, social, and economic care gradually and starts before attaining this age of 65, and there are legal and social support for categories that are more than 60 years, and also financial support for older persons is provided. About more than 1,000 beneficiaries, about 9 million Egyptian pound, and there are classes open for older persons, and more about 87,000 learners have benefited from it and are above 60 years. As for questions concerning persons with disabilities, from Commissioner Maria Luby, there is a law for the persons with disabilities, and the National Strategy on Human Rights states that all such people should be incorporated, and they are represented in all specialized councils, either for women, National Council of Women, and for motherhood and childhood. And Egypt tries to operate and implement the quota of 5% under the labor code through digital platforms for employment, especially in the private sector for persons with disabilities. Thank you. Mr. Chair, commissioners, regarding the question asked by Marie-Louise Abomo, which concerns the types of crimes committed by civilians and sentenced by the courts. We would like to clarify the following. Now, to ensure the rights of people are charged, it states that the courts are independent, and members of independent military courts cannot be removed from their positions, and they are provided all guarantees, rights, and obligations provided and according to the article, protects the military in military courts unless the crimes contain the following. Military check whether there is the military.
It also concerns military services. And young members of the military, border zones, equipment, vehicles, weapons, ammunition, documents, and military security, even as well as military industries. Crimes related to military conscription, beg your pardon. I'm going to add 5 minutes to my intervention. And this is done in accordance with the law that enables Egypt, be it the penal or procedural law. And to wrap up, we're trying to say that the judgment of civilians before military tribunals is done in a particular way. There are constitutional provisions and legislative provisions, and it applies to all legal services without discrimination, and it is part of procedural rules to respect the rights of the litigants. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson of the Commission, dear members of the Commission, I'd like to answer the questions that you asked, and I'm going to send you written responses. First, as concerns the query concerning the rectification of some instruments of the African Union and the optional protocol. First, I'd like to say that the ratification of conventions and instruments is a sovereign right. So with this, Honorable Chairperson, Egypt periodically reviews its instruments in light of national priorities, and also considers the conventions that it has not yet signed. The government chooses all the best practices and implements that depending based on the situation of the country. Against this backdrop, Egypt is complementing the procedures to, when it's necessary, to be part of the protocol to the other persons or persons with disabilities. Now we're going to move on to other questions. What my colleague said and what we are finalizing. We have finished with the national process of
only a matter of time that we are joining.
الآن ننتقل
Of course. No, it's working. No. It's working now. It's working. Yes. Yes, the English booth is confirming that we can hear the French. Questions on the training of the civil security forces. We have used we organize training programs for those staff. Also, in 2019, more than 134 workshops were organized for the staff of the ministries in cooperation with IOM and UNODC, ICRC, and they dealt with gender-based violence and the protection of the rights of immigrants and also against human trafficking, in addition to sensitizations to international standards. 16 states have participated in those training programs. When it comes to the applications of the Nelson Mandela rules for those in prisons, with respect to medical care, the Ministry of Interior from 2024 to 2025, the ministry have intensified its efforts within the detention centers with respect to access to medicine. Quantities of medicine were sent to hospitals. More than several million pounds have been devoted. Or furthermore, you have medical care for new prisoners. Furthermore, you have medical centers to receive and treat the prisoners, especially transmissible diseases. Also, you have surgery, you have surgery facilities available. We have developed the health systems in the prisons and also in collaboration with the Red Cross and Red Crescent Society. So we also take care of the moral and physical well-being of the children. So the system has preventive measures, and a lot of cases have been referred to specialized hospitals in Egypt. In 2025, we cooperated with the Egyptian Red Crescent Society, and they avail all the specialties, the convening of meetings and sensitization workshop. Now let us move to the question raised by Commissioner Derso with respect to the working group on extractive industries and the environment. With respect to the extractive activities, the sector covers gas, oil, accounts for 7% of the GDP of the country. And when it comes to the national strategy, of the law on the law of 2017, and this relates to the legal framework. With respect to the implementations of these legislations, the Ministry of Petroleum and for mining research, the holding company for natural gas, as well as the Ministry of Environment, all of them monitor the environmental situation. With respect to transparency and participation, the Constitution guarantees the participation of citizens in the management of local resources in accordance with the local legislation and the law on general planning of the state 18 of 2022, which involves the civil society in the preparation and monitoring of development plans. Income is included in the general budget and are submitted for the supervision of the Parliament, which is the oversight authority with respect to the strategy of human rights. The state is attacking corruption through law on administrative control 54/1964 and the law against money laundering number 80 of 2002 and the national strategy against corruption 2030 2022-2023, and also the integrity and the race legislation of 2024. With now to the right of individuals to a clean environment, there have been before authorization of any project, you have to you have to produce a certificate, and we participate. We have a surveillance system. We have put in place a surveillance system. Number 4, 1974, obliges the corporate entities to cater for the damages and to provide a guarantee on the environmental fund to compensate the victims and to fund activities for the populations. Sorry, the English interpreters cannot receive the French. The ministry also receives complaints through through internet. The Ministry of Environment receives complaints and are dealt with more than 3,500 complaints in 2024-2025. Environmental justice measures have been taken in place, and between 2023 and 2024, we have treated with so many cases. Environmental cases are urgently looked at for rapid redress. Finally, a cooperation protocol was signed between the Ministry of Justice and Environment 2020 to train officials for environmental protection, and 1,000 lawyers, 1,000 magistrates were trained between 2021 and 2024. Now, we respond to the question from the Honorable Commissioner Lita Musini with respect to indigenous people. Egypt would like to reaffirm its total commitment to the rights of all indigenous people the world over, and Egypt has been at the forefront of countries supporting to regulating these indigenous rights. However, is for thousands of years, we have known civilizations, and all Egyptians belong to one nation united by a common history and a common identity. Despite the diversity of the cultures, traditions between the citizens, and this diversity represents a wealthy civilization. We characterize the Egyptian people and do not divide them. Consequently, there is no category of people in Egypt who are considered as an indigenous people, distinct from the other. The Egyptian people is a single body united by brotherhood. So consequently, there is no need to put in place legislation on issues that do not happen. Now, Commissioner Salma Sarsi Safer, Special Rapporteur on Migrants, Asylum Seekers. Egypt has hosted more than 10 million foreigners, asylum seekers, coming from 53 countries. We guaranteed them access to all basic services and their integration in the Egyptian society without forcing them to rest in refugee camps. These foreigners and their children have access to health system and educational system on the same plane as Egyptian nationals. Refugees also benefit from the joint program for refugees and migrants. This is the first of its kind to bring together 4 United Nations agencies within the framework of an integration project in a single country. The International Organization for Migrants, UNICEF, and World Health Organizations participate with us, and this reflects the spirit of solidarity, and it puts underscores the principle of the sharing of responsibilities, provision of healthcare, and also facilitation to basic access. October 2026 of the HER office in Beijing, number of asylum seekers, refugees of 102,000 refugees, and now 104,000 refugees and 962,000, a total of 1,056,000 people. The number of families recorded is 400,000, and women and children represent 74%. People with specific needs represent 19.7%. They represent 63 nationalities. Sudan force 700,000, Syria 123,422, and the other nationalities represent 140,000. The law number 164 of 2024 on the regulation of asylum and foreigners. This law was promulgated, and it conforms with the international standards and the 1951 Convention relative to refugees, to ensure that they benefit from all the rights and liberties. The law has established a national committee responsible for regulating refugees' affairs and to look at the asylum-seeking applications on a case-by-case basis, with priorities given to people, pregnant women, non-accompanied children, victims of human trafficking. In that regard, the National Committee on Asylum Seekers is being set up while we are waiting for the criteria to, and this is on the jurisdiction of the HCR office on the basis of the MOU signed between these institutions and the Egyptian government, which was signed in 1964. With respect to the application of the law on asylum, it has been enacted, and it contains several provisions. And in this juncture, it is important to note that HCR has participated in the drafting of the regulation. The model has been approved as proposed, and the national entities and international institutions have been contacted with a view to enhancing the adoption of best practices. Civil society, HCR, has participated in an ongoing discussions on the clauses with a view to facilitating this process of giving residence to refugees. The period for application of residencies has been extended to 1 year rather than previously a period of 6 months. When there are delays in dealing with applications, the asylum seekers still benefit from the rights, and they would never be expelled. They also have the right to submit complaints over at the National Committee. Furthermore, the law has provisions that stop the expulsion or forcibly repatriation of refugees to an area where they will be exposed to danger. The courts have enacted the principle of non-refoulement relative to the Convention of the United States and Article 3 of the Conventions Against Torture. The Administrative Court has indicated that this is not only for political refugees, but for other refugees. In the case where it has been established that the refugees are a threat to national authority, the competent authorities coordinate with the HCR to look for an alternative assignment country in accordance with Article 32 of the Convention. With respect to crimes or crimes against public order committed by in that regard, Egypt would like to reaffirm its commitment to international conventions. Primacy of law is fundamental, and it should be noted. The basis that govern their presence throughout the country. Thank you for your kind attention. Channel, may we proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Regarding the question provided by the Commissioner Romelu Lumbu regarding the guidelines on the formation of association in Africa, we said that law 28 of 2018 and its executive act is in line with relevant international instruments, especially those issued by the African Union. As for the clarification on Article 18 of the law that requires that these associations participate in social development, is this related to NGOs Article 14 does not restrict the work of NGOs, but it is a coordination that defines the role of social French, there is English interpretation. Sorry for this interruption. You can continue, please. And it requires the observation of the government's plan as a general consideration without any identification and as a requirement for penalty. Now, concerning the question with the administrative units under the Ministry of Social Protection, and in line with the competence of the unit and also its rules of procedure, it is the administrative body that organizes the this sector of the NGOs and coordinates and gathers information in the interest of, like, for example, the monitoring of all legislation. So it is just a monitoring body. And also this unit has financial statements that are independent to ensure any clash of interests. And number 3, regarding Act 140 and the clarification. Sorry for interrupting you. Yeah, they are not. Yeah, see. Regarding 140, Act 140 and the information whether civil society is prohibited from receiving public opinion without the approval of the government, as we have stated earlier, that the legislative framework on the Act, that is the organization of NGOs work, it never targeted the restriction of the work of NGOs, but it came to facilitate work among NGOs and also to ensure transparency and accountability, to ensure also or guarantee the rule of law under Article 15 of the Act, that is the need to the approval of the statistics department before any survey is, so the purpose to organize the credibility of any opinion survey and professional nature of this work, especially those that are published and affect public opinion. As a result, the purpose is not to impose any restrictions on these associations to conduct their studies. The statistical department is the body, that is the official body for statistics of the government, that specializes in providing data and information, and it is the only government body delegated and empowered to provide permission for anybody, whether local or international, government or non-government, or any other body that wants to conduct any type of opinion polls or surveys which require the collection of information and data. As for the question concerning Article 9 of the law, that is the prohibition of organization to get into any activity with any foreign organization without government approval, the Article 19 of the law does not prohibit interaction with foreign bodies. It all this requires is to differentiate between internal cooperation with other bodies, and there should be notice, and also any foreign body that is cross-border body, and this requires permission from the administrative body and the approval of the specialized, the competent ministry. So the purpose here is to organize, to ensure that there is transparency and compliance with money laundering and terrorism laws, and to ensure and there is separation with regard to grievances. And doesn't prevent the establishment of association, but to just organize cross-border transactions. As for the suspension of NGOs under the same law, the article does not restrict the freedom of work of these NGOs. It only organizes and ensure the legitimacy of that work, because the decision to suspend will be just a preventive and provisional measure that does not beyond 1 year. And the article requires that they can resort to the courts after the suspension, to the court that is competent in this regard. So the suspension issued by the minister is not a final decision, but just a request subject to a court decision. This is why the purpose of this article is to protect the work of NGOs and provide a legal umbrella that guarantees their funds from mismanagement and the like. As for this question asked by Commissioner Lita Musumi, that is the request for information concerning HIV patients and if there is any national program for AIDS and there are centers for support. Yes, it should be noted that Egypt covers and the International Fund of, against HIV in November 2024 has approved the framework agreement designed to improve health in general, and convention focuses on the fight against HIV and tuberculosis and to alleviate also COVID on the health infrastructure. In addition to the services provided by the National Health Program to thousands of citizens and treatment of HIV. In December 2024, there has been a strategy, a national strategy against HIV, which will cover from 2024 up to 2030 and comprises different areas of activity, in addition to the provision of new concepts about 3-0, for example, zero infections and zero HIV infection, and also this on the third zero also another area, and this is meant to provide treatment and ensure human rights. As for the question asked by Mr. Zakaria regarding national strategies on the right to housing and what are the standards used to allocate housing units for the poor in Egypt. Yes, within there is a programmatic and constitutional provision under Article 78 of the Constitution is to guarantee for citizens proper housing, and this has been translated in various interventions like the provision of proper and dignified life, and this entered its pilot phase in collaboration with NGOs. And in 2020-21, there was an initiative launched by the head of state with a government funding that comprises 4,428 villages throughout 228 centers in 20 provinces, and beneficiaries stand about 50% of the overall population of Egypt. And the government announced also areas that are unsafe and to eliminate them after development of 340 areas in 53 provinces, and this work will continue on the areas that have not been covered up till 2030, which and then provides proper housing and nutrition in people that are more needy. As for the capacity of the fund, this social housing fund has implemented housing programs for all Egyptians through concessionary loans, so especially for low-income families, and the publication of KPIs that ensure the distribution of housing units and provision of social support to the beneficiaries and proper housing in general, as part of the government's efforts to provide, to eliminate arbitrariness, is to provide services the Ministry of Social Solidarity provides transport assistance and takes care of the families' situation and provides lists and then support families that are transported instead of provisional rent, and then alleviate fully housing units for those who need care, and to ensure solidarity within new units in the service of in the interest of the population, and ensure also the welfare of children in those areas. And links are linked through economic empowerment to ensure justice and transparency. I would like to clarify also the support fund, of which I am the executive director under the presidency of the person in charge, for a number more than 15,000 associations and NGOs, and more than 2 billion Egyptian pounds for 2018 up to 2024. I would like to thank the chair and the commissioners for their kind attention. Mr. Chair, members of the August Commission, concerning the incorporation of human rights conventions ratified by Egypt, these international agreements enjoy the status of internal laws based on Article 51. However, the constitutional legislator regarding
the international human rights instrument have prevailed over the other legal texts in Egypt in accordance with Article 39, because the state has to respect the agreements and treaties at the international level that Egypt has ratified. So the state must respect and comply with this instrument, so which compels Egypt to grant a greater importance to these instruments than internal instruments. This helps to protect the rights and freedoms, fundamental rights and freedoms. The Supreme Court said that these instruments are part and parcel of the constitutional principles in force in Egypt. As regards the issue presented by the report, the Vice Commissioner or Chairperson Atem said, in accordance with the text in the Constitution and the right to defense. Can you hear the interpretation? So, in accordance with the constitutional commitment, according to the articles to guarantee the defense of all citizens, and the fact that you can have the accused can have a defense, a counsel. There should actually be counsels to help the examining magistrate, and these are this has to be funded by the public treasury and so forth. There is also the instant legal bodies for people in need. The ministry also provides legal assistance to litigants through many offices in the bureau. A decision of the Ministry of Justice set up legal assistance office in the ministry. This office is very important. Because these offices are found in all the first court of first instance courts. The Minister of Justice established legal assistance offices for people who are with disabilities. Civil servants who are empowered
and to provide assistance, legal assistance to persons with disabilities and facilitate their work, especially for retirees and also any person with disability that is looking for employment, and services are provided to them in a consistent manner from the court case until they acquire the service required without any interruption of those services. And in addition to that, the faculties of law and in various educational institutions provide legal assistance and consultancy for those who are not capable to do so, especially when it comes to legal representation. And this also, in addition, what my colleague Hina has stated, that is legal assistance provided from the national councils. And in addition, with regard to the question asked by Commissioner Maria Louise Obomo, that is the provision of assistance to the person with disabilities, Article 54 of the Constitution, the persons with disabilities would be provided assistance, and the law also states, as well as the executive laws, provide assistance to all persons with disabilities, and the assistance bodies provide services to persons with disabilities, whatever the person is, and also the level of their disability, and they are all assisted to have access to the services, and sign language is also provided to those who have hearing disability, especially when it comes to their representation during investigations and trial. And Braille is also provided for the visually impaired in the various offices that exist in the courts. And regarding the question provided by the Commissioner Hadas Fasir, that is the statelessness. The Constitution states that every child has the right to have civil documents according to Article 80, and the law on the child and all newborns to have those rights, whether it's within wedlock or out of wedlock. And as a result, any child that is born either from an Egyptian family or on Egyptian territory will be issued with a birth certificate. And if there is marriage, then reference will be made to the marriage certificate. And if there is no documented marriage certificate, then the approval of the two parties is documented. As for the question provided by the chairperson, it is also on the death penalty. The legal arrangement concerning death penalty at the national level is implemented in accordance with Egypt's commitments, international commitments. The death penalty is applied only with regard to serious crimes like murder in general and murder with person, and the trial is optional and not mandatory unless under specific circumstances. And the law provides this penalty with various guarantees and to serve as a deterrent to the society, and also with the compliance with all standards of fair trial if at all there is any violation or inhuman treatment. And there are also the passing sentence will be provided with all rights before execution. As for the lack of legal representation in case of the issuance of the death penalty, for example, with the final decision, it has to be approved by the head of state. Now, if this specific area we feel, because as you know, it's a mandatory measure with regard to the death penalty, but so the sentence issued by the penal code in this regard is not mandatory as far as implementation goes and should not be executed. So the appeal time is about 60 days based on the procedures for appeal. That is the mandatory appeal on regarding the death penalty. So the prosecution's appeal will be accepted even if it is in line with the law. That's why the death sentences require that it should be submitted to the Court of Appeal if the passing sentence does not appeal against it. So because the legislator that this penalty is serious and should be implemented only in accordance with the law. As for the death penalty in general, Egypt believes that the death penalty is a legal and legislative problem, which is part of the sovereignty of the countries. And then its implementation will be or shall be in accordance with specific rules depending on the traditions and culture of the society. So they can the elimination of this death penalty should be discussed at the national level. As for regarding law 2021 regarding trial on the penal code, an appeal is allowed with regard to all crimes and not regarding only the death penalty. I will, regarding the question asked by the rapporteur Romy Goy-Lombo, that is the appointment of judges in courts. The judiciary is independent and is handled by the courts with varying degrees, and they issue their sentences in accordance to the law, and the law provides their competencies. And every court runs, it manages its affairs according to the laws are also governed there, and they have their own independent budget, and the heads of the judicial courts they perform their position for 4 years, and also they depending on their retirement age. And they perform their duties by a supreme body headed by the head of state, and the membership of the supreme judicial body, and the head of the appeal court of Cairo, and the prosecutor general. And the council considers the requirements of appointment, their promotion, and their discipline, and looks into laws that govern these bodies, and issues its decision with the approval of the majority of members, including the head and president of the council. As for the appointment of judges, this council, Supreme Courts, will look into the appointment procedures and will publish the appointment of a new group of judges, and also receives applications and conduct interviews and examinations. Based on that, the admitted persons are appointed without the interference of any other government body, so as to ensure the independence of the judiciary and the judges. And regarding the question asked by the Commissioner Mohamed Zakaria regarding equality between the gender quota, and also protection from sexual harassment, the Egyptian woman has the right to work just like men, and the government also, according to Constitution, ensure equal opportunities among all citizens. And the new labor law of number 14/2024 separates fully the employment of men, and Article 34 states that all women should enjoy from the labor laws that govern workers, and it covers both men and women, and have same equal salaries with same value, and all the elements and facts I take into account. The law also states that the competent ministers, having received the National Council for Women and Children, issue a decision under the laws that prevent women from working under certain circumstances, just in the protection of motherhood and the children. The law also provides special privileges to the mother and also the pregnant woman without that affecting their rights in accordance with the provisions of the law. And regarding question asked by Commissioner Lita Ogana on the laws that prevent discrimination, there are laws based on the laws that govern this area. So any discrimination or preference or exclusion and that affects the freedoms enshrined in the Constitution will be prohibited. And this is mentioned and enshrined in a number of laws in Egypt, like labor law issued in 2019, and the sports law, and the law concerning people with disabilities, and the laws in general, and Article 209 concerning penalties in 2020. There is a law on discrimination, especially direct discrimination, that any citizen can be a victim of, especially based on sex, race, or religion, or health condition, or social status. And there is a law on this protection against discrimination directly or indirectly. And we mentioned as an example the decision of the Supreme Court to cancel the decision of a court on the need to have a list of workers without exception, and that affected a person with disabilities because they cannot sign, and they have been spared from signing. And then the court has said that the constitution concerning these people requires that government bodies and non-government bodies to provide flexibility for persons with disabilities and provide conditions of work that are in line with their disabilities. Thank you. Mr. Chair, Commission members, greet you. I will submit to you answers with regard to some of the questions put to us. But before I give these answers, I would like to indicate that the public prosecution of Egypt is part of the judiciary, and all its members, whether judges, male and female, do their work independently without the interference of any other person. And the public prosecution has the right to investigate and takes measures and look into all prosecution with regard to all crime, penal activities, and helps victims in accordance with the law and international commitments with transparency. Allow me, with regard to the questions that you asked, as for the question from Commissioner Hatim Asim, the Vice Chairperson, regarding torture and maltreatment or inhuman treatment. The public prosecution conducts promptly and inventory all claims of torture and inhuman treatment, maltreatment. The Human Rights Department, which is under the Office of the Prosecutor General, receives a communication on all forms that are provided by the citizens, whether it comes directly, that is with their own information, or it comes through investigation or interrogation. And those communications are sent to the various prosecutions for follow-up. And then what should be sent to the penal courts are done so. And I would like to indicate that the public prosecutor in Egypt has a unified platform, digital platform at the public prosecution since September 2022 in order to facilitate for the citizens and ensure the secrecy of their privacy.
The examining and oversight sector examines all the cases filed, and telephone lines were devoted to enable people to file their cases objectively and very rapidly. There's a specialized unit in all health centers in the areas of human rights, and these lines are organized by one of the police officers who receives all the article of the Constitution. And these freedoms cannot be attacked because some elements are protected. So the state has to do all in its power to ensure that these freedoms are guaranteed. Also, you have the criminalization of all forms of kidnapping, murders, or any form of deprivation of liberty or freedom without any legal basis. There is also the criminalization of all acts and of enforced disappearances. 88 bis 129 until 2083. The laws 129 281. The investigation conducted by the legal department, that presumed cases are related to people who voluntarily joined the terrorist groups or migrant persons who migrated illegally into the country, or people who chose to marry, for example, without the consent of their parents, or for other social reasons. I would also like to say that the electronic liaison system of all citizens and its interconnection between the national authorities concerned has proven that one of these practical examples is that of an employee who claimed to have disappeared, but after examining investigation, he was found in a coastal area far from his residence. He was prosecuted earlier for a misdemeanor, so he took part. He had not been his freedoms had not been restricted. The Egyptian constitution that there can't be any crime or punishment if it's not based on the law, and the constitution is the freedom of expression. Consequently, we would like to underscore that the Egyptian authorities guarantee the security and freedom of journalists in the discharge of their duties. The law 302-306 of the Penal Code criminalized this, and that with huge fines. No journalist or media professional is detained or imprisoned due because they are journalists or their work or for their opinions. Just for offense, for criminal offenses based on the Egyptian Criminal Code. With regard to the case number 5. This refers to the high authority of the state. It was denounced by some individuals and with false information on social media. When he was interrogated with the lawyer of his choice, he denied the allegation that he took part in the terrorist group, and he committed an offense for funding a terrorist group and deliberately disseminating false information and rumors around the country. This weakened the prestige of Egypt. After the hearing, the legal department decided to free him with the bonding. I'd like to thank you, Madam Honorable Chairperson, and you have the floor. Thank you.
In response to the question asked by Kiruka, the reporter for the freedom of opinion regarding the access to information and legal institutional framework for the access of information according to the law regarding official documents are property of the people, and the disclosure is a right of all citizens, and the government provides them and then provide the citizens with them and are made available the provision of information also depends on this, and the government institutions provide those information and their protection from loss or damage and protected through all modern means in accordance with law. Law 356 of 1954 to the access to archives and documents. So this law also and it should be recorded and also made public and can you please read for the indications necessary for the acquisition of information for the public. The government and the ministry and government bodies make great efforts for access to information, including information centers and the general agency that provides all statistics that meet all information. The presidents and the chair presidency of the council, all ministries also have portals on international information network so through which there are efforts to make data available. As for digital processing, there are documentation centers and various government bodies that use preservation technique. Digital preservation techniques through Egyptian portals, which are one of the ways for dissemination of information and receive requests. of Finance has prepared on its side the budget, citizen budget, so that they know what is in the budget, and the Minister of Planning, has provided this information so that they can follow and monitor all efforts of development, all provinces to ensure transparency and accountability. So for those who need information, they will be provided with Article 3 regarding regulation of the media promulgated under the law, grant journalists to publish information and data whose dissemination is not forbidden. And these government bodies also have created centers in order to receive information and enable journalists to receive necessary information and communicate. Article 10 of the same law prohibits access to information and that prevents the equality of equal opportunities through electronic means, and that prevents journalists from having access to information. As for the right to privacy and the protection of personal data, as for the protection of data, the victim of this right can prosecute in this regard and do it directly, and this government should ensure proper reparation, and the Human Rights Council should signal any violation to the ministry concerned and can intervene jointly with the competent bodies. Law 15 for the protection of personal data provides privacy of individuals and also require enterprises and other institutions that process data, including personal data, and can be collected and disseminated, and cannot be done unless the person concerned allows it. and provides the individual many rights, including their right to know the data, and a copy of be given a copy of that data and cannot be distributed without their consent. Corrected and cannot be correct or update the data, however is the case. And there is the possibility to process this data with specific purpose, objective, and the process of data if it is in clashes with fundamental rights. And the collection of data should be done for legitimate purposes and should be truthful, solid, and safe. It should be processed in order to ensure the purpose for which they have been issued, and should not be preserved more than the time required. The responsibility of the person concerned the bodies concerned should inform the data centers in case of violation and the violation of personal data, and notify the national authorities as well as the person concerned through the data in case of violation of data of personal character in their possession. The Ministry of the Interior has received a number of data related to crimes on information during the period from September 2021 and 2023, during which 524 cases of piracy, electronic piracy were seized, and 1,127 cases of extortion and threats and defamation, and 200 cases. The ministry had also organized 26 training sessions for officers and also for civilians in the interest of 326 trainees in the fight against cybercrime. In answer to the question asked by Mrs. Lita regarding the participation in public affairs and concrete measures to boost trust, and many measures have been taken to protect the political rights of citizens, especially the law on the exercise of political rights, the law on the House of Representatives and the Electoral Commission, and the law on the dissemination of the voters register, and law 2014 on political rights, and the major part of this legislation consolidates and guarantees political rights, especially its inclusion of reforms that regulate political participation, including, for example, the revision of the voters register and to vote with the national ID, while one had to obtain a voter's card during the specific period before the elections. So this list and voter register is now available to the public so as to facilitate the voter to use the internet and through telephone calls, and also facilitate the people with disabilities for them to exercise their voting rights, and also the use of transparent boxes and indelible ink, and announce the results in the presence of party representatives at all electoral commissions, and the participation of civil society in Egypt as well as international missions for the monitoring of elections. The National Authority, the Electoral Authority, was established as a permanent body that manages just to add regarding what my colleague has just stated, I just want to add, we use Braille for those who cannot use cards. That's for the visually impaired. And Yes, the manage voting until the proclamation of results. And there is a technical apparatus, and also they have an independent budget. The constitution stipulates that it has to be managed by a council of the members who are delegated on equal terms under the supervision of judicial organs. So I said that the constitution stipulates that the electoral commission is managed by 10 members within the supreme councils, and they also proclaim the results, and appeals are sent to the administrative tribunals, and within 10 days all these recourses or appeals should be cleared. You have also Article 7 in this regard. You have Article 29 of the Council that ensures the validity of the decisions of the members of the Council. And there should be appeal, should be provided, supported with information after 30 days after the proclamation of the results. As for the procedures on which the government has worked at the national level and ensure the integrity of the work, what are the measures that the government has taken to boost confidence? The electoral authority provides organization and international organization information to monitor voting. The electoral elections that took place in August this year, and a number of local associations also stood at 61, which carried out observations and monitoring, and it is planned to continue to issue permits to international and continental observers for elections, and which should take place if there is an election should take place in February next year. And this the Electoral Commission organizes workshops, and it takes care of the movement of various observer bodies, and continues to monitor elections for the parliamentary elections. Mr. Idris Sow, Said Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, members, rapporteurs, special rapporteurs, members of the Commission, allow me to express my gratitude for this dialogue that took place over the past 2 years. My delegation, Egypt, exposed the national efforts in line with the African Charter on Human Rights and the progress made in various areas when it comes to civil, political, social, economic, and cultural rights, and to also ensure the rights of women, older persons, persons with disabilities, and in the area of promotion and training. All is designed to ensure the construction of a society that promotes human rights. We would like to assert our willingness to cooperate with the Commission and to make use of the issues that they will raise relevant to the Charter, and benefit from the expertise of the commissioners. Because there is no country that is perfect when it comes to human rights. So since we believe that these rights are complementary and efforts in their regard are cumulative. So we here in Africa, we complement each other, and we are fully ready to share our success stories, and we are open enough to learn from other countries of our great continent. I have to also express my deep gratitude to the Secretariat of the Commission, Mr. Abiola, and her colleagues for the efforts they have made, as well as the translation bodies. And we have really made him to work very hard. So my delegation also expresses gratitude for the efforts that I've made. And you would notice that the youth of Egypt, the generation of the future, are ready to raise the flag of progress for their great country, Egypt. And I have to also state, before I conclude my statement, would like to stress that Egypt supports, together with its delegation, the efforts of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights when it comes to support the right of the Palestinian people on their territory, and to provide them with protection and assistance for their sovereignty within the borders of 1967 and Al-Quds as its capital. Mr. Chair, we have provided with some answers and we'll provide you with the answers in writing within 1 month after this session. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency Said Al-Bakri. It is a bit early to make an appreciation on the merits of your report, but I can tell you from now that the Commission is satisfied with the formal presentations of this report. The responses were very clear. We saw that you put a lot of seriousness of purpose in that presentation. Before giving you the final decision, I would like to give the floor to the Commissioner, Rapporteur, Country Rapporteur, for the vote of thanks. Honorable Commissioner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
My capacity, I'll do that next time, Your Excellency. And in my capacity as a country rapporteur for the Arab Republic of Egypt, I wish to extend sincere appreciation to the distinguished delegation of Egypt for the comprehensive presentation of its 18th and 19th combined periodic report under Article 62 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, covering the period 2019 to 2024. The submission and presentation of this periodic report is not only a fulfillment of Egypt's obligation under Article 62 of the Charter, it is also a vital mechanism for fostering transparency, accountability, and constructive dialogue between member states and the Commission. Periodic reporting enables the Commission to assess progress, identify challenges, and support state parties in aligning national frameworks with continental human rights standards. It is through this process that we collectively uphold the spirit and letter of the Charter and reinforce the shared values that bind our Union. Your Excellency, distinguished delegates, the Commission commends the Government of Egypt for its continued engagement with the Charter's reporting obligations and for the efforts made to advance the protection and promotion of human rights in the country. The report and today's dialogue reflects a commitment to transparency, institutional coordination, and constructive engagement with the African human rights system. Allow me to particularly acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Ambassador Khaled Al-Bakri, Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs and Chair of the Technical Committee of the Supreme Standing Committee for Human Rights, who ably led a 10-strong member delegation, including the Ambassador Khaled Arif, the ambassador of Egypt to Senegal and the Gambia. We appreciate the time you took to listen to our questions and to respond to them. Your Excellencies, your collective presence and contributions today underscores Egypt's commitment to multi-sectoral approach to human rights and to strengthening cooperation with the Commission. As part of this mandate, the Commission will adopt concluding observations on your report. This will highlight commendable developments and best practices while also providing recommendations on areas where further efforts may be needed to enhance compliance with the African Charter, which will be adopted and formally communicated to the government of Egypt for your consideration and implementation. In the light of the continued partnership, I take this opportunity to respectfully encourage the government of Egypt to consider inviting the Commission to undertake a promotion mission to the country. Such a mission would further deepen mutual understanding, foster technical cooperation, and support national efforts in advancing human rights. Furthermore, one other strategy member states often use and are encouraged to do is to host one of the Commission's ordinary sessions. Egypt has done this in the past and can be able to affirm to the effect of the 64th ordinary session in Sharm el-Sheikh. I cannot conclude my remarks without thanking the delegation profusely for bearing with our interruptions of the translation services during your presentations. On behalf of the Commission, I would like to apologize for these interruptions, which were beyond our control, and deeply seek your indulgence. Once again, on behalf of the Commission, I wish to thank your delegation for this engagement and reaffirm the Commission's readiness to continue supporting Egypt in its human rights journey. Shukran.
Je vais à présent annoncer la décision de la Commission avant de clôturer cette séance de présentation de rapport. La Commission reçoit le rapport de la République arabe
report of the Arabic Republic of Egypt and acknowledges receipt and requests the delegation to share with it the written version of the responses as well as any other additional document. Stipulates that the final observations would be transmitted within the deadline prescribed for in the rules of procedure. Stipulates that to date, the Arabic Republic of Egypt is up to date with respect to its obligation of presentation of report in accordance with Article 62 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. I therefore declare an end to this session with respect to the presentation of reports. Protocol, kindly let in the delegation from the Republic of Botswana. Thank you. You kindly requested to be seated. The Commission will start its work once again. Your Excellency, Honorable Augustine Yatanga, Vice Minister representing the Honorable Minister of Justice and Prison Services, I would like to welcome you and members of your delegations. We would like to welcome you warmly. To start with you, the second segment of the discussions we started yesterday. Now, for the Commission, we will now hand over the floor to you and listen to the responses to the questions that were raised. For this, Your Excellency, you have 1 hour, 30 minutes. And you can use that time frame to your own convenience. So I will give you the leeway to distribute the floor to members of your delegation. You can also respond alone. It is up to you. In accordance with the rules of procedure, this session will not be followed by discussions. That being said, I would now like to hand over the floor to you. Our apologies, we have recorded some delays due to the previous session. You have the floor.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much for the excellent manner in which you conducted the review of the nation of Botswana yesterday. My delegation and I are privileged to engage with this commission on behalf of the President of the Republic of Botswana, Advocate Gideon Duma Boko, and the people of Botswana. Honorable Chairperson, some of the questions that were raised by the Commission yesterday are addressed in our statement that we presented yesterday. However, I would like to take this opportunity to address some of the issues which did not come clearly from the statement. And if you also allow me, Honorable Chairperson, I think from the onset, we need to acknowledge as a country that we remain committed to making sure that the recommendations that were put forward by the commissioners are closed positively. And while I must also state that Botswana's commitment in terms of the implementation of both continental and international instruments remain very high, we do acknowledge that the ratification of some of the instruments is slow, hence the misalignment. But as I said yesterday, our government, which is human rights centric, is working hard to regularize this situation. A couple of recommendations were made, and I've just took a synopsis of the questions that were put forward. And on the communication procedure, Honorable Chairperson, the rationale for the deferment on the response in terms of the implementation of 4 communications in which the Commission requested update on is that we want to give ourselves time as a human rights-centered government to also appreciate different perspectives that exist in terms of redressing past injustice. I think, as I highlighted yesterday, we need to formulate some conclusive position on these issues. And you will agree with me, Honorable Chairperson, as I said yesterday, that this position is inspired by some of the work that we have done. The resolution of a case of Mr. Khabore Kipite, an indigenous man whose burial in the Central Kalahari Game Reserve was refused by the Court of Appeal. And it's important to know that his body lay in the mortuary for almost 3 years. And nothing could be done until our new government got in and decided to abandon the decision in favor of the government. And we engaged in a historic moment which led to the burial of the deceased. And this exercise was led in front by the President of the country, Advocate Jumabo. I'm just saying this, Honorable Chairperson, so that you understand why I'm saying we will request deferment to be in a position to address some of this, because those decisions were done by our previous government. On the right of privacy, Honorable Chairperson, the Constitution of Botswana, Section 9, specifically guarantees the right to privacy. And it clearly states that every person has the right to privacy concerning their home and personal information. And as a country, we do not only stop there. The Data Protection Act of 2024 further protects personal information. The Act regulates the handling of personal data, ensuring that the collection, processing, storage, usage of personal information is conducted in a transparent and responsible way. We also have the National Data Protection Body, which was established, and it also established the Data Protection Commission with the purpose of regulating of personal data and to ensure that the privacy of individuals in relation to their personal data is maintained. In terms of the freedom of expression and access to information, Honorable Chairperson, this is with regard to the internet. There has never been government social media shutdown or restrictions on access to internet in our country. And in the event that they rise, the Constitution, which is the supreme law, provides the safeguard. And we know that anything that is contrary to the Constitution is ultra-virus. Botswana does not have yet, Honorable Chairperson, regulatory safeguard in terms of ensuring that artificial intelligence do not violate human and people's rights. On the right to freedom of conscience, right to freedom of association, and right to freedom of assembly, Honorable Chairperson. In Botswana, the registration of all organizations, religious, is governed primarily by an Act of Parliament, the Societies Act. And this Act requires that any association, including a church or religious group formed for the purpose of worship, fellowship, or any other lawfully activity must be registered as a society with the registrar of the society under the Ministry of Labor before it can legally operate. And the application for the registration must include a constitution detailing office bearers and the organization's objectives. And in terms of Section 2 of the Societies Act, there is a provision that we have been set in terms of minimal persons required to form and apply for registration as a religious society, which is 150. Honorable Chairperson, it is also important to note that operating an unregistered religious organization constitutes an offense under this Act that is punishable by fines or imprisonment. Registration confers legal recognition, allowing the organization to own property, embark on open bank accounts, and conduct activities lawfully within Botswana. In terms of economic, social, and cultural rights in Africa, Honorable Chairperson, the same Constitution of Botswana does not provide for socio-economic rights. As a country, we are seriously considering whether to ratify the ICESCR. Botswana measures poverty using both the monetary and multidimensional measures. And below, we want to indicate some of the poverty levels. In terms of the monetary poverty measures, extreme poverty is 5.8, while the poverty datum line is 16.3. Multidimensional poverty index stands at 17.2 globally and 20.84 nationally. As a country, we have got various interventions that are aimed at addressing poverty in the country. The main interventions which are driven by the manifesto that led us into power include agricultural support, provision of shelter, provision of quality education, economic empowerment programs, provision of social networks, and public works program. And we have got specific programs that we serve to our people. In particular, we have got a school feeding programs that provides feeding to all the children or kids who are school going. And we do also cater for vulnerable groups
in terms of the feeding program. We have got a national destitute program that focuses on the provision of destitute housing, rehabilitation programs, and others as this. I want to believe that we will share this preliminary response, or we have shared, so that commissioners may make reference if they want. On the right to housing, Honorable Chairperson, the government spearheads affordable housing development through Botswana Housing Corporation and the Ministry of Lands and Agriculture, as well as the Ministry of Water, Human Settlement. And in our country, vulnerable people are allocated houses, and we follow the guidance, which include integrated poverty alleviation and housing scheme, which targets people without formal education. And for one to be considered, they need to be unemployment. As long as they are between 21 and 60 at the time of application, they will be considered. We have got a specific housing program that deals with rural development housing program to assist those who stay or who are in remote areas. And again, in terms of criteria, you just need to qualify as a citizen, supported by social workers assessment, you qualify. Honorable Chairperson, the government of Botswana promotes the use of public-private partnership to overcome shortage of housing and other developmental needs in the country. It is also important to highlight, Honorable Chairperson, that as a country, we have deliberately embarked on a transformation program to shift dependence on diamonds through a program called Botswana Economic Transformation Program, which focuses on public-private partnership. They have done a lot of work, and it is going to be the driving force in terms of our execution of economic development in our country. Honorable Chairperson, allow me also to highlight that the Ministry of Labour and Home Affairs conducts regular inspections, particularly in areas where there are risks associated with child labor, areas such as agriculture or informal sector. There is also an Act of Parliament which specifically addresses the welfare of those employed, and it does not allow employment of children in these sectors. We also, as a country, do awareness campaigns which are led by the Ministry of Local Government and Traditional Affairs in partnership with UNICEF and other community-based organizations. The aim being to educate the parents and the traditional leaders who are playing a critical action in terms of molding our children at a young age, to appreciate the harms of child labor and the importance of education. On the right to enjoyment of high attainable standard of physical and mental health, Honorable Chairperson, Botswana allocated a budget of 9.5 in 2018, 10% in 2019, 11.2% in 2020, 11% in 2023, in order to demonstrate this commitment of the country to support programs under this. In summary, Botswana although Botswana has not met the 15% Abuja Declaration benchmark, it consistently invests above the sub-Saharan African average in health, and also maintaining a strong commitment to universal health coverage. As a new government, we have got a commitment to make sure that health becomes an integral part of every citizen of our country, hence the introduction of the National Health Insurance. With regard to gender disaggregated data on a number of doctors in hospital, as it was raised by the commissioners yesterday, Botswana has approximately 2,700 doctors, with 46 to 47% of them being women, and the national average stands at 10.6 doctors per 10,000 population, well above regional averages, but although below the World Health Organization, which recommended a minimum of 23 per 10,000. Honorable Chairperson, in terms of access to health, the primary health care revitalization strategy strengthens rural clinics and health posts to serve as the first point of care. And in addition, we have got mobile clinics and outreach services that brings doctors, nurses, and specialists closer to people in remote areas. Furthermore, health workforce incentives in the Ministry of Health helps support the hardships that the professionals have access to, and also the government provides some housing benefits to attract and retain health care professionals in remote areas. Honorable Chairperson, to address issues of adolescent pregnancy, unsafe abortion, and maternal and infant mortality cases, as it was raised yesterday, the government developed and implements the National Sexual Reproductive Health Program. This is comprehensive sexual education, adult health strategy, which is from 2020 to 2025, and safe abortion, legal and policy framework of abortion in Botswana. The government and the health sector's efforts in terms of post-abortion care services are expanded in districts and referral hospitals to manage complications safely and reduce maternal deaths. We also strongly focus on public education campaigns, primarily family planning services, free provision of contraceptions in all public health facilities, and government actions to save motherhood emergency. On the right to education and the right to education and training, Honorable Chairperson, in Botswana, the right to education is enshrined in the Children's Act, not in the Constitution. Section 18 of the Children's Act grants every child the right to free basic education. And in addition, our revised national policy on education emphasizes universal access to 10-year free basic education for all. And this is something that the government is implementing with commitment. In terms of earlyhood childhood, again, we have got earlyhood child care policy on education, where the intention is to improve the quality of teachers by upgrading those with certificate level holders to a minimum in government policy and political will, expressed at the level of the head of state, where some partnership with indigenous people. Important anti-human trafficking department, which is how our Ministry of Justice and Correctional Services is the institution that the rights of refugees and asylum implemented. The issues that were raised by the Commissioner yesterday, I think it's important that I re-emphasize what I said, that our government has demonstrated the upholding of human rights and asylum seekers by discontinuing the housing rejected asylum seekers from a detention facility. 306 schools. If you go to Botswana, it's nothing in that detention. They've been moved to Key Camp, and there is free movement. Some of the commitments that we have done as a country is to provide the refugees with civil documentation to allow them an opportunity to move around. There is commitment in terms of the Refugee Management Act, which has just been passed, where we will also give them travel documents. We are at a stage where we are busy establishing the national appeals for refugees, which will address all the concerns by the refugees or asylum seekers after a decision has been adopted. So the act has been passed, and we are really preparing to effect the changes. The new government made a 5-year development plan, which included a chapter that is dedicated to human rights of asylum seekers. Has also made a couple of proposals where we want to move reservations that Botswana made on ratification of the 1951 UN Convention relating to the status of the refugees. And in terms of the new act, we want to align the new administration roadmap, as I've just explained recently, in terms of delivering on our program where we focus on human rights-centric approach. The Citizenship Act is also reviewed to enable local integration, to enable local integration. That is not a condition precedent to renunciation of citizens of a country of origin. And also to address the point that was said yesterday, the review will also avert statelessness by stepping up the local integration of protracted cases and cases of unaccompanied refugee minors and children born in Botswana of refugee parents. Honorable President, as I said, we just took a few of the questions that were posed by the commissioners. But as I was saying, me and the delegation have committed that we will comply to the 30-day requirement period where we will respond fully to the questions that were posed, because we do acknowledge that there are quite a number of questions had requested us to provide the data. So we will go and liaise with our partners back home and provide the data that is wanted. And on this, in terms of concluding, also want to thank all of you, Honorable Chairperson and the Commissioners, for even giving us an opportunity to interact with you. This is an experience that we will carry home and also share with them the hospitality that you demonstrated. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Minister, Head of Delegation, I would like to sincerely congratulate you for the time you've taken off to answer the numerous questions that were put to you. We are aware that it's only yesterday that you presented, so you've not really had enough time to answer all the questions. However, to receive the additional responses in writing, for the time being, I can't really assess the substance of what you've presented, but the Commission positively appreciates the proper way in which you presented your report and in which you made this presentation. Before the final decision, in accordance with our usual practice, I'd like to give the floor to the Honorable Commissioner Gerisha Topsy-Sono. As you are aware, is the Commissioner Rapporteur for Botswana to congratulate you and express the gratitude of the Commission.
Of Justice and Correctional Services of the Republic of Botswana, head of a delegation, members of your delegation, I would like, on behalf of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and in my own personal name as country rapporteur to the Republic of Botswana, wish to thank you and members of your delegation for the presentation of a fourth and fifth combined periodic report to the Commission for the period of 2018 to 2023. And I wish to thank you for the very detailed responses that you have provided, as the Chair has stated, in the very short lapse of time. I also believe that further responses will be provided to the Commission in writing. So I'd like to thank you for you as the Republic of Botswana for having complied with Article 62 of the African Charter, and for having provided your responses as well as the report. Thank you once again, and I wish you a safe flight back. Thank you.
At this juncture, Honorable Deputy Minister, I'd like to announce the decision of the Commission. So the Commission receives the report presented by the Republic of Botswana and acknowledges receipt. It requests the delegation to submit the written responses as well as any other complementary documents that could be of assistance. The Commission says that the final observations will be forwarded to the government of Botswana within the deadline set by the rules of procedure. It also says that Botswana is up to date with its obligations to present reports in accordance with Article 62 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. And now I to bring the presentation report session to a close. This also brings us to an end to today's agenda. We just want to take some housekeeping issues from the Secretary, then we'll come back and we congratulate and greet you before we adjourn. Madam SCC, the floor is yours. Or Mr. SFC. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, for giving the floor to the Secretary just to announce tomorrow's agenda. As we start at 9 a.m. from 9:10, we'll continue with item 10, the human rights situation in Africa, and then from 10 to 11, there's going to panel on a strategy to advance the implementation of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and at the same time, The resolution committee will also hold a statutory meeting in thematic room 3 when only the commissioners who are members of this commission are concerned with their legal officers. After that, we'll break for 30 minutes. Thereafter, we'll continue with a panel on advocacy for the ratification of treaties under the supervision of the African Commission on Human People's Rights. And at the end of this panel, we'll launch the information letter on Special Rapporteur on Africa, and then we'll continue with item 5 on the human rights situation in Africa, and then the launching of the information letter number 18 of the human rights situation, and for the CPT information letter for then the year 2025. After the lunch break, item 6 is a panel on the theme of the African Union for 2025, a destiny, a decade. Then we'll continue directly with activity reports of members of the Commission, more specifically the report of the Extractive Industry Working Group, rather on the population, indigenous peoples in Africa, Special Rapporteur on prison and prison detention condition, and the Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression and access to information in Africa. That's the agenda, Honorable Chairperson, for tomorrow. Thank you, STC. Since we no longer have any other item on the agenda, we are adjourned. I'd like to invite all the commissioners to come and greet the esteemed delegation from the Republic of Botswana.